Hello and welcome everybody to episode 164 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast that is called Look Out Sir. My name's Dan, and it's that bit at the beginning of the show where I take it upon myself to introduce myself, Dan, as I've already said, and also my co-host extraordinaire, the exceptional individual with the mightiest of moustaches, only amplified by the surrounding beard. It's good old Phil, everybody.
Oh, well, hello everyone, and thank you for such an eloquent and well-spoken introduction.
That's quite all right, sir. Quite all right. Have you ever considered, Phil, shaving away the rest of the beard and just leaving yourself with the old moustache?
I have had that in the past, and I think it was maybe 2 weeks ago. It was so scorching hot. It was quite tempting. My face was always boiling, and now it's actually always cold because the weather has turned. Classic England.
It'll be Movember soon, though, Phil. That's a thing that people do. We're a, podcast. Maybe, I should guilt you into doing it for charitable reasons.
There's a risk of divorce if that happens, unfortunately.
Really?
Yes, yeah.
My
it was one of my USPs for getting my wife. Maybe I don't want to go down that route.
I love the fact that she's so shallow that just the removal of the beard and it's all over.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Much respect to your wife, though. To be fair, she's a lovely human being and does very well for tolerating you. So, no, absolutely, don't give up on the beard. If that's the only thing keeping you in the race, mate, I think it's a reasonable thing to hold on to.
The beard offsets for Warhammer. That's
it. I mean, and the Warhammer is a heck of a negative. Although more popular today than I feel like it would have been in years prior. I can't imagine being a, more or less, or actually, 40-year-old geezer in the year 1990 and loving Warhammer 40,000 the way we do and maintaining a marriage. I don't think that would have been entirely plausible 30 years past.
I mean, maybe, but I think there would have been a lot of sniffy looks from people.
Quite possibly. Not that there aren't today, to be fair, but, we just blinker them out through our general ignorance and or statements like it's more socially accepted these days. But nonetheless, rather than dwelling on all of that noise, what are we going to talk about in episode 164, my friend?
Well, we have Codex Tyranids to review, and then we also have... Oh, I'm trying to think. My brain has just remembered. We are doing a 40k beginner's guide to Age of Sigmar.
We are indeed. If you're interested in the wondrous world of Age of Sigmar, maybe don't listen to our beginner's guide, but essentially we did try to do one because, Instagram extraordinaire Thunderwolf asked us to do so, and he was kind enough to repost my illustration the other day and get me some... movement on the gram. So we responded in kind by doing this segment dedicated. I mean,
to be fair, other people had also requested it. It wasn't just him.
Yeah, but they don't have as many followers on Instagram, so I didn't care. But I tell you who does care. 5-star review.
Hang on a second. What is this? Some kind of review? A 5-star review? Well, let's get into the nitty-gritty of this Warhammer 5-star review.
This week's 5-star review comes from where, Phil?
I don't know, but I'm going to just say my usual Apple Podcast of the UK.
You're quite wrong, Phil. How foolish of you. No. This week's 5-star review comes by way of Apple Podcasts of New Zealand.
Oh, God, how was I meant to know that one?
Well, if you were just a better guesser, I know that the listeners at home got it, but, you're just too silly.
Clearly.
I mean, again, given the fact that we kind of timestamp this and actually point out where it came from in the in the text area, it's not too difficult for them to get it, I suppose.
I know, but unfortunately I don't have a time machine to go forwards to look at that text area and then bring that knowledge back with me to the present day.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I just think you need to up your game, Phil. I mean, if you're not investing in, breaking the rules of reality in order to seem somewhat, knowledgeable about the random possibilities of all the different variables that could present themselves within this 5-star review segment, I just don't think you're trying hard enough, mate. That's what I'm saying.
No, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah.
Indeed. You got no comeback whatsoever. You're just, you're just defeated by the whole process.
Well, exactly.
It's almost like I should abandon this weird guessing game format, but I won't, Phil, because I'm so far down this garden path. I have to.
Well, it was fun when I was going on like a 10 guess accurate streak, but that's been a long time, unfortunately. And it only gets more complicated over time because we have all these other things like Audible being thrown into the mix.
It's true. Audible, Facebook, iTunes, Podbean now and again, if I ever think to look there. There's all sorts of places where we appear in 5-star review segments. They might even add them to Spotify soon, I've been hearing. But people leave us 5-star reviews on Spotify, but they simply go onto Spotify and click 5 stars. They don't, accompany them with words. But obviously, to the hundreds of people who have left us 5-star reviews on Spotify, thank you very much. That's appreciated. But on this occasion, there is special appreciation to Jamie. I'm going to assume that this is your legitimate surname, so choose to withhold it, from New Zealand. So Jamie from New Zealand has left us a 5-star review, which is, of course, a prerequisite of appearing here in the 5-star review segment. I'm also supposed to remember to say we do well, Phil, in New Zealand, although I think this may be one of the few New Zealand reviews we've got, so it might be a little bit unqualified to suggest.
Well, exactly. It threw me because we don't normally do New Zealand.
The Kiwis don't overly love us, but Jamie does, and that is, enough for me, and hopefully for you too, Phil.
It will be, I'm sure.
Good. And if you would like to be like Jamie, why not leave us a 5-star review? We're getting to the point where we've not got that many of them, so it's more and more likely that you will be appearing here very, very soon. Perhaps we're just not as popular as we used to be.
If we run out, we are going to wrap up the show and never do another episode, because that was the contract we obliged to make with the listeners. So it's on them basically if they want us to keep going.
Exactly. I mean, that's a pretty good incentive not to do it, I imagine, for some. But for those of you out there who love us, why not show that love for a 5-star review? Equally, if you really, really love us and you've got a few quid to spare, why not consider going over to Patreon? You don't have to support us on Patreon, but those that do, I really appreciate it. And we obviously really appreciate and thank our patrons for their ongoing support. Thank you so much for enabling us to continue doing this podcast. We love it that you are supporting us. So thank you so much for that. And if you would like to consider supporting us on Patreon, again, we don't have any kind of fixed tiers. We just simply ask that you contribute wherever you're comfortable contributing. That could be as little as a penny, should you be wanting to do that. At least I think so. There may be some kind of like weird terms and conditions on.
I think there's probably a minimum of like £1.
Quite possibly.
I think it defaults to 3 by default.
Yes.
But you can go down a bit lower. But I've not tested it, how low you can go.
How low can you go? But anyway, there you go. That's Patreon, which is obviously cool. And then lastly, there is merchandise. So head on over to Rev Level. The links are all down below, and maybe support us with some merchandise purchases, because that's always appreciated. And, you get the added bonus of getting to look cool in your Look Out Sir merch. One day we'll update it with something new. Are we actually going to do a seasonal design this year, Phil? I feel like we should.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, get off your bum and do us a seasonal design, for God's sake, you lazy bugger.
Yes, sir. Yes. Well, I was going to say, listeners could leave some comments down below wherever you're listening. I guess. YouTube,
oh God, you're not Instagram. Going for the and subscribe.
No. I was going to say, give us some ideas for a seasonal T-shirt.
I always dislike it when people do the comment baiting, but I appreciate in this instance. Maybe go to our Instagram. Maybe we should do a specific post for it on the gram, Phil, to try and drive conversations. You should come up with some conceptual designs and stuff. In fact, what I'd love to do, I'd love to just find myself in a set of circumstances where we could freely supply, merchandise to patrons who have supported us up throughout the year. We should go through like a weird audit, mate, and see if there's something we can throw their way.
Yeah, might be possible.
That's a thing we should talk about, not while recording. So, 5-star review, everybody. Thank you so much to Jamie from New Zealand, who has said, The Art of the Ramble 40K. Fantastic rambling nonsense, a great listen to two longtime friends speaking about a subject they share a passion for. They bicker playfully whilst reviewing the new releases and try to figure out what will be best, but thematic way. There we go. Sorry, my cursor was in the way of the things. Let me try that again. They try to figure out what would be best, but thematic way to play a given army. Keep up the great work. That is Jamie's 5-star review. Thank you so much, Jamie. It means a lot to us to hear that you're enjoying our take on all things Warhammer 40,000 and other affiliated Games Workshop properties. Means a huge amount to me, at least, that you took the time to leave us a 5-star review. And we hope that you're continuing to enjoy the show. Hopefully you got a kick out of hearing your name over the interwebs. Phil, how's about you expand on all of that?
Well, thanks, Jamie, for such a lovely comment. We do bicker like a married couple. So, yes, glad you enjoy that. And are trying, at least, to come up with thematic list ideas for armies when they come out, which you will hopefully see. I mean, actually, I don't think we really talked about list ideas in our Codex review, sadly.
It's fair to say the list review this time, or rather the Codex review this time around, was a bit haphazard. I think we need to figure out some kind of key beats in it, really. I think we actually need to do a bit of a deep dive into it, but we've done it already now. It's already recorded, so you're going to have to just put up with it the way it is. But yeah, that we should definitely review the way we do those going forward.
Yeah, but the idea of doing some themed army lists would be a good one for the end of the Codex review. So maybe we get to do that for the upcoming Space Marine Codex.
100%. 100%. But yeah, thank you, Jamie. You're a star. 5 stars, in fact. And obviously thank you to everyone who's left us a 5-star review. And thank you for anyone out there who is potentially going to do so in the future. And between now and then, it's a transitional noise. Good gracious, everybody. In this part of the podcast, what are we going to talk about, Phil? What?
It is those gribbly meanies from out of space, the Tyranids.
Coming from outer space to bite your face, the glorious gene stealers and their compadres in the wondrous world of Tyranids. What an exciting time it is, Phil, in the wondrous world of Warhammer 40,000, that we now have the first of our 10th edition codexes. And how strange that it isn't Space Marines. Ooh.
Unheard of.
Unheard of. But I'll tell you what isn't unheard of, Phil. The rain pouring down upon us at this time of recording. We tried our best to dodge it, but unfortunately we can't. Both I and Phil now record the podcast in our home studios, which is essentially a couple of sheds. So there is only a thin layer of wood between myself, Phil, and the damp going-ons outside. So yes. Apologies.
Mine is definitely a shed. Yours is more of a summer house, so you've got a slightly upgraded shed, basically.
It's a glorified shed, Phil. There's literally, don't go, suggesting for a moment that my, slightly fancier shed. Yeah, exactly. I know it is fancy, but it's only marginally, more impressive than what you have.
That's true. Yours can fit a gaming table in, so I'm slightly jealous.
Well, that's true. That's true. You can fit a gaming table in there. You couldn't get in there with it, but
no, it would just be the table on its own. That's it.
Exactly. Yeah. Anyway, look, the point is that this is an exciting time because not only does it mean that we're getting lots of support for Tyranids, which I think is a great thing. Tyranids felt like they had been residing in a weird kind of, not purgatory status, but they always felt like they were overdue a more significant update. I think NIDs are one of those strange factions that Games Workshop has been supporting via piecemeal for the last few editions. Obviously, we've had a bunch of new kits added in, but nothing ever felt overly substantial. And lo and behold, all they had to do was update the Gene Stealer and Gaunt miniatures, and all of a sudden you go, "Oh, cool, blimey!" It's a bit more special this time around. Although it is a bit, because obviously we now got the plastic lictors, the Death Leapers, the Biovores, the Pyrovores, the new Norn Emissary, and the Norn
Queen
Suppressor, or whatever it's called.
Assimilator?
Assimilator, that's the words. Not as tall
it is the Norn
may have had you believe.
Yeah.
Yes. But anyway, look, the point is that, it's great for NIDS, and obviously we're here to talk about NIDS in the general sense. The way that me and Phil are doing these kind of Codex reviews, such as they are going forwards, is it's more about our general impressions on the book, sort of vibes on the army, offering some interesting insights here and there. But this is certainly not what those of you who remember our 9th edition Codex reviews will be familiar with. This is not going to be a near 4-hour saga where we read every data sheet and talk about it. In a way...
I was just going to say, it couldn't even be that long, even if we were to read through it all, because there's just a lot less content in there in terms of all the army rules, extra upgrades, warlord traits, relics. Like, I think the edition where we did the read through was literally the worst edition to do it on, because the codexes were jam packed full of content.
I agree. And out of a general sense of PTSD towards that whole situation, we're now just going with these sort of general overviews. But obviously, let us know what you think. Obviously, if you're not that keen on them, we'll try and do things in more detail if you feel it's necessary. I think actually really what we should have done, Phil, is brought back a kind of Q&A segment to these sections as well to encourage a bit of back and forth. Yeah. But we haven't done that this time around, but we will do it again in the future, and maybe we'll address Tyranids through a Q&A in the next episode. So 165. Anyway, look, all that being equal, I think first and foremost, we want to talk about this codex as it represents codexes going forward in 40k. I don't think we're going to massively dwell on it, because we obviously have advertised this segment as us talking about the NIDS codex specifically, but obviously we can't not talk about what this codex is and what it represents for the the future of this edition. So definitely a lot of really interesting changes. Obviously, Games Workshop have approached this edition with the mantra of simplified, not simple. And I think the book, to some extent, kind of embodies those ideas, although there is still a lot of complexity in some of the language that they use to convey or communicate rules. Obviously, we know that there are these universal special rules, these simplified language that they use to denote certain instances in gameplay. But equally, there is a lot of extra stuff in here that you may need to kind of double check or read in order, read thoroughly in order to do accurately. I think that's just the nature of 40k as a system now, in the way that they kind of lean into stratagems and enhancements. These things need a certain level of finesse in terms of implementing them in an interesting way. But I do find a lot of the time there is a little bit of, this random thing has occurred. Now you may do a thing in response. It's sometimes a lot of these rules, at least for the NIDS, don't just feel like the easiest version of what they could be. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, oh, if you're hit with a psychic attack, you can do something. Not just if you're hit with an attack, do something. You know what I mean? Okay. It's like there's lots of specificities in there. But overall, I mean, I think there's a lot to like about the direction they're taking the new books. One of the things I wanted to address from the outset, though, and it is worrying, myself and Phil, before recording this section, went on a bit of a exploratory mission. We went into the library and went through the last now 3 Tyranid codexes. So that's Tyranid Codex from 8th, 9th, and now 10th edition. Now, the differences between 8th and 9th edition are quite pronounced. There are similar themes and similar stories that they needed to hit. The discovery of the Tyranids, the, first tyrannic war, describing hive minds, etc., etc. Those things are kind of prevalent between the 8th and 9th edition books, but they're broadly different in the way that they're written. The structure of the language, conveys a lot of the same ideas, but does so in a different way. It's not the basically what I'm saying is 8th to 9th edition wasn't a copy and paste job.
Yeah.
Conversely, 9th to 10th edition is quite the copy and paste job.
Yes, no, it is. Which I'm surprised to an extent, because obviously I put a lot of effort and work into like the layout and production of the codex and the artwork. That's all top tier. But recently I was looking through the core rules for 10th edition and the 9th edition core rules, and the whole lore section is a 100% copy paste. Well, I would probably actually be fair and say 98%. Like the majority of it was a copy paste with a bolted on section to do with Arcs of Omen at the end to update the current setting. But for the most part, the layout and even a lot of the artwork was like for like the same, with a few differences. Now, I think the artwork is that they've used between 9th and 10th is different, but yeah, the words are the same basically for the most part, with the add-on of the 4th Tyrannic War at the very end, because that's the new lore.
Yeah, basically they've added in a section that describes the 4th Tyrannic War. They've downsized the amount of literature that discusses the different hive fleets. So the hive fleets in this book, the 10th edition book, become a little bit more of a footnote as opposed to a kind of dedicated section.
Yeah, they're a pull-out, effectively like one long paragraph for some of them, but weirdly, so they cover things like, what was it, Kronos and Gorgon and a couple of others, but they don't in specific detail talk about Leviathan and Behemoth, which are the two main ones. But I guess maybe that's because they're more through the core narrative of the, the story and the lore section, that they don't need to call those two out. But that seems a little odd. And if you're someone wanting to get into Tyranids and you don't know of the fleets or what they look like, I think they did a very good job in previous codexes of explaining what every single hive fleet was, what its purpose was, where it was fighting within the galaxy, what its color scheme was, what particular tactics it might have had. And you just don't get that in this book, I don't think.
No, and honestly, sincerely, going back to it, thoroughly recommend, because I can't imagine these things are too expensive to pick up these days. If you're interested in NIDS from a lore perspective, get yourself the 8th edition book. It's fantastic. Like, the amount of detail they go into in the 8th edition book is incredible. It's 68 pages of lore in the 8th edition book, and a lot of it is describing units, describing hive fleets, really, really gorgeous layouts as well, really nice integration of illustrations, and, really good book, 8th edition NID Codex. Like, comparatively, I was actually shocked at how much more in-depth 8th edition was compared to even 9th and certainly now 10th. And then the other thing I will say, even 9th edition's codex for Tyranids, they share a lot of the same kind of layout, which is essentially the 9th and 10th edition codexes do a lot of this just walls of text broken down into kind of segments with lines through the middle. But again, the 9th edition book does a better job of integrating illustrations and imagery into it. In a way, this looks to me like one of the laziest lore sections comparatively. Again, when I go through the 3 books, I think, obviously, first and foremost, we pretty much, and we haven't read it all, obviously, but outside of the 4th Tyrannic War, pretty much everything is a copy-paste job, to the point that it's literally the same language word for word, as far as we can see. And yeah, it doesn't even seem like they've put as much work into the layout. And obviously, that's before as well we even acknowledge the fact that the front cover of this book is the exact same plus an icon from what it was in 9th edition, which, again, I think obviously at least with the Space Marine book that's coming around the corner, they used one of the older Space Marine artworks that was possibly less circulated, which was essentially the second of the 8th edition Space Marine Codex covers. But it is quite alarming holding both the, ninth and 10th. Oh, sorry, there's me knocking the microphone with the foot. But it's crazy to hold the two of them side by side and be like, they are basically the same thing.
They look very similar. The Tyranid symbol in the back, because it's the Tyranid not Tyranid warrior, the Hive Tyrant is basically being cut out, so it's sort of the logo's been superimposed behind it, which it does look good. I think the design of the cover looks great, but it is very almost similar to the old one.
They've done a spot varnish on him though as well. That's really nice. Basically the big difference. They didn't do a spot varnish on the old one. It's just a matte thing.
Yes, and I think
varnish.
Weirdly, I think when we discussed it in the last episode, I think it was the preview image. I don't think it was actually using this codex unless we just didn't spot the Tyranid icon. I actually think they used the old one before, which is why we thought it was exactly the same. Credit where it's due. The back cover is different. I actually really like it. The artwork goes edge to edge, looks really nice. There's a cool Imperial symbol at the bottom, which I presume is just a logo to represent that it's a 40k book rather than an Age of Sigmar book. But yeah, if it's on your shelf, the spine will look exactly the same as the 9th edition one, I imagine. So it would be a little bit confusing from that front. And I have also
the two of them side by side.
Oh yeah,
they
look the same.
Are the same.
Yeah, it feels like, because there are some new artwork in here, but it feels like they're using a lot of classic Tyranid artwork, like really old artwork, but that's quite iconic. That's been in a few other codexes before. Whereas I think maybe the 8th and 9th codex tried to use a lot more newer artwork and sort of steer clear of I want to say outdated artwork, because there's a definite visual stylistic choice that Games Workshop predominantly have been doing. Whereas this feels like it's got the greatest hits of all the classic artwork in there, which is good on one hand, but bad if you've seen it all before, I guess.
Yeah, it's a combination of some really great classic shots, but then lots of newer-ish images of Norn-related things, basically.
Well, there's a good one of
heavy on the Norn.
Yeah, there's a good one with is it Trajan or a Custodes? No, I think it is actually Trajan fighting a Tyranid warrior of some kind. Maybe that is one of the Norn ones. I can't tell.
I think it's cool, a Norn. Yeah, I think it's him fighting a Norn. But yeah, look, I think that's the thing, right? In terms of the lore section, it's one of the most disappointing lore sections, and it's worrying to imagine that's going to be the status quo going forwards. I think if we're just going to be in a situation where every one of these books, given the premium on these things now as well, I mean, these things are now, £35 or something like that?
Probably, yeah.
I think it's 35. Hang on, let me go check the flipping website. Heading over to gamesworkshop.com. Okay, new releases. Here we go. Yeah, 35 beans for this film. Yeah. Is that £2.50 or maybe a £5 more than they were in 9th edition?
Possibly. I wouldn't want to say, but at one point they were £32.50, I'm sure.
Well, we bought every one of them, Phil. You think we'd know? But I suppose the problem is we always bought them at Element Games.
Yes, exactly.
Use Phil's promo code Beyond the Tabletop. Blah blah blah. Anyway,
it's got a brand new contents page, nicely designed with some illustrations, or not? Yeah, illustrations and photos. That will look snazzy. Definitely feels like
that's really nice.
Yeah, very helpful as well, because it's broken it down. So you've got the Intergalactic Predator, which is your lore section. You've got the Showcase section, which is all your photos. You've got a bit about Combat Patrol. Then you've got Forces of the Tyranids, which is highlighted in black, because that's all your data sheets. And then you got Crusade rules at the very end. So they've changed the overall layout, because before the Crusade rules were intermingled with the rest of the data sheet and army-wide rules. That's now separate. Oh, and then at the bottom, you've also got points values as well, which they kind of do a cool job of highlighting that they are immediately redundant, because you can get the new points values via a QR code. That's quite cool.
That is really cool. I love the fact that they actually have taken the time to point out to players who maybe aren't as well versed as you or I that, you know, the points are a kind of fluid thing and that you can go via this QR code to a space where you can see the most up-to-date points, which I'm definitely in favor of. I also like how the forces of the Tyranids on the contents page bleeds over into the other page where it has a specific breakdown on actual army rules and the index.
And
so it's actually
every single day,
right? In terms of, So in terms of like some negatives from the outset, look, the lore stuff, it's not up to snuff versus where we were before, or rather it's exactly the same with a little less TLC from a layout perspective. But this contents page is a real win in terms of using this as a gaming tool. I think this is a really nice addition. I suppose the only other thing I would have loved to have seen them do is if they had maintained the tradition from 9th edition of having color coordinated segmentation. So as I know we're not going to be in a situation where they could give us specific tabs, but if it was that, you know, these sections were kind of color coordinated, at least then when you're kind of flicking through as well, you would have, you know, the visual references to be like, oh, this is where the army rules are, and I'll have those in red.
Were
in the top
they
right
color
corner
coordinated before?
Yeah, so if you remember, and I'll show you the 9th edition codex for context, we had these segments in the side there that talked about Battle Forged, and then if it was Crusade rules, it was in black, and then if it was match play rules, it was in red.
So sort of a handy tab
so
just to flick through. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's really cool that they've given us the numbers, and that's definitely a step in the right direction. But I think the two things in concert would have been really nice. But it's obviously obvious when you're in the datasheet section, right? Like, I don't think anyone's going to be completely flummoxed by the fact that they've arrived in the datasheet area, because it's quite clearly a bunch of datasheets. But, you know, certainly for, you know, Crusade versus match play rules, it might be useful. Although again, in fact, actually, to be honest with you, I think the biggest offender potentially is the combat patrol elements, because obviously combat patrol now, which is obviously a great way to play 40k for new people, but the combat patrol segment becomes before normal kind of army rules. So you might find yourself getting confused sometimes when flicking through.
Yes,
but layout-wise, I mean...
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it is a touch confusing that there are combat patrol data sheets in here, but obviously you can't avoid it and not have them. However, what's also cool is in combat patrol, they've also got painting guides, which is the first time that we've seen that in quite a long time for 40k. It's something they do in AOS quite often, so it's great to see it here. Although it is specific to Leviathan colour schemes.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it, right? Because I suppose a lot of people are remarking upon the fact that, you know, it's amazing to see Games Workshop giving us a painting guide in a 40k book for the first time in a while. I echo that sentiment. I think it is, again, a really kind of positive step. I think, bizarrely, though, like, there's something about this particular Ned painting guide that sort of, it's a very strange one, right? Because it's that weird thing where, like, for example, I look at like the Carapace painting and they go, this is when you paint it burgundy and this is with the G Sealer purple. And it's sort of like, oh, I get it. You've highlighted it, but it does sort of look like a relatively marginal difference between the two. Same thing when it's like, look, here's Abaddon Black and here's Dark Reaper. And it's like, oh, okay. I mean, I'll really squint to see the difference there.
I feel like that's often the case in those painting guides. Like sometimes the step-by-step is you're like, which bit am I actually looking at? And it is a spot the difference sometimes to be like, oh, okay, they're talking about edge highlighting here, or yeah, oh, they're talking about a wash or something like that. So you do need to read it and interpret it, although I assume the wording makes it quite self-explanatory. I mean,
I challenge anyone to tell me the difference between the wings and termagant weapons. So Fugan Orange and Wraithbone. If you can actually legitimately tell me what the difference is between those two images, bar a slight change in perspective, I will be surprised, because literally the only difference I can see between the two of them so far is...
Oh god, you're right. Yeah, that looks very similar. So it looks similar to the teeth, but there is a noticeable, if very slight, difference between those two.
Yeah, the teeth on the left are a little bit dirtier than the teeth on the right.
Yeah.
But there you go. Anyway, look, it's nice that they've got a painting section. That's the general vibe. But
speaking of which, it's probably worth talking about the little photography section as well, which is very nicely done.
The showcase.
The showcase. So they're more like full army photos. There's a couple of like units or, single model photos, mostly around all the new stuff. Most of the photos are Leviathan. There's a couple from Kraken, and I think there's 2 from Behemoth as well. But they used to do like a Tyranid model or a Hormagon, and then you'd see 6 of them or more, and it'd be painted. One in each one would be painted in the different high fleets.
Yeah.
And you don't actually have that in this book. So if you want to do high fleet Kronos, there is literally 0 photos of Kronos in this book. You have no idea what the color scheme is. And that's the same for a couple of the others. So I think while the presentation is lovely, the depth of the individual high fleets has gone down, and actually the sort of personality and sort of narrative elements is a lot weaker than previous books. And I guess in part that's because rules-wise, there's, it doesn't matter what you paint it as, because you've got the detachments rather than the sub-factions. But I feel it is a bit disappointing, especially going forwards for Space Marines and Guard and stuff. I know a lot of Guard players lamented in the last book that there wasn't much detail and lore and information about the individual regiments, and that's sort of the same issue here with the high fleets.
Yeah, it is a shame. I mean, as I say, you got the little footnotes here and there that describe aspects of them, but yeah, you're right? Like in terms of like the high fleet selection, there's not really anything to call out individual color schemes and to give you a kind of understanding or appreciation. But then I suppose this is the thing, though, right? We live in the era of the internet. So many more of us as hobbyists are engaged with the online discourse around the game. I mean, that's obviously how you, the listener, is listening to this podcast right now, right? So I have to assume that a lot of us are regularly engaging online for, all aspects of this hobby. So it's not particularly difficult for you to find resources to dive deeper. I suppose the point of the Codex now really is not to act as kind of the definitive lore tome that effectively, appeases or delivers kind of inspiration for all hobbyists and all kind of army ideas, but in fact is just kind of a general synopsis of the army and a jumping off point for getting people invested. And I guess if you want to go deeper, there's Black Library, there's all the various like forums and internet debates and painting tutorials and Lord knows what else that you can engage with to really go deep into that. But then also,
that's just not very good though, right? So let's say I'm a new Tyranid collector, and let's say I want to learn all about the Psychophage. It's a brand new model. Let me find some lore and history. Tell me what it is and what it does. There's a very tiny paragraph on the data sheet. Tell me a bit more. And there might be hidden in the lore section some details, but there isn't probably going to be anything. There's going to be nothing online about it because it's a new model. So it won't have a Wikipedia page or anything like that. So I feel like if you're trying to learn about the army that you want to collect and sort of try and get a narrative reason or, a tactical reason for why one thing does a particular thing. Why does this have a psychic attack? Why does this one have giant big claws? Because it eats people. So I would like to know that. And that's something that they haven't been doing, I think, almost since like 7th or maybe 8th edition, where they always used to have a breakdown of every single unit in the Codex so you could learn about it. And yeah, historically, it's like, do I want to know what a carnifex is? Great, I can look that up online, easy. But with the new stuff, literally the only information about those new units and models comes from the Codex. It can't come from anywhere else because there's no other content to consume about it. So I feel like that sort of misses a trick as like an entry level to learn either about new stuff, or you're a new player and you want to learn about stuff. It's nice to have like an official source for those kind of things.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because I suppose normally, you take for granted in the old books that they expand on these elements, and certainly the 8th edition book features that really prominently, which is really great. But yeah, Psychophage, as far as you can tell from this book, having not read the 4th Tyrannic War, but I imagine that's going to be very Norn emissary based. It's kind of like I always reference the Blood Angels book from 5th edition, because they introduced the Storm Raven in it, and literally every story in the 5th edition Blood Angel book was they got in a Storm Raven, and then because of their Storm Raven, they shot to death everything, because Storm Ravens are great. Buy a Storm Raven, for God's sakes. Although that was also the Blood Angel Codex, where Blood Angels were able to have deep striking land raiders because, quote, they had so many of them, Phil, they disregarded them as anything sacred and just chucked them out of Thunderhawks. They were just like, we got loads of these. Let's just start driving them off out of Thunderhawks. But yeah, no, a Psychophage, Phil, is a stampede onto the battlefield with frightening speed, so they're quick. They devour any prey organisms in their path, so they're hungry. And they like psychic victims, especially, so they're hungry for psychers. And then they metabolize such powers. We don't know how. But doing so allows them to project surges of corrosive ash that deflagellates their victims' mind and soul. There you go. So they're quick, hungry psyker eaters that turn psykers into problems. There you go. What else do you need to know?
Where was that?
Huh?
Where was that?
That was a little paragraph in the in the data sheet.
The data sheet.
That was what it said.
Well, maybe that is enough.
Is that enough, though?
But I think more than one paragraph would be nice.
Exactly.
That's like bare minimum. It was funny because I was just about to say in the last Guard Codex, you had Lord Solar Leonidas. And he had a similar issue where he had like a 1 or 2 paragraphs sort of describing him. And I was like, for such a monumental new character, you'd almost like want a whole page like with a little story about him and stuff. But then funnily enough, flicking through the 4th Tyrannic War section, he gets referenced loads in here. So, clearly I need to read this. Yeah. He's snuck into other codexes. He's that good.
That's it. That's how it goes. You see, that's how they get you. You got to buy all the codexes if you want to learn about your army. That's the way of things. But look, anyway, long story short, look, I mean, as an indication of what 10th edition codexes may become in the future, I mean, the most important thing is to obviously identify that from a kind of army list building perspective, we have these 6 different detachments. So these 6 different detachments come with very specific rules that alter the way that your army performs, not necessarily drastically in all instances, but often, quite significantly. Again, it seems that Games Workshop are going to attempt to give every single faction 6 different detachments, which feels like a mistake to me. Like, I think ultimately, if you need a number, do the number. Like Space Marines might need 10, but do Tyranids need 6, or would 4 have gotten the job done? I mean, personally speaking, I probably would argue that you don't need 6 different detachments for NIDs. Equally, I will say the same when Grey Knights, Custodes, Death Guard, World Eaters, Squats, when all of these things come around, you're going to probably start to be like, we are really scraping the barrel here. But there are definitely armies like Elder, Drakari, I suppose, given the fact that they're already technically like 3 armies in one. There are some armies in the range that need, 6 or more detachments, but I don't think it should just be everyone gets 6 because that's what we've decided kind of situation. But But, seemingly that is, by all accounts, what they're saying they're going to do. So I guess fair enough, but it is an odd thing. But
well, what's also interesting is they were like, you only need 2 pages to be open to play the game, obviously with the exception of your data sheets. Just 2 pages, everyone, and that's all the rules. And it's like, well, that's actually not quite true, because just before the actual detachment 2-pager that you get, the actual army rules are on a page before. So it's actually 2 plus a flip over to the front. And I'm a bit like, it would have been repetitive to have had that army rule on every page for the detachments, but there's space for it. So they could have done it from an ease of gameplay. But I guess the idea is your army rule is quite generic enough that you'll learn that off the top of your head soon enough, I assume. But yeah, my premise is they sold us on this whole 2-page thing, and that's a tiny lie.
Yeah, it's a stretch, I think.
Yeah, I'm not hating them on it for it, because it makes sense how they've done it, but it's also not what I was expecting it to be.
Yeah.
Is it worth just talking about the army rule?
No, because we're gonna talk about the army after we've just finished this little bit of wrapping up on the 10th edition books themselves. The thing, and then we'll get into it. We definitely will talk about it. It's just let's just finish this up, right? So basically, yeah, you got a nice contents page. Lore seems to basically be a copy and paste job. Photography is really nice. Painting guide's kind of cool. It's a bit confusing that Combat Patrol is in there as well, but they do a nice job of breaking up the order of ceremonies with Combat Patrol follows, the detachments, then is hit with the data sheets for, matched play, normal Warhammer 40,000. And then we conclude with the Crusade rules, which is absolutely the right decision. It was a bit bonkers in 9th edition that the Crusade rules came in between. It was a very, very silly way of laying out the book. So I think overall, in terms of what this potentially means for all 10th edition books moving forwards, I like the layout. I like the contents. I like the fact that we've got painting guides. I like the fact that they're incorporating the combat patrols into the book, because that is yet again another clear statement of intent from Games Workshop that they mean to support combat patrols, which is a really good thing. So overall, in terms of layout, I'm happy with it. I'm really disappointed that there is so much copy and paste in the lore. That's the first time I've seen them do that so egregiously. And we should definitely call them out on that. I mean, this is not an inexpensive purchase. I understand that there needs to be efficiencies, and they reuse artwork within this book, and ultimately they are telling the same story. So it does make sense that they would copy and paste old words to essentially, ease their efforts. But, again, it's one of those weird things as well, because, Games Workshop have this really frustrating habit of, not really crediting their authors or their writers in these situations. And, for all I know, the person who wrote all of the words in this lore section got paid to do a 9th edition book 3 years ago, and then maybe didn't see a penny for this redo, because I guess they probably bought it outright, blah, blah, blah. I'm not saying that isn't something that they would have... Yeah. Sorry, Phil.
No, well, that would make sense, because I'd assume they'd just be an employee at Games Workshop, unlike Black Library, where they're often like freelancers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
In a way, it's a benefit. I know it is disappointing, but at the same time, it's like, if you read the last edition, you don't need to read that again as a seasoned gamer. You can just read those few pages on the 4th Tyrannic War. Bob's your uncle, nice and easy, and then you can just spend your time reading all the rules and stuff. However, it is nice to know that they've spent the effort and time updating the whole of the lore, and even if, because they probably go, it's just really inefficient to rewrite the same thing to tell the same story in a slightly different way just for the sake of it. And I do understand that, but it just feels a bit cheap at the same time.
Yeah, you can't help but be sort of surprised by that kind of stuff. And
It's probably worth noting and talking about the data sheets just as a design style. So they've been updated slightly from the indexes. The indexes were designed as like a card system with a front and a back. Now they are all combined into one, which is much more space efficient. So I'm really glad that they've done that. I sort of wish they had done this for the indexes as PDFs in the first place, because it would make printing them off a lot easier. These do actually follow the format of the Forge World ones, which is really interesting. So the invulnerable save is now at the top, underneath the save with a little shield icon, which is quite interesting. It sort of feels like as well that the faction keyword is completely redundant now. It's like, because all there is Tyranids. There's no Imperium and Chaos super faction keyword anymore either, because I double checked the indexes. There's no sub factions, so it's like, and you've got a little symbol to tell you it's Tyranids, and there's only going to be, I assume, the Tyranid Codex. So it seems odd that they even have a faction keyword. Like, you could just roll that into the regular keywords. I guess they want to maybe call out factions as a specific thing, but it just almost seems a bit odd nowadays as well to me.
Yeah, it is weird, isn't it? I think as well, like, in terms of the layout of these data sheets as well, it's really weird when you're looking at something that is paying a homage to old ideas. So essentially, we start with what I guess is supposed to be our formerly HQ section, although that's confusing in and of itself, because like the Norn Emissary and Norn Assimilator aren't characters. So like,
oh god, do you know what? I didn't even notice that.
Yeah,
that is wild. It feels like they've gone, well, we put the Hive Tyrant first.
Yeah,
it's sort of alphabetical, but the Hive Tyrant's the main guy, so we put him first. Now the Winged Hive Tyrant, because it's not an upgrade anymore, it's a separate data sheet, which is a conversation in itself, because now you can take technically 6 Hive Tyrants, 3 and 3. So it's like, okay, so we got Hive Tyrant. Next we have the Winged Hive Tyrant, and because we're sort of going alphabetically, I guess we have the Winged Tyranid Prime next.
Yeah.
And then you've got, as you say, the Neuro Tyrant, which is a character. And I guess because we're on ends, I guess we do the Norn Emissary and Norn Assimilator, because they're kind of new cool models and they're kind of characters, but wildly, as you say, aren't. But I wonder if there's like a gameplay mechanic reason why they're not. And then we go on to the Neurolictor, and then weirdly we're back to B, so now we're doing Broodlord.
Yeah.
And now we're on the effectively named characters, epic characters. So we're on the Swarm Lord, Old One Eye, and then we're on to infantry.
No, because we've got the Parasite of Mortrex as well.
Oh, because sorry, that's still a character, isn't it? I was going to say that feels like a character, but because it actually is.
Yes. Yeah.
And then we're on to what I guess is infantry. Actually, no, it's battle line.
Yeah.
So we got Gargoyles, Hormagaunts, Termagants, which I guess is correctly, in alphabetical. And then we got Tyranid Warriors, which aren't battle line. Wild. But and then it sort of goes alphabetical. Or actually, now it resets, because Tyranid Warriors aren't battle line. But then we're on Gene Stealers, so we're, onto G. And then it goes through the book, so it. Yeah, and then it sort of repeats itself. So you kind of get sort of some, I guess, what might have been termed as elites, but then it goes back to C with Carnifexes, and then from Carnifex onwards, I think it is alphabetical.
But then what's extra weird, right, is like when you actually go through this, obviously, there's only one example, maybe 2, but then the Turvagon, right, is a character, and that's out here on page 99 amongst like...
Oh, God, it is a character. Has it ever been a character?
I mean,
guess maybe it would have been. Yeah.
But this is what I'm saying. Like this, I don't understand, Phil. I don't get what they're going for.
So here's the funny thing. So this one is an amalgamation of sort of HQ, sort of battle line, but they don't break it down at all with any like headings. But then you go to the points, and the points at the back is literally just alphabetically listed. So it starts with Barb Gaunts, ends in zoanthropes, completely alphabetical.
Yeah.
And it's like, just be consistent and do, it's either all, I would almost rather it just all be alphabetical, and then maybe you call out with icons, like ones that are characters, you know, and ones that are battle line. And I feel like this is the downside of they've tried to make it simple by saying, you know, there's no elites, there's no heavies, there's no fast attacks anymore. But I kind of feel like you need to categorize your data sheets using some kind of system along those lines, whether the flyers are one, the monsters are one. In respect to Tyranids, I would almost prefer it if they categorize them in the same way they categorize the detachments. So if we go to the detachments, each one has a specific benefit predominantly aimed at certain keywords. So one, Crusher Stampede, for example, is all aimed at Tyranid monsters. So it's like you could group all the Tyranid monsters together. Admittedly, there will be some that probably overlap, so maybe that's why I can do it. Unending Swarm uses the Endless Multitude, so that's all the little gribbles like Hormigunt. Assimilation Swarm uses the Harvester keyword. And then Vanguard Onslaught uses the Vanguard Invader keyword. And it's like, if you'd have grouped them in those categories, so I could easily see, okay, here's all the units that are going to benefit from a specific detachment, that would actually be super useful. Instead, I've got to like go through and learn all the keywords for all the units.
Can I also say as well, it is bonkers to me that, you know, the stuff that benefits from Crusher Stampede don't just have the Crusher Stampede keyword. You know what I mean? It's like, it's that thing where it's like, oh, the Vanguard detachment needs the Vanguard. Just call it the same thing. It's like, I don't understand. It's like,
yeah, interesting take. Yeah. I guess they've taken it from the other point of view. It was like, well, no, each detachment has these specific keywords, and then what we've done is we found a detachment that marries up, to the data sheets.
Yeah.
But as you said, you could have started off with the detachment keywords and just applied those to specific units.
Yeah, well, it's the assimilation swarm one you were talking about that needs like, is that the one that needs the feeders, the things?
No, harvester. That one.
The harvesters, but you just call it the same thing. It's just anyway. But my point is it's a mess, right, in terms of a layout. And again, it's clear that is a kind of a desire to kind of incorporate old ideas, but then equally, it could just as easily be down to layouts, but then the layouts are pretty even. It's
the perfect what's the word? It's the perfect realization of simplified, not simple.
Yes.
It's like, yes, it's simplified, but it is not simple.
No, that is definitely true. But that's the thing, like, but it is so weird to me that, like, there's a character. In fact, there's multiple characters that aren't in the same, because the Death Leaper's here as well, and he's a character, and it's like, you know, on page 91, there's the Death Leaper, who is a character. So it's like, it's weird to me that, like, somehow they've just sort of mucked this up and they haven't just...
Yeah, I mean, Games Workshops always have a habit of prioritizing layout over alphabetizing stuff. So I'm pretty sure in the Universal Special Rules, just because one of them is slightly longer and won't fit exactly on a page perfectly, what they do is they swap it over so something else goes in front of it.
But in the case of this book, they all occupy the same page half. That you either get a full page or a half page, and that's...
Yes, yeah. It is a full page or a half page, yeah, for sure.
So, like, I mean, honestly, like, it's crazy that the layout is the way that it is. But whatever. Hopefully they improve this in future ones. You know what I put this down to? It's probably just they made the decision to get rid of troops HQs and elites, you know, relatively last minute, and they had to scramble. And they went, well, we've laid it out. We're just going to get rid of those language bits. And
I mean, it might be as simple as that, but it's like, it feels like there's room on the data sheet to have icons to represent that if they wanted to bring them back.
Oh yeah.
And I feel like, again, from a storytelling point of view, from a how to understand your army, to give it some kind of narrative, having these broad categorizations actually is quite helpful to someone to go, okay, cool. This is obviously like a really tough thing because it's an elite unit. Oh, this thing's really fast because it's in the fast attack section. Obviously things like flyers and transports, pretty obvious. But yeah, for the sort of other categories of units, I think they're actually quite useful for getting a broader understanding of how an army looks and feels. Especially when you're starting out and you're trying to learn the game.
Yeah, no, for sure. Anyway, look, I think in terms of 10th edition books going forwards, it seems fine. I'm a little bit I'm not really sure what 10th edition. I suppose it's the thing, right? It seems to me 10th edition is the edition of do whatever the heck you want. We're gonna try and we're just stopping all of this like restriction stuff. We've been dancing around the issue for ages. Just buy whatever you want. Just as long as you don't get more than 3 of them, happy days. And do whatever you want with it, really. And I think it's really interesting because certainly it does feel like now that you're going to be able to really drill down into your one specific play style that you want to exploit, and that you're going to be able to just kind of focus on that. And, obviously there's going to be a review process that you go through as a player at the start where you go, do I want my Vanguard detachment or do I want my, assimilation swarm, army? You're going to make that decision. And then once you've made that decision, you're pretty much stuck with what you can do. And you can still add anything you want to that, but you get benefits for certain things. And I think that will make it a lot easier for people to understand how to run their armies and certainly get you off and running a lot quicker. So that's cool, man. Like, I think overall, I think this is okay. You've obviously heard us talk at length already. There's a lot of things in this book that worry me because of, but I chalk a lot of it up to it's the first one. Obviously, it's going to have a few funny little quirks. So I think the Space Marine one coming in a few weeks is definitely going to be the one that really kind of sets the tone for things going forwards. I think this one is one where you just kind of go, most of what they're sort of wanting to show us for the future is here. But, I won't judge it too harshly yet until I see Space Marines. Although I will say again, back when we did our 9th edition reviews, we used to review the front cover. Unless there is an original piece of artwork, I will not review the front cover anymore. I'm disappointed. Yeah. I'm disappointed by the fact that they've repeated the front covers the way they have.
Because they've ruined our format.
Not just because they've ruined our format. I'm just disappointed because I think it's really lazy, and I think the lore stuff is really lazy as well. So I'm going to continue to bang that drum. But otherwise, let's wait and see what Marines bring. But let's talk about NIDS specifically, Phil, in terms of the general vibe. So NIDS historically, archetypally, have had a multitude of different ways that you can play them. I think NIDS have probably been on one of the most interesting journeys throughout 40K because they have spent a lot of early 40K, as in 2nd, 3rd, 4th edition, being a big bad army, right? Like, I always remember playing, in the local scene when I was a much younger individual. If someone rocked up with Tyranids, you were always terrified because the game seemed to favor them a lot more in the way that it operated. And again, in the earlier editions, combat was so lethal and Tyranids were so efficient at it, you had to develop very specific strategies for trying to maximize your damage, towards the Tyranid army. But you were aware that when the Tyranids got in, they did a lot of damage. And certainly in the earlier editions where the missions were a lot more straightforward, essentially kill your opponent, they performed really well. And then as time has gone on and the emphasis on troops needing to perform actions or do things to benefit you started happening, Tyranids really struggled because a lot of their troops choices for a lot of it were doing a lot of heavy lifting for them. So you needed your Gene Stealers to do damage as well as also hold objectives. So it became quite difficult for them in like 5th, 6th, and 7th. I think NIDS never really did extraordinarily well throughout those editions. I think there were some interesting builds, and there was obviously, I mean, you'll remember this, Phil, the deep striking Russian doll, which was the drop pod inside of a drop pod.
Yeah. Well, I think that was theorized, but then debunked because it couldn't technically do it. But at first glance of the rules, it seemed like you could. But there was a stipulation as to why it couldn't. And I remember when that came out, that was a really exciting time for Tyranids. That they got their own drop pod, basically. I was like, oh my God, this is super cool. I really wanted one for my Tyranid army that I was collecting at the time, and ultimately didn't go anywhere. Really, really cool. And that was sort of a time when they kind of evolved from what archetypally was always a close combat army to, like, weirdly much more of a shooty army, which was a bit of a mindset readjustment for a lot of players, because they were never historically, like, good at that, or that was their main focus. But then I think 6th and 7th edition, like, really good shooty army, which just felt weird. I hope that is being readdressed in this edition, basically.
Yeah, because again, when we got into like 8th edition with them, they definitely had some interesting builds that people were running. They were never necessarily the super duper terrifying army, but they definitely had some interesting builds. And I really struggled with NIDS a lot through 8th edition. I think they were an army that really went well into Elder in particular. So I always had this theory whenever I was doing like tournament play in 8th edition, where I was like, I'll be fine as long as I don't play Tyranids game 1. Because every time I would face Tyranids, I would always struggle against them with my silly Elder kind of competitive list. But then weirdly, because Tyranids weren't that terrifying in 8th, as long as you didn't face them in the first 2 games, you never really ever saw them when you were up towards the top end. So it was like that thing where you had to kind of like escape the NIDS at the start and then hope for the best later on. But yeah, like NIDS were always interesting. But then in 9th edition, I think, they've definitely had some interesting builds. A lot of it, again, came down to like shooting. The outer line of sight Hive Guard was very strong. And there was, again, a lot of people who theorized around Tyranid warrior lists for a while as well. So there's been some stuff that's been good with NIDS. But at its core, the idea behind NIDS is it's supposed to be a really interesting synergy between big, scary synapse monsters and mass infantry, right? Like it's basically lots and lots of smaller entities, Gribblies, swarming around larger kind of, leader class monsters. And the whole kind of synergy is supposed to be about those synapse creatures influencing the smaller infantry, the smaller gaunts and gene stealers, and that's sort of like the main archetype of them. But what's amazing about them over time is obviously they developed the range now to the point where if you want to go all big monsters, that's very doable. If you want to go more kind of stealthy, Death Leaper, Lictor, Gene Stealery based, that's become more plausible. So it's really cool now that the range has extended to the extent that you're not just kind of locked into one archetype. I think that does create challenges for the overall game because more armies now have more varied ways of being played. But ultimately, like NIDS on the whole, offer a lot of really interesting options for players now. And, conceptually, there is something really cool about this, faction and what it represents within the world. I mean, essentially, you are, as a Tyranid player, the ultimate enemy in the game of Warhammer. There is no one out there more despised, more terrifying than Tyranids. Tyranids, essentially, whatever happens, Tyranids are probably the last man standing in Warhammer.
Well, I guess they're like the one faction that realistically allies with no one else. Obviously, you could technically say Gene Stealer Cult, but at the end of the day, they're getting eaten as well. Like,
they don't ally.
They're out against everyone. Whereas every other faction, even maybe the Necrons that push at it, in difficult times will buddy up with another faction to do over another faction, whereas Tyranids never do anything like that. They're just out to get everyone. So that is, as you say, the big bad from, a galaxy far, far away. That's totally what they are.
Do you remember the old Allies Matrix from 6th edition?
Yes. Yeah.
It was literally just NIDS. No one goes with NIDS.
Exactly. And that's sort of when Allies were much more prevalent, even in 8th edition. It was like that was almost like their one downside, where everyone could have a crutch for their army to lean on with the help of some allies to fill certain roles that their army doesn't have, whereas Tyranids just never had that. Which is interesting, I think, in a good way.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think at the end of the day, the Tyranids represent a really interesting element to 40k. That they are just a mindless killing machine that is itself supposedly fighting for survival, and I love that about it. I think the faction is really interesting. I've played Tyranids in the past. I know you, Phil, have dabbled with the idea of doing them. Again, in the modern context, I don't think NIDS is an army I'm super drawn to as a player, because I always found them, or at least historically, I found them to be a very blunt instrument. I think now there's definitely a lot more variety to them. I think where I'm at the minute is I've kind of made my peace with the fact that I don't think NIDS are ever going to be an army for me, really. But obviously, for people who are wanting to get into them, I genuinely think they're a really beautiful range and a really amazing option for anyone to get into. So have you got any kind of general statements about NIDS in the general sense before we get into the Codex side of things?
I mean, all I was going to add is they are the most alien of all factions. Pretty much everything else is humanoid in some form. Just a slightly different coloured skin, right? Or pointy ears. Whereas, I mean, the Swarm Lord is sort of humanoid-esque because it's got limbs. But yeah, what I like about them is they're just wildly different from everything else.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you are considering playing a Tyranid army, you should be aware of their army rules, which are Synapse and Shadow in the Warp. Phil, what is Synapse?
Yeah, so if your army faction is Tyranids, it doesn't even say faction keyword, it's just Tyranid keyword, right? Just proving my point. While a Tyranid unit from your army is within 6 inches of one or more friendly Synapse models, that Tyranid unit is said to be within Synapse range, and basically when you have to take Battle Shock, rather than doing your test on 2d6, if you're within Synapse range, you do it on 3d6. So you're much less likely to, I would say run away, but you don't run away. You just become battle shocked. So you're much less likely to be battle shocked, which is thematic for what Synapse has always done. And, statistically really helpful.
Absolutely. And then Shadow in the Warp. If your army faction is Tyranids, once per battle, in either player's command phase, if one or more units from your army with this ability are on the battlefield, you can unleash the Shadows in the Warp. When you do so, each enemy unit on the battlefield must take a Battle Shock test, which is now, with the latest changes to the stratagem for auto-passing morale, actually really useful, because essentially there's very little you can do to negate this from causing you problems.
Well, for that one turn that you activate, and then in your opponent's turn, for the most part, they'd be automatically passing them unless they're within under half strength anyway, when they'd be taking them. So I would love it, and I've said it loads, if Battle Shock is, once you're Battle Shocked, and you've got to basically pass a Battle Shock to be unbattle shocked, because then this would be really problematic for people.
Yeah, so I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? So again, the question still remains around this: when are you triggering it? Have they specifically FAQ'd or errated that at any point? Have they given clarity?
Well, it says in either player's command phase. So if you're doing it in your opponent's phase, we had this discussion before, I would say you're just taking that Battle Shock test once. You're not taking it and then, I'm in the Battle Shock step now of my command phase, so now I'm taking it a second time, so I have a chance to pass it. No, I would say you just do it once.
I suppose actually, well, that's the thing, isn't it? Because if it's your turn and you're doing it in your command phase, it's really straightforward because your opponent wouldn't be taking a battle shock test in their command phase, right? Or rather in your command phase. So, yeah, the only nuance of it is when you're doing it to your opponent in their command phase. In either case, though, I think it is a pretty reasonable ability that will definitely get people thinking about what it is that they need to be doing. So, yeah, like overall, I think two very battle shocky abilities, which makes sense, right? Because Tyranids be scary, Phil. That's the broad strokes.
Yes, yeah, exactly. It's like terror of old.
Exactly. So we've got the different detachment rules. Again, look, I think the thing is with NIDs, I've already said it, right? But like, I do feel like there is a little bit of, bloat in this particular section, in so much as I'm not really sure why they had to have 6 different types of, detachment, right? Like, don't get me wrong, Vanguard Onslaught and Crusher Stampede and Invasion Fleet all seem like 3 very viable, options. But like Unending Swarm, again, I suppose, does make a lot of sense, but again, starts to sort of, at least conceptually, feel a little bit close to Assimilation Swarm, and then the Synaptic Nexus side of things, again, kind of, I suppose, can stand on its own to an extent, because it's more about channeling the powers of the hive mind and working into the kind of psychers. But I feel like these are elements of the army that are kind of core to the principles of what a NID army is. And I always sort of feel like there's, in my eyes, a need for a NID army to kind of imbue much of this stuff anyway. Like the stuff that feels specialist to me is something like the Crusher Stampede, where it's like, for this specific situation, it's all big uns because we need to specifically deal with a thing that requires us to just bring nothing but Carnifexes and big things. In the case of the Vanguard, we are trying to infiltrate and, take out a command infrastructure within, a heavily entrenched enemy force. You need Vanguard organisms. The generic fleet side of things, the invasion fleet, again, really interesting detachment because it offers you a bit more tactical flexibility and speaks more to the ways that, NIDs will adapt to essentially take on their opposition. But I think this is the thing. It's like, to me, like, yes, there's some very clear arguments for why you have these different detachments. But as I say, things like Unending Swarm, I don't hate it necessarily, but I just sort of feel like Unending Swarm, Assimilation Swarm, and the Synaptic Nexus. I feel like, yes, it's cool that they are detachments, but in a way, I would like certain elements of this to have just been written in as a general concept for the army rather than specifically coming with an unending swarm, for example. Yeah. It sort of feels like that's just NIDS, isn't it? Like,
well, true. Unending swarm, though, as a detachment is my favourite. I actually like that as a concept. However, the army, maybe we'll get around to discussing the army special rule, but the army special rule was actually baked into some of the, at least one data sheet as a thing that it can do. So, yeah, maybe you could have done that just as a generic thing across the board. It's odd that they've sort of lent into the synaptic stuff. I mean, the Vanguard one I get because they've now got loads of models for it because they've just introduced all the Death Leaper and that ilk. Assimilation Swarm and Synaptic, I guess they are very thematic elements to the list, but I would have almost rather more broad stroke tactic stuff. So maybe one's more a shooting army or artillery based around spore mines. And it's like you've got the fortification pieces and all the biovores and pyrovores and stuff like that. And that could have been more of a theme rather than, as you say, we're doing some psychic wibbly stuff. So yeah, 6, I don't mind the 6, but the 6 that they've chosen I wouldn't have gone for all of them. I'd have liked to have seen some more generic stuff. But I can see what they've done. So, I'm not hating on it.
No, and look, I'm not necessarily hating on it either. I'm just sort of saying that some of the time with this stuff, it's almost like, again, like for certain factions, I'm just not sure we need this much choice for certain factions. It's like, admittedly, obviously, before we had the different hive fleets, but weirdly, again, within the kind of within the concept of the hive fleets, you kind of understood that certain hive fleets maybe had certain kind of preferences in terms of the way that they sort of prioritize things. But again, a lot of the hive fleets were sort of realized around, other sort of more impactful sort of specific rules that because again, they had a couple extra stratagems, but most of the stratagems were taken from a collective pool. And it does feel like the stratagems is really kind of like the key differentiator between them. Obviously, the abilities are there as well. Like, obviously you got like Crusher Stampede, which is, add free to the bearer's objective control characteristic as an enhancement, or you can engage reserves. So Tyranid monster models only. If the bearer is destroyed by a melee attack, if it has not fought this phase, roll a d6 on a 3+, do not remove it from play. It can fight after attacking models unit has finished making its attack and then remove from play. I mean, that's a perfectly reasonable ability as an enhancement. But again, in terms of a general detachment rule, it's each time a Tyranid monster model from your army makes an attack, add 1 to the hits roll if this model's unit is below its starting strength, and add 1 to the wound roll if it's below half strength. And that's cool, but it's one of those things where, like, as an ability, obviously, I suppose, if you're taking wounds, it's fine. But again, it's it's just one of those things where it just sort of feels to me like, can you just have given the whole thing, like, add 1 to the hit rolls, and maybe not even have added the add 1 to the wound rolls, or maybe just made the whole thing add 1 to the wound rolls from 1 wound or something. I don't know. It's that thing where it's like, it doesn't feel that impressive necessarily. Some of the stratagem names are cool though. Like, I like the idea of Savage Roar and Massive Impact and Corrosive Viscera. I mean, all of this sounds rather incredible, but like, I mean, again, I'm not necessarily sure how extreme they want to take things like a Crusher Stampede, because we know from the past that a Crusher Stampede style army can be very strong, especially within.
Well, that's because it got invuln saves across the board.
Yes, yeah.
So it doesn't have that anymore.
No.
But yeah, I mean, maybe they could have given them all like a Feel No Pain as a ability, but then maybe that's considered too strong. It's one of those ones where it's like the core detachment ability only kicks in once you start taking damage. So is that something you even want to do? Obviously, it will happen at some point, but
for your opponent, it just becomes like, okay, so I'll make sure I kill it.
Yes, yeah. You don't want to have something below half strength. You've got to be like, I'm just going to try and kill one at a time.
Yeah. What I would have said, though, I think, like, with the idea of a Crusher Stampede, maybe they could have manipulated movement in some way, like just given everything extra 3 inches of movement. I mean, that would have been, or give them advance and charge,
Well, yeah, so what's interesting, so Carnifexes, when they're shot at, get a free, 2-inch, is it 2-inch move or D6 move? It's something like that, that they can do once they've been shot at. Oh yeah, roll 1d6 adding 2 to the result, and then that's how many inches you can move, which is similar to Unending Swarm. So when you're shot at in Unending Swarm, if it's an Endless Multitude unit, basically you can make a surge move, and if you do roll d6 and you can move that far, and you've got to do it towards the closest possible enemy unit. So I like the idea that you're just swarming forwards, and the more you get shot at, the more you're moving forwards. Which is very similar to the old Black Templars rule from, is it 5th edition?
It's probably better to use the example of World Eater's Blood Surge from 9th edition. In fact, Blood Surge from now.
Yes.
Because they also have it now, the Berserkers. You shoot them and they move.
I'm all about the old school stuff, Dan.
No, that's fair. There you go. But also that Black Templar rule was from 4th edition.
Oh, 4th. Okay.
But we did carry over into 5th as well, to be fair. And for a little bit in 6th edition as well, for what it's worth. But But yeah, like I think that's the thing. Like I look at these different detachments, and I do think there's some fun stuff. But I do think the invasion fleet, which is the detachment rule from the index, it's still kind of holds up, right? So basically, it's the hyper adaptation, which is basically you can pick between 3 different things, and you can do that at the start of the game. So basically, at the start of the first battle round, so that one of the following hyper adaptations. So you can either be swarming instincts, which is each time Tyranid models with this ability make an attack that targets an infantry or swarm unit. That attack has the sustained hits 1 ability. So basically, getting sustained hits 1 when you're targeting infantry and swarms is really good. Hyper aggression, which is basically monsters or vehicle unit, you get lethal hits, so you get lethal hits against monsters or vehicles, very strong. And Hive Predator, which is each time Tyranid models with this hyper adaptation makes an attack that targets a character unit, you get precision. So like each of these is really cool. Like it's sort of like, to me, I feel like really, I doubt you're going to go crush a Stampede, even if you're going big Gribblies, although actually having massive impact, which is a 1 CP tank shock style stratagem, is pretty useful. I like the fact that you like Unending Swarm. Personally, I'd never go near it because in order for you to do that efficiently, how many Gaunt models are you looking at there? Like 120 odd Gaunts or something?
That's probably a lot, I would have thought.
Probably even more, man. Like it's just crazy. But like Vanguard Onslaught definitely looks interesting because basically you're eligible to charge in a turn in which you fell back. And Vanguard Invader units with this ability are eligible to charge in a turn in which they advanced. So that's pretty amazing. And you can still make your Death Leaper a Warlord because normally Death Leapers can't be Warlords, even though they are characters. But in this detachment...
maybe that's why it's not at the front. Maybe. To sort of go, it's a character, but it can't be a Warlord. These ones at the front are just the Warlord ones.
Can the Norn Emissary be a Warlord, I guess? There must be a rule for that specifically. I'm not really... Who knows? But the point is like... Yeah, I think really for me it's going to be like if I was looking at NIDs, I'd probably just be looking at those two, the Vanguard and the Invasion fleet. Although tell me, Phil, what it is you like about your Unending Swarm. What appeals to you about that concept?
Because here's the thing, I would never personally take it because I hate the idea of running swarms in a Tyranid army. I would be a Crusher Stampede boy, personally. Like, big monsters is what I would go for personally. But I just love the idea that you are just moving forwards constantly, even when you're being shot at. I think that's a really cool mechanic. I think it visually represents the whole concept of the detachment perfectly. So yeah. That literally just that one rule, regardless of the stratagems, I think is really good.
Yeah, no, that's really good. That's a really good point. So I think and then in terms of like data sheets on the NID side of things, I mean, we probably should talk about these Norns because they are the things that everyone are losing their minds about, aren't they? I've seen people running 6 of them.
I guess you can take 3 of each, can't you? Yeah. I mean, they've got some pretty solid rules, right? And I think they do have some interesting elements. So yeah, let's go through them.
Yeah. So the Emissary, movement 10, which is very respectable. Same movement as an Imperial Knight, toughness 11, so 1 less than an Imperial Knight, but very, very tough. 2 up armor save, which is better than an Imperial Knight. With a 4 up invulnerable save, which is also better than Imperial Knight. 16 wounds, which is 6 less than Imperial Knight. Leadership 7, which is comparable, and objective control of 5, which is huge, really, for a model such as this.
Wait till you see the special rules then.
Well, I will. I mean, I'm going to get to them. So, range weapons wise, it's got a tendril, which can either be a neuroparasite, a neuroblast, or a neurolance. They're all range 18. One of them has 2 attacks, i.e. the parasite. One of them has 2d6 attacks, which is the blast. And one of them just has 2 attacks again, which is the lance. They all hit on 2s. The first is strength 8 minus 2 d3 damage. The second, the lance, is strength 6. Sorry, the blast, strength 6 -2 1 damage. And then the last one, the Neuro Lance, is strength 12 -3 d6 damage. So a pretty good, if not short range weapon.
And then, the first one has precision, the second one has blast, and then the last one has melter 2. So one is basically aimed at characters or elite units. The other is for dealing with hordes, and then one of them's clearly dealing with vehicles and, big monsters with lots of wounds.
All psychic as well.
Yes, yeah. And in a way, it's kind of great that it's got an ability to deal with everything. But at the same time, I sort of do hate that as a philosophy, that we have a unit that doesn't give you don't need to make any choice with it. You don't go, I take this one unit and it's good at killing just one particular thing, which is normally what 40k is historically built upon. And instead, it can just do everything and it's just good at killing everything. And I kind of don't like that. I guess you see it a lot with like knights. Like in combat, you always have a sweep or a strike. So it's good at killing hordes. It's good at killing big tough stuff. And sometimes you even get like a power fist in there as well, which makes it even better at dealing with like those elite units as well. And I sort of get it more with knights because they're such a one hit wonder in terms of like their army composition. But for these guys, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of that kind of game mechanic.
No, fair. It's always a bit annoying when you've got a bit of a sort of Swiss Army knife, but especially when it's also a good one. It's like if it can do everything badly, you sort of go, oh, fair enough. We've got the melee weapons. So you've got the Monstrous Scything Talons, which is 6 attacks, weapon skill 2, strength 9, -2, 3 damage. And then he's also got the Monstrous Rending Claws, which because of the fact they're extra attacks, go off in addition to. So you've got the Scything Talons that are going to do 6 attacks, and then you've got 4 attacks coming from the Rending Claws, which are 4 attacks, weapon skill 2, strength 7, AP -2, 2 damage. So this guy is going to run in and overall do 10 attacks that are going to do quite a significant amount of damage to quite elite units. Definitely not enough to necessarily threaten many vehicles. I mean, this guy runs into, Imperial Knight, at least based on these stats, is going to be obviously hitting on 2s, but winning on 5s. And then, when that damage does get through, it's going to take a lot of attacks from this guy to drop one of those, 20 plus wound big Titanic monsters. Obviously, the fact that it's also got the Neuro Lance on the way in means that it can obviously do some damage on the way in and then potentially finish off in combat if you're very lucky. But it's an interesting melee profile for sure. I don't hate it. In fact, I think it's quite good, but it's obviously geared towards taking out more kind of elite infantry Space Marines than maybe big vehicles. Not bad at all. Again, it's equipped with all the stuff. It has Deadly Demise D6, Shadow in the Warp, and Synapse, which we've already talked about. And then it's got singular purpose. At the start of the first battle round, select one of the following. Select one enemy unit until the end of the battle. Each time this model makes an attack that targets that unit, you can re-roll the hit roll and you can re-roll the wound roll, or select one objective marker until the end of the battle. While this model is within range of that objective marker, it has Feel No Pain 5+ ability and an objective control characteristic of 15. Core blimey. And then lastly, Unnatural Resilience. This model has a Feel No Pain 4+ ability against mortal wounds. Strong. Yeah, really strong. I mean, the fact is that having 3 of these guys, sitting on objectives with their OC of 15, their leadership of 7, and their 16 wounds with 5 up Feel No Pain, as well as a 2 up armor save and 4 up invuln. It's gonna take some doing to get this guy off of your land, Yeah,
and the fact that they've all got, as you said, Swiss Army knife weapons to deal with a lot of stuff, that's pretty good. One thing to note, I guess, is when it's down to 1 to 5 wounds, it does subtract its hit roll by 1.
Yeah. The thing that, again, I suppose the Northern Emissary is going to struggle against is the same thing that is causing issues for other big Gribblies or other big armies like Knights and stuff, which is the changes to devastating wounds.
Yeah.
This guy was definitely more survivable against devastating wounds when they were mortal wounds, because that 4-up feel no pain against mortal wounds would have been massive for it. But now, essentially, you're probably going to seek to have it in the version where it will be getting the 5+ feel no pains all the time and the OC of 15. But that being said, being able to select one enemy unit and reroll hits and wounds against it is pretty massive. But I don't really feel like with the Norn Emissary you're using it as a kind of alpha strikey beat stick. I think you're probably leaning into it more for the fact that you are holding down objectives. And it costs not lots as well, Phil. I think that's the thing with the Norn Emissary, is that I don't think they're extraordinarily expensive. In fact,
how many points are they?
285.
Hmm.
So that's actually not too bad. Like, that's actually very cheap for what you're getting.
Yeah, that is good.
Yeah. That's like 2 Lehman Russes.
Well, no, that's what I was trying to... I always compare big stuff to how many Lehman Russes is it. So,
Exactly.
yeah.
How many Lehman Russes?
Pretty good.
Yeah. Tell us about the assimilator, though, Phil.
Yeah, so stat-wise, it's exactly the same, but it doesn't have the invulnerable save. Ranged weapons, it's got the Toxin Injector Harpoon, which has the harpooned keyword, not universal special rule, but kind of universal. So it's got a new special rule here. It's a range of 12 inches, it's 2 attacks, 2 up ballistic skill, strength 12, -3 AP, D6 +1 damage, which is pretty good. And then the harpooned rule is after the bearer has shot with this weapon, select one enemy monster or vehicle unit hit by one or more of those attacks. Until the end of that turn, each time the bearer selects that unit as a target of the charge, add 2 to the charge roll, which is very cool. What's interesting is, obviously, the Valiant Knight has a big giant harpoon. So, and I don't think that's got the harpooned special rule. I almost feel like this could have been just a universal special rule, but I guess it's too niche to have been a core rule, because then you just might end up with loads. But yeah, you've taken this philosophy of universal special rules and you've already almost undone it by creating custom universal special rules within certain armies.
We're one codex in and they've already broken it. Like, literally, like, one in and they've already added a new one. Like, what would it have taken for them to have taken the words from there and just added the word harpooned to its special rule section and just gone, there you go. When it fires, it's harpoon.
Yeah, well, because I think they kind of go, every unit must have 2 abilities, and it's already got 2. What's more interesting is basically the drop pod special rule is an ability, and it isn't like a universal special rule either. It's just an ability that all drop pods across every army will have, because drop pods are drop pods, right? Even 2-inch drop pods. Anyway, so melee weapons. It's got monstrous scything talons, which are 6 attacks, hitting on 2, strength 9, -2 AP and 3 damage. And then it's got the Toxin Injector Harpoon extra attacks, which is 4 attacks, hitting on 2, strength 12, -3 AP and D6 +1 damage. So it's basically the same profile as the shooting, but in combat. Again, it degrades when it's at 1 to 5 wounds. It's only equipped with those weapons, which is an interesting take I've noticed. And I don't know if it's a Tyranid thing or it's like a kind of character thing, but all the new models that are characters and most of the units except a couple are all like mono build. Like, there's no options to load them out in different ways, which makes me wonder if that's like a general design philosophy going forwards for a lot of 40k stuff. Yeah, so Deadly Demise is D6, that's the same. Shadow and Warp Synapse, that's the same. It's got Singular Purpose, which is the same one as the Norn Emissary, where you get to select the 2 things, but it's got the Harpoon Barbs rule. So once per turn, when an enemy unit within engagement range of this model is selected to fall back, roll 1d6 on a 2+, they suffer D6 mortal wounds, which is huge. just a bit bonkers, to be honest. But I guess if you know that, you will just never fall back unless you're absolutely desperate and you've got a lot of models. But yeah, that's kind of crazy.
It's pretty wild. I mean, it's very punishing as well, given what, falling back does in a lot of instances as well. Obviously, there are armies that can fall back and still do stuff, but add the threat of D6 mortal wounds to that, and it's a hell of a tall order. But
if there was a psychic ability that could force your opponent to fall back from combat, that would be hilarious. But I unfortunately don't think that would be such a thing.
Well, imagine if they had a morale system that that made it happen. I mean, it'll never catch on. But beyond the norms, I mean, look, I don't want to go through exhaustively going through the data sheets because I always worry that that's not really the most entertaining listening. I think the Norn stuff makes sense. I mean, otherwise everything seems to essentially be as you would expect. Really, I think
There's a few weird, not discrepancies, but a few things I've noticed that I just want to talk about. So one, we mentioned how you've got your battle line units. So you've got your Gargoyles, your Hormagaunts, your Termagants, and then just after them, you've got Tyranid warriors, which I would assume is battle line. And I think at one point probably were. But what they've done is with Tyranid warriors is they've split them out into two data sheets. So you've got Tyranid warriors with ranged bioweapons, and then you've got Tyranid warriors with melee bioweapons. And then they've gone, but if they're battle line, you could have 6 of each. So what they've done is they've kept them in the same spot in the codex as battle line units, but removed the battle line from them because actually between the 2 day sheets you get 6. That's my tinfoil hat conspiracy theory of why they're in that position in the book. They're technically battle line, but they don't want to call them battle line, but they split them out into 2. The other thing is it's another weird one. So they've split them out into 2. With the Tyranid warriors with the ranged weapons, you've got all the different types of weapons. You've got the Devourers, the Death Spitters, because you can throw some in there. But then when it's the melee weapons, you've basically got Tyranid warriors, claw and talons, but that's also used to describe the bone saw options, the scything talon options. I think is there some rending claw ones in there? I think there might be, but there's also lash whip and bone swords, and they all used to do different things and have different profiles, and they've kind of unfortunately gotten rid of all of it. And it's not like they're short on space. It's literally it's a very blank looking data sheet, and I get it with some things like Space Marines with 3 different types of bolt guns sort of seems a bit silly. But Tyranid Warriors being like a classic unit feels a bit of a shame that they've just sort of lumped them all into one generic combat profile. And that just seems a bit disappointing to me and not very flavorful. But maybe that's the simplified, not simple, sneaking its ugly head into the game.
I don't hate it. I think there are definitely instances where it feels less appropriate and instances where it feels appropriate. I think in the case of Tyranid Warriors, here's the thing. Had you made them a battle line unit, I'd forgive it. I think the idea of this being a more elite unit and not having a little bit more flexibility in loadout is a bit of a shame. But equally, I understand, right? At the end of the day, the core function of a combat warrior unit is to run in and fight. Do you really need to have a bunch of different profiles that become quite situational, right? So it's one of those things where, I wish in this matchup I had taken rending claws. I wish in this matchup I took bone swords. I wish in this matchup I took scything talons. It's just like, nah, this is what the unit is now.
Yeah, in a way it's like half the fun of 40k is the complex frustrations of weapon loadouts. And in a way they free you up to go, I'm just going to build them via the rule of cool and take what looks most interesting. Yeah. But rules mechanic wise, it doesn't matter. But yeah, part of me, I just feel like I'm missing a bit of flavour.
Oh, you definitely are. I mean, this is a complete reduction in flavour specifically, but at the same time, I don't sort of hate why they've done it. I just sort of think you just kind of have to take it for what it is, I think. But I agree with you. I think for the Warriors, it's a bit like, Now, gene stealers, fine. Just gene stealers have various types of arm, whatever.
Well,
right?
yeah, because it used to be
Siving talons, rending claws.
Yes, I think those were the two options that they had.
So options.
Yeah, I don't mind that one as much for sure. And so there is, what is it? It's the Sporocyst and Tyrannocyte. So they've got like I think it's like 5 guns on top that you could. And I think there were 3 different versions of guns that you used to be able to equip it with. And obviously back in the day you used to have arcs of fire. They used to shoot in different directions and stuff. So I don't mind stuff like that just becoming a generic bioweapon, because most people couldn't tell the difference between what those guns looked like. Although it does feel a bit weird now. You've got all this stuff in the kit and it's like, just put whatever you want on them. Doesn't matter. And the design is almost so subtle. It's almost like not worth having on the kit anymore, because the visual design choice isn't that much different. But yeah, stuff like that sort of makes a lot more sense than something like, I think bone swords and, the whiplash and bone sword, it was like so iconic, but then it's just got no rules mechanics for it. It just feels a bit of a shame.
What's annoying to me more than anything, though, is the fact that elsewhere in the book, they've made a clear effort to give you the option. So when you go for a Carnifex, you get to choose different types of weapons, right?
Yeah.
And when you go
Carnifex has loads of different options, and the melee weapons, especially when there's like the scything talons.
Yeah. So you're establishing a visual language with the army around how people build units. So this is the thing that, again, if it were me and I was doing this as a design principle for this edition, and I turned around to a design team and said, right, core principle number 1 is we are simplifying weapons to type, i.e. big, small, medium even, right? Which is say there are 3 variants of NID, like close combat weapons. Big stuff has big close combat. Middle-sized stuff, i.e., warriors, have middle-sized weapons, and gaunts have little weapons, and that's what we're doing here. And then in the case of very specific organisms that have very specific like vanguard functions, like say for example gene stealers or even lictors, maybe you add a specific rule for that specific weapon, but keep it the same, because the reality is I could rock up to the tabletop and have a Tyranid warrior wielding a lash whip and bone sword alongside a hive tyrant wielding a lash whip and bone sword, but the hive tyrant's lash whip and bone sword operates very differently than the one on the warrior, but the warrior has the same gear, and that is confusing. It's confusing to basically say to someone, this weapon looks the same on these 2 miniatures, but behaves totally differently depending on the miniature it's sat on, is not good design. Right. And that's the problem with it. I don't care that they've done it to these guys, but and by these guys, I mean the warriors. But if you're going to do it to them, do it to everything. It's one of the things I really respected about the way they did it with Plague Marines. Plague Marines basically had plague knives, small plague weapons, and big plague weapons. That was the 3 distinctions, right? You either had a heavy plague sword or a light plague sword, and that was it, right? And it sort of worked for that because they established that sort of idea that all plague weapons are either big, small, or a knife. And you just went, okay, cool, fine, whatever. Whereas, and admittedly, specific elite units like the Terminator ones, the ones with the scythes, have just literally blanked on their name now. Not the Blight Lord Terminators, but the Death Shroud Terminators. There they are.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they have a specific type of weapon because they're very unique to them. They've got the scythes, right? So, fine. But yeah, if you're going to tell me that in one instance, crushing claws or scything talons have specific rules when they appear on one model, don't then turn around to me and say they operate differently elsewhere, because that is a little bit confusing, is all I will say. But, what can you do, Phil? This is the nature of it.
That's true. There are some other... So while we're on Carnifexes, I noticed that they've got a unit composition of 1 to 2. So it means you can have 6 Carnifexes max. plus Old One Eye, 7. And I guess technically you can have 3 Screamer Killers, which were at one point Carnifexes, but visually they're not anymore. So the old
but
days
you can still run your old Screamer Killer Carnifexes. You don't need to run the new ones.
I guess you could run them as... Well, I guess you could run the old ones as a Carnifex to have more models. What I'm talking about is if I wanted a Crusher Stampede of all Carnifexes, which you could do back in the day. I've played against it. People have those armies of like 12 Carnifexes. And now all of a sudden you can't play with half your models because you're only allowed 6. Because they used to be 1 to 3, I think. And also they used to act like Lehman Russes in units where... yes, they come in units of now 1 to 2, but when they deployed, they all acted independently. But I guess now they've got to like buddy up, hold hands, hold claws.
Yeah, I do think that is an issue that they've created with this change of rule of 3 more and more now. I mean, Drukhari's had the same thing with the pain engines, the Talos. The Talos has the same thing. Talos is units of 2 now. I own 9 Taloses. I have 3 redundant Taloses now because I can't use them in lists anymore. So, yeah, I guess I'm going to have to, I don't know, shave off some bits and run them as Chronoses or something. But
well, here's the thing. I would have almost liked it, and this was we talked about it before, everyone. And it was a thing that they've done in Age of Sigmar, where if you take a particular type of warlord, you unlock certain units to be battle line. Now they could have said Crusher Stampede. If you take Old One Eye, your Carnifexes become battle line. So all of a sudden I can take my 12. That would have been awesome. And it's like super thematic. And again, it's sort of like tailoring into, you're leaning into that Crusher Stampede. So you're not just able to do it all the time. You've got to have certain stipulations. So it is leaning a little bit towards the armies of renown concept. But I think that's sort of a super fantastic thematic way of running an army. And giving people like choice in how they build it, basically.
Yeah, I suppose as well, though, and it's worth saying, and this might have been something we should have said when we were talking general 10th edition stuff, but it's that thing with this book, and actually what's quite surprising about it is I think a lot of us were expecting within the codexes that there would be more things that made Battleline worth it, and there really isn't. Like, the only thing that Battleline gives you as an advantage is that you can take 6 of it, but it is actually a real shocker to me that they haven't given Battleline anything extra in this book. There's no reason still to take gaunts. There's no reason to take, gargoyles, etc. I mean, other than obviously if they have like useful functions in game for you, but it definitely feels more and more at the moment that we need a justification to want to add intercessors, to add tactical squads, to add guardians to our respective forces. And I am surprised that NIDS didn't do anything with that, or, facilitate options like what you just said, where you take our One Eye and then you can take the Carnifexes. Because it is true, man. Like, there are people out there, lots of people out there, myself included, who now have more redundant collections. And then also, because of the points decreases overall, need to massively expand in other areas as well. Because, like, fielding armies in this edition of 40k is quite difficult because it is so flipping numerous. Like, and all of a sudden, if you were that person who had 12, if you were the person who had Carnifexes, you had 12 Carnifexes. Now all of a sudden you have to go, well, not only now can I only take 6 of them plus Old One Eye. Say I could take 10 if I'm adding in the Screamer Killers as well. But now I take 10, but I don't know how much 10 Carnifexes are, but I'd be surprised if
8 is 1,000 points.
I was about to say, I was going to be surprised if they were more than 1,400 points for all of them. So that's the thing, right? Like, even then I go, oh, cool, I got 10 Carnifexes, and it's still like, well, you still need to find another 700 points.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think so we should also talk Forge World very briefly. I think there is one version of the Stonecrusher Carnifex now, so that would potentially buy you another 3, which isn't really enough, although there used to be different versions. So, what's interesting is the Forge World indexes are designed in the same style as these ones. So are they the final ones, or are they going to be updated and re-released as a more definitive, yes, these are the Forge World rules, designed in line with the Codex and not designed just as a quick index? So it will be interesting to see what happens with the Forge World stuff. Because I remember looking at the Winged Hive Tyrant always used to have, I quite remember what it was called. It was like these twin-linked Devourers, I think it was, which were always in the rules, and probably only up until 8th edition, to be fair. They were always in the core Games Workshop rules, but there was never models for them, but you could always buy them from Forge World. And I assume that's done and disappeared and isn't even supported in the Forge World Legends anymore, because that would be weirdly having to be another data slate. So yeah, and a lot of really cool stuff's gone to Legends for Tyranids as well. So that's worth noting, I guess.
Yeah. No, the Forge World stuff with 40k is pretty grim at the minute. It's going to be interesting to see. Well, I just feel like we're probably just moving into a situation where it's all getting phased out over time, right? But I suspect it's basically like, if you like the Forge World stuff, just don't buy it, because unless you're really keen on paying Legends, it's not going to be supported. And even then, there's no definite answer that it's going to be supported in Legends indefinitely. It's supported in Legends for this edition only, guaranteed. And then after that, it might be dropped. Yeah, which is always a shame, but that's been the direction it's been going in for quite some time now. Absolutely. But look, overall, just to summarise, because we've been talking about this a while now, Phil, and I think it's time to draw a close to it.
We haven't even talked about Crusade, Dan. Crusade.
Yes, that is a terrible shame. Anyway, look, here's the thing. NIDS, as a book, as an army, they seem okay. I've spoken to Joe a bunch about them because he's running a Vanguard army with them. He likes them a bunch. He enjoys running them. I definitely feel like there's some competitive nuance within NIDS. I think they've they have really shifted things from a meta perspective because of the Vanguard detachment and what it basically represents now. Essentially, if you're not building an army with some kind of infiltration to help you kind of control the mid-board, NIDS will just swarm you and make your life hell. So if you're not prepared for blocking them out of the mid-board, you will just find yourself absolutely drowning in the things. So yeah, like, NIDS seems super cool. I like what they've done with them. Do I think this is a great sign for 10th edition codexes going forwards? Sure, it's fine. I think it's kind of close to what we wanted. I'm just disappointed about some of the little bits where it's like, it is a shame to see the lore repeated. It is a shame to see the repetition of design and the same front cover. These are things that I definitely am disappointed about, and they have kind of coloured my thinking towards it. I think the way that they've laid out the data sheets, the kind of crazy order that they appear in, is a bit weird, but whatever. Most of us are going to be using digital apps to kind of build our army lists and then refer to the data sheets, or we're going to use the cards. So really the layout in the book is relatively irrelevant. But it is, again, a kind of demonstration of Games Workshop's kind of desire to produce really high quality products. And I will say this much for it: as a book, as a tome to get you into the army, it pales in comparison to what we had in 8th edition. I think the 8th edition NID Codex is a really cool book, and definitely something I encourage those of you who are interested in NIDS to pick up, because I think it gives you a lot of really interesting stories and a lot of extra depth that you don't get in this book. However, I'm excited to see what this means for 10th edition moving forwards. I think it is a positive change, but I will say that NIDS, on the whole, they seem fine. I'm sure if you like them, I'm sure you're going to really love playing them. Their rules definitely seem to heavily manipulate Battle Shock, which again is a mechanic that never feels as significant as Games Workshop wants it to be. It's definitely got some matchup specific issues, but whatever. Overall, this NID book for me, I'm optimistic about the future of 10th edition off the back of it, but I'm definitely not 100% sold on the idea that everything's rosy from here on in, and that, you know, we need not worry any longer. And you know, this isn't the reassuring pat on the back that I was hoping for, but it's a long way from being terrible. It's actually really good. And I think NID players will really get a lot out of this expanded range. I just think it's a real shame that they fall short of what we received in 8th edition. Because the 8th edition book, again, going back through it, really good. So, yeah, 10th edition Tyranid Codex, pretty good. Happy with them overall. Seem like a fun faction. Not really interested in playing them myself, but obviously for those of you who are excited about running NIDs, you've already made your decision. You already own this codex. So good luck to you. I think it's going to be a fun time, you know, but at the same time, being the first codex of an edition doesn't always mean that you get in for the best time. So good luck with the grind is all I can say.
Lovely. Yeah, so I know we have been quite negative on the codex overall, but I feel like we've been picking at the generic stuff that's going to affect all codexes. So there's somewhat lack of the sub-factions aren't really in there. If you want to know the difference between Leviathan and Behemoth and how to paint them, you're going to struggle somewhat. There's some great visual things in there, like putting in the painting guide, specifically for Leviathan, having the combat patrol, having the crusade, all great stuff. Visually, I still think it's actually one of the best codexes. I think layout wise, I just love the look of it. And I'd say this as a professional designer, I think how they've done that and put stuff together, fantastic. How the contents page looks, that's brilliant. I like all of that. I think army wise, is pretty good overall. It's still got some thematic elements. So the Tervagon, which is the one that spawns all the little brood babies, those rules are still represented from, you know, that used to be there back in 7th edition, although it doesn't spawn a new unit anymore, sadly. It just adds to existing Hormagaunts. The Trigon, I think, is the one that used to, or was it the Morlock? It was always one of those two. Still buries up from under the ground and does damage to people. Doesn't quite do what it used to do, where it could disappear and do that several times, which is what they used to do in 6th and 7th edition. But it's still got a lot of those sort of like thematic elements in those units, basically in the new army sort of unit abilities. I think the army-wide rules are pretty solid. The detachments, while we've kind of quibbled on them, are overall pretty cool, and I think as a Tyranid player it'll be fun to explore all of them. But I don't think, with the exception of one or two, I think if you had a very generic kind of Tyranid army, you're probably only going to be able to lean into one or two of them, because it feels like a lot of those detachments aren't necessarily broad play styles. What you're doing is they're SKU lists, and you're leaning into particular models. So that's just something to bear in mind. Like, you'll need lots of monsters to do the Crusher Stampede. You'll need basically all the Lictors to do the Vanguard Infiltrators. So that'll be interesting, I think, for people. And, you know, if you've got a collection of literally everything under the sun, then you're golden, because you can do absolutely everything. So, yeah, it's good. A bit of a shame. Obviously, Forge World is always lacking in terms of support, but at least they do have the index rules. So can't complain too much. One thing's worth pointing out, and this is talking about specifically the app. So the app has updated. The index for Tyranids has disappeared, and basically the data sheets themselves are only unlocked with the codex. Weirdly, my app hasn't updated. I'm on an iPhone. So I've unlocked the codex using the code on my Warhammer. I can't see it in that app. And I'm still got the existing index data sheets and weirdly all the old points. So I don't quite know what's going on, and there's no option to manually update the app either. So that's a bit frustrating for me personally as a user of the app that I've unlocked it and I can't actually get access to the up-to-date rules. I've obviously still got the index stuff. I feel like it's quite poor consumer rights to basically give us all the index stuff for free and then completely content lock all the data sheets. I would much rather have all the data sheets available for free for users and then content lock the detachment abilities, because that's the sort of stuff that you might want to. That's a nice bonus and extra. I don't need to know that to just peruse the model range to see what stuff does. If I want to play against an opponent, I can look up the data sheet rules. I think that's something that should be fairly standard that people should be able to do. Yes, stratagems and stuff would all be technically hidden behind a paywall behind the codex, but I don't mind that so much. So, that was one thing I just wanted to raise because that's one thing I think's quite shoddy.
Yeah, I agree with that, though. And I think it was the same in 9th edition. The further along the app went, the more unhelpful it was.
Yeah, well, the data sheets were still available and you could view them. You couldn't search for them, though, and the abilities were locked on but you could still see the profiles of the stat line and the weapons, whereas now you can't see any of that, right?
No, yeah, and I think inevitably this is always the thing with the Games Workshop apps, right? It's always going to be, a means by which they are going to try and FOMO you into buying all the books so as you have all of the rules and that you're able to refer to them and get the function out of it. But yeah, obviously with every new codex that drops, the app becomes worse, essentially.
Unless you're buying every codex. And then again, also to, actually use the army builder, you need to be subscribed to Warhammer Plus as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, here's the thing, right? If you're paying the Warhammer Plus subscription, you should get everything on the app 100%.
That would be better. Like, I wouldn't mind that so much if it was you're either buying your individual codexes, and if you, let's say the army builder is still locked behind Warhammer Plus, or you get Warhammer Plus subscription, you get your army builder, plus you get all the codexes digitally, effectively. That wouldn't be so bad.
No, agreed. But as we well know, that's not what's happening. So, great. There we are. That is Tyranids, the Codex, sort of done. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Hopefully you found the random ramblings about the general state of things engaging. You must have done to some extent because you're listening to this bit. So, cheers for that. And
round of applause for sticking around.
Well done, you. We're going to move on now to whatever it is we decide to do next. Transitional noise. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. In this part of the podcast, me and Phil are going to wax lyrical about Age of Sigmar, although not specifically just waxing lyrical about Age of Sigmar. Moreover, actually going about the business of attempting to demystify the majesty of Age of Sigmar, so as you, the humble 40k player, may approach it with a level of understanding and appreciation that you may not previously have had. At least that's the vibe, right, Phil?
Yeah. A 40k's guide to Age of Sigmar.
Absolutely. A 40k player's guide to Age of Sigmar, where it's different, where it's somewhat the same, and why you might consider adding Age of Sigmar to your own gaming habits, as it were. That sound about right?
Yeah.
Indeed. So we're not here to wax lyrical about the history of Age of Sigmar. I think most of us here within the Warhammer 40,000 space are broadly aware of what the heck happened to create Age of Sigmar, but top line, broad strokes, basically, they used to have this game that everyone called Fantasy Battle, but was just called Warhammer, It may even have been Warhammer Fantasy Battles in its full title, but basically it was Warhammer. And that was all old-timey-wimey, goblins, token-esque stuff framed within a kind of Western European sort of aesthetic that essentially created battles of regimented forces of old-timey-wimey fantasy things fighting against one another in a pitched battle setting. And ultimately, it didn't make enough money. Now, there are a lot of people out there that liked Warhammer and its fantasy battle form, but clearly not enough of them spent enough money to satisfy the gaping maw of Games Workshop and their endless, ceaseless efforts to acquire all the coins. And as such, they thought, nuts to this, we're going to get rid of all this silly nonsense and replace it with a load of other silly nonsense, which will allow us to, one, be a little bit more expressive from an IP perspective, because that was also a consideration, because way back when Games Workshop took someone to a lawsuit,
Chapter
basically
House.
going, that was it, the Chapter House lawsuit, where they went, oi, stop doing this. And then, wasn't it basically the outcome of that they were told, but you don't own any of this stuff? And they were like, oh.
I think there was
Whoopsie-daisy.
several elements to it. One of them was if you have rules for something, it doesn't mean you have the copyright to make just the models for it if a company beat you to it and used the description of the model that doesn't exist to make a model, which is why you now no longer... There used to be a time when you basically had rules. There was for a particular unit, but there was no model for it, and people were expected to kit bash it and stuff like that. Weirdly, Forge World still does that, especially within Horus Heresy, but Games Workshop just doesn't do that at all. It only has rules if it has a model, because then they can sort of lock in the IP and the copyright for that model and design of the character and the name, especially. And Fantasy had a lot of just generic names, like you had your orcs and your dwarves, your human, the Empire, whereas now you've got orcs and you've got Druodin, slightly different and copyrightable names, basically.
Absolutely. So yeah, effectively, in the pursuit of money, they blew up the old world and they made it into this Age of Sigmar. And it's fair to say, at least from my personal experience with it, Age of Sigmar 1, as far as I was concerned, was a train wreck. I hated it. I absolutely hated that game. I bought in on it because, I'm a Games Workshop fanboy. I was excited about the prospect of a new game system. I bought the starter box set. I got my little golden boys and my half-naked corn lads. And I was like, ooh, this sounds compelling. And I put together some of the golden boys, added them in with my previous Empire army that I used to own way back when, and started playing some Age of Sigmar. And I was confronted by the fact that there were no points, and the game was a nonsense. It was just silly. It was basically boiled down to its most base level. And although they did a number of kind of things to make the entry into the game more appealing, ultimately as a gameplay system, it was pretty atrocious as far as I was concerned. I honestly really, really disliked Age of Sigmar out of the gate. I thought it was trash. And I held that belief for a real long time. But essentially got my mind changed during, the middle point of 3rd edition Age of Sigmar, which we're now towards basically the end of. But Phil, what was your early experiences with Age of Sigmar?
Well, when it came out, I was quite excited by the prospect. I bought the rule book, at least to read the lore side of it. And I also restarted collecting a Seraphon army. So I had one previously when they were lizard men and mostly metal and plastic. So I was like, I'll buy some of the new ones and have that as a new collection. Managed to create a few units, but never got far enough to have a army or actually even play any games of Age of Sigmar. As usual, I kind of liked the idea of having no points in the game, but it was clear that a lot of people found that quite frustrating. It was almost wildly impossible to balance the game because the idea was you just show up with to a table with whatever points you want. You could have 500 points. Your opponent could have 2,500 points. And apparently that didn't matter because there was I don't know, like a twist or a ruse that you could instant win, I think was how they tried to do it, if I remember rightly. And a lot of that got then, points got developed by the community to try and address those issues, which then got taken on board by Games Workshop themselves, and they eventually did release points to it. I think the aesthetic, especially the artwork, was very sort of light and colourful. It wasn't the sort of more grimdark style that it is now. There was a distinctive switch between AOS 1 and 2 where they dirtied up the logo and all the artwork was a bit more sort of as we know it is now, basically. But yeah, never got to play it. Always wanted to. I like the idea of it, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, look, conceptually, in terms of what they did, in terms of blowing up the old world, I think it was a brave decision. I think the stuff that led up to it was pretty terrible as well. I think the events of the end times were pretty bad. Again, I think much like some of the comments we've made about certain things that have happened around the narrative in 40K, but worse still with Age of Sigmar, or rather fantasy during its end times. I think, it was the way that they kind of demystified and essentially in a race to the end kind of changed lots of things and introduced lots of ideas that basically weren't met with a lot of excitement by long-standing fans of the setting. But all of that is irrelevant at this moment in time, because ultimately Age of Sigmar 1 is, a relative distant memory. Age of Sigmar 1, I believe, came out in 2013. So that's now
15, I think.
Was it 15? Well, I apologize there. So it's 8 years on into the cycle of Age of Sigmar. It is, cemented itself within the kind of core game system of, Games Workshop. This is a staple product for them that has a consistent, level of support and generates, I can only assume, a consistent level of business, and is well loved by many, many players. And I think, ultimately how they got here is somewhat irrelevant. What we want to basically try and do is talk to you about the game as it is today, and effectively try and give you an insight in how we have gone about getting into Age of Sigmar and how you might want to consider doing the same, or, just kind of hearing about our experiences and, wanting to live vicariously through our own poor life choices. Who knows what it is that you will get from this whole shebang, but hopefully you will find it informative at the very least, and it will enable you to at least approach the game with some level of, certainty when it comes to what it is you might need to buy, or what it is that you will want to kind of pick up in order to be able to play this game. So I think from the outset, I think probably the first thing we should say is that this is the final months of Age of Sigmar's third edition. Myself and Phil basically started playing Age of Sigmar this year. So essentially the halfway point into this edition of Age of Sigmar. Games Workshop are relentless now with their 3-year cycles. And we are now smack bang in the final months of year 3. So on the assertion that Age of Sigmar's third edition will release within the June-July window that Games Workshop brings new game systems to market, we are looking at a little over, 10 months until the next edition?
Yeah, so just under a year, basically.
Yeah, so there is definitely a, wisdom to those of you who are looking to potentially get into this game, but approaching it with kind of eyes wide open about the longevity of it. I think ultimately, if you are seeking to get into Age of Sigmar today, you should certainly be aware of the fact that this edition of the game is not going to be around for very long. And you should certainly consider that in any kind of purchasing decisions that you're making in pursuit of power in gameplay. The strongest factions today may not be the strongest factions tomorrow. And the strongest units will almost certainly not be the strongest units in the future. I can't imagine, with the way that Age of Sigmar is at the moment, that we're looking at much, if anything, being discontinued within the game. I think much of what is in the game now today will continue to be supported into their 4th edition. But it's fair to say that we have no way of telling what exactly is going to change in the future and what sorts of things will be good when 4th edition comes around. So what I would say to anyone from the outset who is thinking about getting into Age of Sigmar, pick an army based on a kind of aesthetic that you like. Obviously, a play style is relevant, but play style could change mildly. But I think it's logical to assert that much of the play style of these armies will remain broadly intact between editions. It's very rare that they dramatically change the way an army plays one edition to the next. But again, be conscious of that, because if it is that you like a very specific set of rules and a very specific set of mechanics that, enable those rules to kind of come to life, in all probability, the sort of nitty-gritty rule stuff will go away. So if you were Phil and you got into Night Haunts because you really love the mechanic of doing mortal wounds at the end of battle rounds, in all probability, that very specific rule is going to go away. But the archetypes of them being a survivable bunch of, gribbly ghosts that move quite quickly and, hit relatively well, but it's more about debuffs and kind of, mucking around with stats and things. A lot of those archetypes we imagine will stay, but specific rules will almost certainly change.
It's likely that codexes will roll over. Battle tomes. But like 40k, most editions, with the exception of 8th and 10th, codexes are still playable.
Battle tomes.
Well, no, sorry. I'm from the 40k context. I'm talking about codexes.
I'm sorry.
Rollover, and likewise battle tomes. Dan,
codexes. Hang on, sorry.
Will as well. It's unlikely they do a reset like we've seen in 40k with 10th edition, where they just get rid of everything and be like, okay, here's some indexes to tie you over. Obviously, that's what happened between Warhammer Fantasy Battle and AOS 1, where you got all these free BDFs with all the kind of crazy rules of, hide something behind your back and, twirl your moustache and shout very loudly at people. It was very sort of fun mechanics that put people off of AOS 1. So, yeah, the core mechanics and rules of your army will be in existence post the new edition, because your battle tome will still be in existence, but eventually that will be replaced with an AOS 4 battle tome at some point, in which case it might, vary quite differently in terms of how the rules are changing, depending on the direction that the edition will take, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we theorize, right? There's every possibility that Games Workshop could decide that they need to do a complete reset on Age of Sigmar 4. So, although I think Phil is correct in asserting that it's highly improbable, it's not
impossible. Yeah.
And again, that's the thing I think that's really important for everyone who's considering Age of Sigmar at the minute. Ultimately, being realistic, depending on your own personal kind of standards. I mean, I know people that can smash together armies and have them on the tabletop in some way, shape, or form in a matter of, days. So for those individuals who are really keen to jump in for, the game as it is right now, fair enough. Get out there and get building and, whack those xenofolds on and do a bit of the old slap chop, if you will. But ultimately, for most of us who probably take a period of time, not between 3 and 6 months to, meaningfully construct and paint to a reasonable standard, a relatively small force of even, say, 1,000 points. I would suggest that for those individuals, you just kind of go with the rule of cool. Buy stuff that you like, because the stuff that you like will never stop being something that you like, at least aesthetically. Ultimately, the rules will change, but I think ultimately, if you identify with or are excited about an army for a specific set of reasons, i.e. they look really cool, or there's a piece of lore that you really like about them, or there's just, something specific that really kind of sings to you individually, 100%, pick up that army and make it your own, and, hope for the best in the future. Because again, what is good today, as I've already said, cannot necessarily be guaranteed to be good tomorrow. And I think that's, an important thing always to remember when it comes to starting an army. But this isn't about, picking an army specifically. It's just a kind of advisory because of where we're at in regards to the life cycle of the editions. And as I say, in all probability, we are going to be in a situation where the new edition of Age of Sigmar is launching next year, and there are going to be big changes on the horizon. But irrespective of that, let's talk about the kind of, I don't know necessarily if we want to talk about kind of similarities. I think actually what we probably actually want to talk about initially is kind of the essential things you need to kind of get into AOS initially, I suppose.
Is it worth doing a little primer on what the setting actually is for people?
I actually don't really even know yet still. Do you?
Yeah, I can explain it in brief.
Could you, please? I need to know.
So the world that was the old Warhammer Fantasy world, it had a lovely map, which was basically based on the actual world. If you look at it, you can be like, oh, this is where England is and this is where France is. That all got blown up. And then out of the remnants of that formed the 8 mortal realms that there is. And that's also correlates to the 8 winds of magic that you had in old Warhammer Fantasy Battle. So there are 8 planes of existence. You need to think of it as a bit of it's a mixture of constellations, but also flat earthers, if you will. Basically, there are 8 like actual discs and each disc is like a giant flat planet, a world. Each one is themed on a different thing. So you've got like Azaya, which is a realm of heaven. I'll quickly list off what some of them are, but without naming them. So you've got realm of heaven, realm of fire, you've got death, you've got life, you've got light, you've got beasts, you've got realm of metal, and then you've got realm of shadow. And these all orbit each other in space, but they're obviously discs. So it's a bit like Discworld as well. Very strange. And I think it's the realm of light and the realm of shadow orbit each other, and in doing so that creates the day and night cycles that affect the other realms. Each realm is vastly huge, bigger, each one's bigger than like the old world that it was before. In the middle of each realm, that's where it's most stable, and then the further out you go, the magic gets more and more, I don't want to say chaotic, but more powerful, to the point where you can never physically reach the edge of these realms. So the idea is that the magic will just burst you apart and you'll be, disintegrated or whatever the theme of the realm is. And each realm is obviously got a particular theme. So the realm of life has lots of like plant life, stuff like that. The realm of fire, lots of volcanoes. People are very angry there. So there's ways of theming your armies, but also each setting has a distinct visual look to them as well. Because one of the problems with the old world is, the Seraphon, the lizard men, lived on a completely different continent to every other race. So, or the undead lived in, to the south. So how could they be fighting an army that was, up to the very north where the Norsemen lived, basically? It's like, because they'd be traveling through the Empire, for example, because that's in the middle. So there was always like logistical narrative reasons why certain armies would be fighting other certain armies when you were constrained by the old world. With this one, especially in Age of Sigmar 1, you didn't have maps at all. So it was all a bit nebulous what these realms actually look like. Quite often they're shifting. So now they have defined maps in AOS 2 and 3, but especially like the realm of beasts, which is what they're currently focusing on at the moment. It's like, here's a map as it currently stands, but that might change and shift because, continent plates are moving around. But how you move between each realm is through realm gates, which are these magical portals, which allow you to travel from one realm to another realm. And that's how you can justify that my army in the realm of death, let's say, because I've got a Nighthawk army, can travel to the realm of fire to fight some fire slayers that might be there. But then equally, fire slayers might be in every realm. To give a brief context of the history, Sigmar arrived because he was, the god from Warhammer Fantasy Battle. He arrived to one of these realms during the Age of Myth, which is like the original prehistory of the mortal realms. Him and the other good pantheon of gods, which also included Nagash at that time, kind of unified and joined together for the forces of good and created these great settlements that basically features in the terrain that you see nowadays. And eventually we had the realm of chaos, where basically chaos sprung up and took over all the worlds, pushing SIGMAR into the realm of light, where he sort of locked himself away, having a little hissy fit. And basically chaos won in this realm and domain as well. And then that's where we get to Age of Sigmar, hence the name of the game, which is where he created the Stormcast Eternal, which are based on the souls of heroes that were reforged into these, suits of armor. And that was when the Realm Gate Wars began, which was the first campaign series for Age of Sigmar, where it was, the gate was opened because it had originally been sealed. His armies came from the Realm of Light and started to push back the forces of chaos across all the different realms. And you have what was good about Age of Sigmar, which is quite novel for them at the time, is that the narrative was constantly developing with the game system. So the story, you could effectively play along with it, a bit like Horus Heresy, a bit like 40K now, how the storyline is developing and progressing. But that's always been like that with AOS.
Well, there we go. You have enlightened me, Phil, to the many wondrous ways of Age of Sigmar. Again, it is a very evolving narrative, though, as well, isn't it? And I think, again, what's actually, I suppose, quite interesting about it is that the designers, the writers, created a setting with infinite possibilities, or rather, a great deal more possibilities.
Yes.
And we have seen that really personified in how they've rejuvenated the range. I mean, some of the stuff that we got really early on was some of the more kind of straightforward expressions of a kind of, Warhammer fantasy setting made more extreme. They went, well, we need Space Marines in it. So there's Stormcast Eternals. They're kind of like Space Marines, but nothing like Space Marines because they're basically reincarnated warriors from olden times, made eternal by Sigmar and la-di-da. Again, in the second edition, as I understand it, they started to add some really interesting lore around the Stormcast Eternals, around the idea that some of them were starting to go a little bit, doolally.
Yes, yeah. So
being reforged.
Yeah, each time they get reforged, a bit of their memory disappears, which is, if you watch Black Talon on Warhammer Plus, they go into it in a bit more detail there, which is actually a really good story for starters, great animation and a great visual way of seeing the setting of Warhammer Age of Sigmar, basically.
Nice.
But yeah, they did things like, so the Fire Slayers were like, well, let's take Troll Slayers from fantasy and let's make that a faction. And let's
again, that was like in the early beginnings of it. It was right. It's like, what are the cooler elements of dwarves? Okay, cool. We'll make the dwarfiest dwarf. Dwarves hang out in forges. Dwarfy dwarf with fire, lovely. What's the orkiest orc? Iron Jaws, brilliant. It's like it's what orcs are, just bigger. Blah blah blah. Same with like the Blades of Khorne. It's just like the warriors of chaos, but kind of corned up to the nines. So relatively early on, again, even things with like the Sylvaneth, which I think were one of the early factions as well. They were just like like wood elves, but really woody.
Yes, it's like, but let's merge, I guess, the souls of them with the actual trees themselves. Yeah. It's, in a way, I could understand people being disappointed. It's like, where's my classic archetypes of a dwarf and a wood elf, or barbarian? It's like, those don't really exist. And it's only with third edition, are we seeing some of those come back, mostly with the Cities of Sigmar range, but but they've done a lot of really novel takes. I think Caradron Overlords is a perfect example of, let's say, the concepts of dwarves, but let's make them completely different. They're like sky dwarves. They're floating around in these giant boats. Something you never, there was some artwork, especially in like Man of War, with like blimps and stuff, but this is taken that to the next level and, fleshed it out as an entire faction. I think there's a lot more freedom and creativity in the army creation than there is with Warhammer Fantasy, where everything felt already so well developed and fleshed out that it was hard to fit in new units to the army ranges that they had.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's the thing. I think Cadron Overlords really showed an exciting future prospect for the range. I think the addition of Night Haunts was really fun.
Because they took the Khan Wraith model and were like, let's make that an army. And even the Tomb Banshee was another one which relates to some of the Banshee models that the Myrmidons that you get now. But what was great with them is so they did what was the campaign name? Hold on, I've got it written down. So at the end of AOS 1, they had a particular campaign.
Oh yes, I remember that. I just can't remember what it's called. That was
Malign Portents.
That was it.
And as part of that, there was this big event called the Necroquake, where Nagash was basically trying to get all the death magic from the realm of death. I think he had like a little black inverted pyramid that was trying to suck all the energy to him for him to then become a supreme being, although he already was one. And I think the Skaven ruined that somehow. It exploded, and basically death magic spilled out across all the other realms. And that was effectively... And because of that death magic going to all the other realms, that effectively created the Nighthaunt, I think. And then Catacross, who's the leader of the Ozark Bone Reapers, he awoken at some point. So there were like these narrative reasons for creating new factions, which I think was very good. And then likewise in AOS 2, at the very end of that, you had like the Kragnos. Actually, was it actually called Kragnos campaign? Kragnos was in it, and
I think it was just the realm of beasts or whatever it was, or the realm, something along those lines.
It was called Broken Realms. That was it. But as part of that, it was like a special spell from Eladriel, I think, from the Realm of Life, had done a certain spell, and what it had done is it accidentally unleashed Kragnos, who is this kind of god beast trapped underneath a mountain. He was released, and that to some other stuff. So I like how they've tied the narrative around the release of new models, which I guess we saw with the Lion, right, in terms of 40k and the that campaign series. So it's done really well, I think, in terms of that regard.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is the thing, though, as well, is that I guess where Age of Sigmar is really lucky versus 40k, though, is it because it's an entirely original setting, you can introduce things to us that we've never thought about before or never seen before. So when you go, hey, Kragnos, it's like, oh, cool, that's new and interesting. Whereas it's always like, I think the situation with 40k sometimes as well is because it has that weight of history, and we know that there is a lion somewhere. When all of a sudden the narrative gets very focused on that one piece of story, it becomes a little bit, it almost sort of feels like some of the time they then have to shoehorn in the other stuff. It's like what we saw with the events of the Arcs of Omen, where it's always like, you can't just sort of have a lion in isolation. You got to go, oh yes, but here you go orcs, and here you go Tau.
Yes, because of all these other model releases. Yeah, in terms of setting, I think AOS has a bit more freedom. Although saying that, they kind of had their cake and eaten it. It was like they destroyed the old world. They're like, cool, all these characters that you knew and loved, they're dead. However, the ones we really like, actually, we're going to bring them across. So there are lots of characters and gods from Warhammer Fantasy Battle that made it across to Age of Sigmar, like Nagash, the Lord of Death. He sort of resurrected and came along. You've got Teclis. You've even got Gotrex, just because he's a cool person and somehow escaped his death, because that's what he always does, I guess. And then what was interesting is the Horned Rats, the Skaven gods, actually joined the Pantheon of Chaos gods as like the fifth chaos god, which was an interesting take and direction for them there. And weirdly, Skaven's like one range that hasn't really had much development to it. And a lot of the races, because as we said, that they've redone a lot of them. So like, Caradron Overlords is like the new dwarves. It's like they haven't ever touched Skaven. Skaven's like the Seraphon, effectively being the two armies that have been relatively unfazed, untouched. They've stayed the same for the most part, with the exception of the latest round of range releases for Seraphon, where they've leaned into a certain design philosophy for them to make them look a bit more different from the old Warhammer Fantasy versions.
Yeah, I mean, Seraphon are a weird one, aren't they? Because Seraphon are basically now, like, they've just continued to kind of develop the aesthetic and create a more kind of heroic bearing to certainly things like Sauruses and Cold Ones, etc. But, like, broadly speaking, the Seraphon range is the same as the old Lizardman range. Like, it's one of the most, because again, to your point about talking about armies that are kind of imported across to Age of Sigmar and broadly stayed the same. Cities of Sigmar is one such example, although again, they've obviously done a lot of stuff to kind of express humans within the world of Age of Sigmar. But again, Seraphon are one of those armies where it's not really been like dramatically changed. It's just been beautifully updated. Same with Goblins. Goblins are another one that they didn't really do too much to, other than just give us lovely new beautiful miniatures. But a Goblin army as it was represented in Fantasy is broadly the same as it is represented now in Age of Sigmar. So, there are definitely a few examples, but for the most part, people are really kind of reinventing stuff, which is super nice. It's fair to say. But anyway, look, so I think, in terms of the range and the setting and everything that's there, I think there's some really cool stuff in terms of the model ranges now. I think we just gotten to a point with Age of Sigmar where there's just loads of really great variety. I think I'm really excited to see how they continue to develop the events of Dawnbringer to take us into the next edition. Again, I can't remember how many books they're saying they're going to do in this Dawnbringer series, but
I don't think they've said. I suspect it's 5 because I think that's what you had in Broken Realms. And I guess 5 is what we had for Arcs of Omen as well. 5. So I suspect it will be that, and that probably is one book every 3 months.
Yeah. But it's nice though, man. I like the way that they're kind of like, again, within these things, sort of shining a light on specific kind of, narrative moments, but also with the way that these kind of stakes ramp up and then lead to these, these big kind of moments within the world that moves it forwards. The same is broadly true of how 40k works, except for the weird thing I find with 40k is that we have the events of the Arcs of Omen. And again, forgive me if I'm being wrong about this. I know a lot of people love to tell me off for not reading enough, even though I feel like I read loads and loads. Within 40k, right, we have the events of the Arcs of Omen. We have the arrival of the Lion. We have all of this stuff set up with the Arcs of Omen. And then we move into 10th edition 40k, and it's Tyrannic War. It's like, okay. Like, it's a...
yes, it's okay, cool. They're not related whatsoever, and they had Vigilus was 8th edition, but it was still there in a bit of 9th edition as well, leading up to another big battle for the Nakman Gauntlet and stuff, and they didn't really follow that up until all the way of Arcs of Omen. But we had like the prior nexus of the launch of 9th edition as part of the Necron range refresh. A really cool, like, sort of story and sort of setting within this, like, sort of silent zone of the galaxy where there was no, like, warp energies and people just got depressed whenever they were there. And they didn't really ever expand on that in terms of, like, a campaign. Obviously, there was one of the Crusade books, I think, was sort of thematically set there, but story-wise, there wasn't really anything to it. And that's a bit of a shame. And I guess Leviathan is similar to that, where they're like, Tyranids are in the box set, so cool. Here's a story about, the Leviathan invasion. But you're right, that doesn't tie with the Arcs of Omen and Abaddon whatsoever. And that's a bit of a 360 in that respect, where it's like, if it had a bit more of a narrative thread leading towards it, it would have been quite cool. And, they've talked about, Tyranids and orcs fighting in what's it called? One of the campaign books. where they were like encircled, basically.
War of the Beast.
No, it was one of the Warzone books. Basically, they had orcs fighting Tyranids, and they created like this kind of circular ring of defensive planets to try and contain them. I want to say it was Chanuf, but it wasn't. It was.
Yeah, I remember the cover. I remember the covers, but I don't remember the name. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
And they could have tied in the Tyranids from that escaping to be part of this tendril or something, but they haven't at all. It was just like that. It may be because there's a tiny bit of new lore in the current core book, and I guess the Crusade book as well for the Tyrannic War, which might explain it a bit more, which I've not gone around to reading just yet. It's
the weird thing with 40k, right? Is that like 40k goes, right, here's 8th edition. 8th edition is about the events that follow the Indomitus Crusades. You didn't see the Indomitus Crusade, you just hear about it. And then they go Plague Wars and stuff, and the events of Vigilus, etc.
Yes.
And then we get into 9th edition, they go, bring it back. We're doing the Indomitus Crusade now.
Yes.
That's what they're doing.
Yeah. It was a bit of a retcon.
We're back in that space. And now it's like, where are we now? Nids. I don't know.
I think it's still the Indomitus Crusade.
I think so too.
It's almost like so much is happening because they're focusing on so many different bits of the galaxy all at once, rather than like these, unlike the Badab War, which was like a self-contained, battle, well, not battle, like a mini war, right? It happened. It was a campaign. It was set in a certain time period, and it's finished. It's not that I keep thinking, because I think with all the Warzone books they've done so far, they want to create these narrative threads that aren't really closed off, and most of them were left very open-ended. And I don't know if that's because they wanted to close them up at some later point, or they wanted them to be open-ended so you could play out to the ending yourself, maybe.
Yeah.
Which is interesting, but at the same time, from story perspective, it's like, you can give me the official ending and I can play out the ending myself, and headcanon, this is what I did. But it's a bit like games like Mass Effect or whatever. It's like there's an ending to it, but come the sequel, there was an official ending about whether your character died or lived or whatever that you can't that happens.
But no, anyway, it just feels a little bit more with AOS at the minute that we follow at least a sort of logical sequence of events still at the minute, which again, maybe that's where we're at now with 40k as well. But anyway, regardless of all the kind of narrative stuff, right? Let's talk about where you want to start if you want to get into it as a game or as a general kind of hobby pursuit. So the first thing you probably think that you should probably get is a rule book. Now, in the case of Age of Sigmar, as it is today, purchasing the Age of Sigmar rulebook, I would say, is a matter of personal preference. I don't think you need it in order to play and or engage with the hobby, but it is a nice thing to own if you want to immerse yourself in the world of Age of Sigmar and to enable yourself to kind of begin understanding the setting and getting a feel for everything that's kind of going on. It does a good job of introducing factions, establishing the stakes, if you will. So I think, as a world building tool, device, it's very useful. As an actual usable gaming accessory, I would say it's completely unnecessary as of right now.
I would agree, but in a way disagree. So another option, spoilers. There's the Games Workshop Age of Sigmar app, and I tried learning the rules from there, and you can do it that way, but I found reading the core rulebook so much easier just because it's on paper and reading things off of paper, and there's diagrams, for example, that just don't exist in the app version of the rules. However, the app will be up to date. If you did want the rules, I would actually suggest, and you want the most up-to-date rules, and caveat, my next suggestion isn't 100% up to date, but will be more up to date than the actual core rulebook, is the General's Handbook. So this was something they were producing every 6 months. much akin to the Grand Tournament pack that they do for 40k. It's now yearly, but it does come with, so there's like a sort of, it's the realm of beasts / Gur in the Thondia region, I believe, is the current setting that they've been developing all for this edition. They've basically been laser focused on one realm to explain it all in a bit more depth, how these realms work. So there's some, there's some seasonal content in terms of how you currently play the game, and that changes between General's Handbooks. There is an up-to-date section on the rules, which contains all like the terrain rules. It also contains all the endless spell war scrolls, because they get updated quite often as well. Endless spells is something we're just worth briefly mentioning. They introduced those in AOS 2.0 as part of Malign Sorcery, I think it was called. And that's basically, magic with actual models roaming around the tabletop. So you've got a great way of visualizing spells. There's a lot of universal ones. There's faction-specific ones as well. So that was introduced in 2.0. They're all in the General's Handbook as well.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, I think the General's Handbook is an essential purchase. I think what's really good still now about the General's Handbook as well is that the current General's Handbook we have will last us all the way up till the next edition of Age of Sigmar, which is...
Yes, I guess so. If it's... Yes, because it's for a year, isn't it? So it will do.
Yeah, so they last for a year. It's been out for a couple of months now.
Yeah, so you're right. If there's 10 months to go, it'll see you through. There's some great things about it. One, it's like A5 size, so it's much more portable. It's gamer friendly. It's ring bound, which is what they used to do one time with the GT one, and they've never done it since. And Dear Richie will never let them live it down, but we never got that kind of quality. But it's a really nice quality production. It's not cheap. It's quite expensive. It comes with some pop-out tokens that you can use for gaming aids. Comes with some pop-out battle tactics, which are a bit like secondaries, which I'm sure we'll talk about at some point as well. So you do get some nice like extra little pieces with it. The back page is also like a quick reference guide for some of your key things you might do in the game. It comes with its own set of missions, which they change every time. So there are some missions in the core rulebook. There's also Path to Glory in the core rulebook, which is the narrative, effectively their version of Crusade. So if you do want to do that, it's probably worth buying the core rulebook just for that, because those rules don't exist in the app, and it's the only place you can get it. And then there's faction-specific Path to Glory stuff in each battle tome as well.
Yeah. And I think that's the thing with the General's Handbook. I think as a gaming tool, as a tome, I think it's as near to perfect as Games Workshop or a product of its ilk could ever hope to be. I think it's, the ring-binded format is, super user-friendly, as is the fact that they break everything down into really easily accessible tabs. It's just a very, very well put-together tool that, I would argue that all gamers need to own. Not least because obviously it gives you the latest and greatest version of Age of Sigmar as it is in the the current GHB as we always say. So it's really valuable, I think, for everyone. And I think ultimately at this stage of the game, if I was going to prioritize purchasing either the General's Handbook or a rule book, I would say as of right now, I'd buy that General's Handbook. But
it's probably cheaper as well. And it's worth saying that the General's Handbook is the matched play book, basically. So if the equivalent of 40k GT book. So if you want to go to a tournament, that's the rules that they'll be using. If you want to do a pickup game, that's probably what you would use. The actual missions are really good. They're very narrative as well. So they're perfectly fine for casual games. It's not like it's a particularly like try hard competitive rule set, even though that's what it's also used for.
Absolutely. So I think first off, you need the rules, right? So you can either access those through the rulebook, which we're broadly suggesting probably isn't your priority. But again, if it's something that you want for your collection for the future as well, it's always nice to have old rulebooks. I love old rulebooks. I have two Age of Sigmar rulebooks. I have Age of Sigmar 2 and Age of Sigmar 3. I didn't get the Age of Sigmar 1 rulebook because there wasn't one. Well, not one.
There was a big hardback book because I picked it up, and then I later sold it. Unfortunately, and then I sort of have a bit of regret about saying that because it would have been nice to have had all of them. A bit like, get in there early doors, so when there's like AOS 7th edition, you'll be like, oh, look at all my collection.
Yeah. I suppose that's it, isn't it? It's nice to have the old school stuff in your kind of collection. I mean, crikey, I've just been buying a bunch of other 6th edition books at the minute just to kind of finish in Warhammer 40,000, just to finish some of that collection. But I digress massively. But so the rulebook we're not suggesting is the way to go. You can freely access the rules digitally through the Games Workshop Age of Sigmar app, but also I believe the rules for Age of Sigmar are also on Warhammer Community as well, in digital kind of PDF form. At least I think they are. Am I wrong about that?
I'm not sure. They were in previous editions when they were like the 4-page rules of AOS 1 and maybe 2. I don't know if they would be. I don't think they are for AOS 3, but I could be wrong. I'm not entirely sure.
No,
but most people just go for the app, and it's worth saying that the app is completely free at the moment. It's not technically meant to be because they've always stated that it's in beta, and like with the 40k one is shifting to use the battle builder, army builder. That's meant to cost you, but it currently doesn't. It's fantastic. It's 100% worth using. You do not need Battle Scribe for Age of Sigmar or anything else. To be honest, you can view all the war scrolls for all the armies completely for free. I think there are some specific either abilities or battle tactics that are army specific that are locked that you do need to unlock with your battle tome. But for the most part, as a rules reference or looking up your army rules to work out what you want to play with, you can do it all through the app, basically.
No, good point. So, the app's there. That's definitely a worthwhile thing to get regardless. And then there's the General's Handbook, which we're pretty much saying is the thing to get if you're looking to get into it this side of 4th edition, as it were.
Yeah.
If you're thinking that you're going to start playing Age of Sigmar in the next 10 months, pick up the General's Handbook. If you're, just looking to kind of build up a force and start accruing, miniatures in preparation for 4th edition, then this entire bit at the beginning here is entirely irrelevant, or this bit we're saying here is entirely irrelevant. Or
just use that app to work out, have a vague idea of rules, if you want to be aware of what stuff does. Because that will, unit-wise, in terms of it's a shooting unit, it's an elite unit, stuff like that is, the app will tell you that sort of thing, and that will probably still be relevant for next edition. Yeah, I would say it's only worth buying the core rule book if, 1, you like pretty pictures and the lore, 2, you really want to read from a big chunky rule book rather than the General's Handbook. Or you want to do the narrative side of the campaigns for Path to Glory, which is like sort of slow grow, build your army up. It's akin to Crusade, but also completely different from Crusade at the same time.
No, totally. So that's that part of it. Again, on the assumption that you're wanting to play sometime in the next 10 months, once you've picked your army, you need to pick up the relevant battle tome. Again, you can kind of wiggle around this with the app at the moment in terms of getting points and some of the general stats, but all rules are essentially locked away unless, of course, you own the battle tome. So similarly to how it works with 40k, you basically have a code on your book, and then you register that at My Warhammer, and then you are able to access the fullness of the rules available there. There are also some battalions, which is basically Age of Sigmar for formations or specific kind of army builds. Those battalions only become available, actually specifically the armies of renown, which again is yet another naming convention around specific units, etc. Those can only become available in some instances if you have the book registered to your My Warhammer account. So, for example, if you wanted to use the latest formations from Dawnbringer, so you wanted to take your Rabble Rouser and its retinue. If you don't have the Dawnbringer book that registered on your account, that detachment, that army of renown, wouldn't be offered to you as a viable option as far as I'm aware.
So the Dawnbringer book, they literally, as time of recording today, released book 2 of the Dawnbringer Crusade series. That is their equivalent of the Arcs of Omen campaign, the kind of campaign books to lead up to the new edition. The first one had a couple of units rules in them that they also give away for free. And then, some effectively regiments of renown, I think these were called.
Regiments of renown, that's the words, yes.
However, I do believe the second one has armies of renown, which is slightly different, apparently, but I've not actually seen them yet. I've just heard people talking about them. Regiments of Renown is a name that harks back into Warhammer Fantasy. It's basically a preset selection of units that have a bunch of extra abilities thrown in for good mix, a bit like formations from 7th edition. And as you say, there's also specific battalions, which is like a bit like a CAD structure from days of old, where you have to fill in your certain slots to unlock abilities. However, you don't need to build your army to them, unlike a CAD where you have to have a fixed thing. You can build your army however you want. I do believe you need a minimum of a warlord and I think 2 battle line units, and battle lines is their equivalent of troops. But beyond that, you can build it however you want within some stipulations of maximum of things like Behemoth, which is a version of big monsters, basically. But the detachments or battalions, they're basically add-ons that you throw on to your army afterwards, and you can have multiples of them, but you don't need to build your army using them specifically, if that makes sense.
No, that makes total sense, mate. So, anyway, on the assumption that you want to get into playing it this side of this edition, you can get by with the app, but you won't really get into the juice of it unless you get your own battle tomes. So once you pick the faction, get your battle tomes. Battle tomes are really straightforward. They are essentially the same as codexes. You buy the book. You only really need the one book for your specific faction. There is some nuance in there if you want to start adding in other kind of allies into it, other kind of factions. So it might be that you want like a giant for whatever reason, or you want to add in another kind of regiment renown. Some of those rules are found elsewhere, but fundamentally I think to get things going, and to be honest with you, I think it is the best approach for the game that you just kind of stick to the confines of your one kind of faction battle tome. I don't think it's really very smart for you when getting into the game to, start looking at all the kind of nuanced builds and things that you can kind of create around. So you get your rules, you get your book for your army, and then you just go about building lists, collecting miniatures, painting them, and doing all the rest of it. One of the things I will say... Oh, sorry, Phil, please.
I was going to say it's worth noting that every faction belongs to 4 major orders, I guess, or super factions. So you have Order, you've got Destruction, you've got Death, and you've got Chaos. So Chaos has obviously all the Chaos armies, plus Skaven. Destruction has Orcs, Goblins, Trolls, those kind of let's say nuisance armies like Beastmen.
People.
Weirdly, Skaven don't fit in there, even though it feels like they should have, but they're actually now in Chaos. Order is, let's say air quotes, the good guys. So you've got Stormcast Eternals, you've got Seraphon, Cities of Sigmar, but you also have Daughters of Cain, which are quite bloodthirsty people, but overall they are seen on the side of light. Obviously you've got your dwarves and elves basically all sit on that side, and then Death, you've got the old Nighthaunt, you've got Soulblight Graveyard, which is like the classic Death army from Warhammer Fantasy. You've got Ossiarch Bone Reapers, and you've got the ghouls who've got proper name, and I can't remember what they are now. But the ghoul people who are effectively Bretonians having gone mad because they all think that they are knightly regents, but they're all cannibalistic monsters basically. So yes, every army will fit within like that one of those pantheons, but army wise it doesn't make too much difference. I think with the exception of your allies will be within another faction within your super faction. And then your regiments of renown, if you have that, will always be another faction, again, like allies within your super faction. And then every army, much like in 40k, has a sub-faction, or pretty much all of them have sub-factions that unlock certain abilities, much like the 40k sub-factions work.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, different armies have different kind of gimmicks, right? And truthfully, there are some armies that will be much easier for new players to get into than others. We're not really qualified to rate the complexity of different armies because we haven't necessarily played enough, but it's relatively obvious from the outside looking in which armies offer greater levels of complexity versus others. There is a lot of aura or kind of buff layering within the game. There is a lot of effort that needs to happen in order to kind of, synergize and get the most out of your miniatures on the tabletop. But certainly for my money, at least, I think some of the easier factions that you could look at to begin with are honestly the factions with very limited ranges. I think the more limited a range of miniatures, the more immediately obvious it becomes in terms of what, archetypes are available and what kind of things work. They're not necessarily the best armies and they're not necessarily going to give you the highest win percentages, but they are at least easy enough to get your heads around. So if you look at something like your Gloomspike Gits, for example, they have a very exhaustive range, right? They've got loads of different types of goblins, loads of different types of trolls, loads of different stuff. There's lots of stuff in Gloomspikes. So it can get a little bit kind of overwhelming. But if you look at something like Fire Slayers, for example, Fire Slayers are a very limited range. They've basically got a very small selection of foot troops, one big monster, a couple of characters. Broadly speaking, they're a relatively easy army to kind of get your head around from the outset, which is basically they're super durable and they hit quite hard, but they just don't move very fast.
Yeah, they're mostly close combat based, but I think they have one unit of shooting guys. It's also worth saying that every army will have an Underworlds warband that's playable in Age of Sigmar, and probably a Warcry warband as well. Specifically, the Chaos ones have loads more. Potentially avoid those altogether, as though they are probably some of the best sculpted minis out there. A lot of them are limited releases, so quite hard to get hold of. They always tend to be very overpointed, it seems, in my mind, for what they do. And they always have a very niche role in terms of what they do. So they don't necessarily plug and play quite easily into your army or necessarily will play well, but visually look amazing. So if you want to go down a narrative route, by all means, get them. But for simplicity, at least on the outset, I would avoid getting them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the thing. For me, from the outset, when I got into Age of Sigmar, I actually had a Gloomspike Gits collection, but I was quite overwhelmed by the amount of options within it. Me and Phil were looking at this obviously for the doubles event that we did earlier in the year, and Iron Jaws were just super simple. Like Iron Jaws run at you, hit you hard, and if they don't kill you, then die shortly thereafter. That's kind of the gimmick with the Iron Jaws. They just run in, hit hard, and hope for the best. That is a very easy archetype to get your head around. Whereas Phil, on the other hand, went with Night Haunts, which aren't necessarily one of the most exhaustive ranges, although they definitely are on the mid-size. I think they're actually
they've got a decent amount.
But they are they are tricksy, right, Phil? Like there's a lot of stuff that you always have to be thinking about between your unmodifiable saves, your ward saves, which essentially feel no pain, the extra gimmicks you get when you charge in, the fact that you can auto wound on 6s to hit, all this stuff that basically
there's a lot of army special rules, which was a bit complicated to get your head around, but after a couple of games, you sort of get used to it. But there are a lot of synergies between units. They're very like character heavy, so you can build different army archetypes based around what type of characters you want to take. So one reduces all damage by 1 within an aura. Another can increase like the rend on your weapons, which is AP. We should probably talk about these general rule mechanics and the 40k equivalents. But yeah, you can get all these different characters, and depending on which ones you take, will buff your army in slightly different ways. Most of the army is overall quite quick. Doesn't hit particularly hard and can't really take much of a hit back. So they're quite a fragile army, I would say. But they can, when they do charge, hit quite hard en masse. But that's not always easy to do.
Yeah, exactly. So, that's the thing, right? There's loads of different armies, loads of different archetypes, loads of different things you can do. Ultimately, what I would say is those archetypes will remain the same edition on edition, in the sense that the Aurochs, or rather the Ironjaw Aurochs, are always very likely to run in and hit hard. It's highly improbable that they're going to move away from that. However, they may nuance or change very specific rules that enable to do that. So if I'm buying, free war chanters, because war chanters have a very specific function in the game as it is today, there's no reason to believe that those war chanters will operate exactly the same in the future. So I'm making a purchase decision based on the fact that war chanters are good today, accepting that in the future it's probable that they won't be as good. Certainly not now that Ironjaws have had quite a reasonable range refresh as well. They've had a lot of extra stuff added just recently. So it's probable that they're going to, see changes to certain staple units in the future. So again, just approach it with what you like the look of. Obviously get into the weeds with it. Think about the kind of stuff that sounds really fun about them. But build around the archetypes as opposed to the rules specifically, and ultimately buy units that seem cool. It might be that right now the Cruel Boys haven't really got much going on. They don't feel like a super strong faction. But, who knows what comes around in the future. If you like that kind of sneaky orc aesthetic, they're going to hopefully be super fun in the future. And that's the thing, right? It's an interesting game in that sense.
You could aim to say, I want to get 1,000 points, which is what we did, right? Because we were aiming to go to a doubles event, so we'd take 1,000 points each. So collectively, I think the 4 of us, because it was Tim and Richie as well. That's what we will aim for. You could say 500 points, and that will give you at least 2 to 3 units, I would say. Enough to, start learning the mechanics of the game and start moving stuff around on the table. 1,000 points is reasonably sized, and you can have fun games at that size. It might be a bit more swingy, or the board sizes, I think, same with 40k, I don't think the 1,000 point board sizes work particularly well for the size of the armies, whereas 2,000 points sort of unlocks the bigger board, which just seems to work better, I think. And the other thing that's worth noticing is, yes, AOS has terrain. It's arguably not as important to the extreme level that it is in 40k. It's still good to have because there are some shooting, so that can mitigate it. There are terrain that you can effectively embark within, and you can control it and then attack out of, and that gives you certain bonuses. But you can almost play your first couple of games with 0 terrain on the table, or like a couple of, Coke cans or whatever, drink of choice, to just represent some terrain for you to move around. So there's some interaction with movement and things like that. There's obviously endless spells, which is something you can add on to your army. And I think in terms of army construction, that's what you obviously need objective markers as well, and objective markers are much larger in terms of their aura in comparison to 40k as well, so that's another difference when it comes to actually playing a game.
That's all really good points though, because terrain is important. I mean, again, obviously depending on the size of game you play on similar size boards to 40k, so 1,000 points is played on your 44 by 30, and then the 2,000 points is played on the 60 by 5 foot by 44 inches.
Yeah.
So it's all pretty standard.
If you had some of those generic 40k battle mats that aren't the city ones, and it's just kind of like a ground sort of design, then they work for both quite easily, I think.
I mean, again, though, Age of Sigmar is a setting that is so kind of diverse in terms of what can happen. There's no reason why. I mean, I played Age of Sigmar a couple of weeks ago at the local club, and we ended up playing using 40k terrain on what was essentially a city's board, because it was like, well, who's to say that there wouldn't be something like this somewhere in...
Well, I guess the Gothic ruins lead to a kind of almost like steampunk Caldron Overlord style vibe. So you could get away with some 40k terrain to an extent, especially some of the older stuff, which was a bit more just like traditional Gothic. Personally, I would say the old aesthetic of buildings from Warhammer Fantasy is nicer than the terrain in the current Age of Sigmar range, because that all of those ruins in AOS harken back to the Age of Myth, which is a very kind of like ornate style architecture and the ruins and stuff. And I personally actually don't. That's the one thing I don't necessarily like about AOS, is that kind of grandiose ruins, whereas actually, old like little straw huts or thatched cottages, or from like Mordheim style or something, I find far more appealing.
The thing that I always feel like with Age of Sigmar is, again, like Age of Sigmar as a setting feels like it should have more fantastical tables. Obviously, there's limits to what you can obviously accomplish, but it feels, rather than actually worrying about terrain, it could just be an empty plain. But like when you look at the photography of Age of Sigmar, the realms of these areas of just sort of shattered reality where everything's all over the place. There's floating islands and stuff's cracking all over the place. And I always feel like that would be super cool if you could, bring that to life as a gaming table. Certainly would be challenging in some regards, but I think those challenges are fun. And again, for AOS, it feels like something cool that you could try and accomplish with it. Yeah. But
some of the best terrain they did was the Khorne Fortress.
Oh god, yeah.
I think there's still one that they do, which is like the Khorne Blood Cauldron or something, which is very similar in that
altar
design,
or whatever it is. It's the which is in that design. But they did do a phase where they did an entire
fortress.
Fortress.
That was very cool.
That was cool, to be fair. They don't really. Well, it's been a while now since they've revisited the whole fortress idea. Me and Phil are looking at options on that front, although I feel like it needs to just be 3D printed at this stage, because we're entering into an Age of Sigmar campaign, which requires a fortress wall at some point. So we need to...
Not for a while, thankfully. But
exactly. We'll have time to solve it.
Yeah.
Please, someone out there, recommend us a fortress wall. Anyway, so look, I mean, that's it really from the outside in terms of getting into it. Get the rules, get your army, get a book that tells you what the army does, and you're pretty much off to the races. Like, if you want to obviously explore the endless spell stuff, that's going to be very army specific. Unfortunately,
you don't need to as well.
You don't need to. You don't need to.
You can avoid that.
But unfortunately, if you do want to get like the generic endless spells that are available to everybody, there's only one way of buying them at the minute, which is buying all of them in a very quite expensive
box. It's like 50 odd quid, I think.
50 quid, yeah. And it's direct order
and
only.
You get 12, I think, endless spells. If you want to buy individual ones, they're normally like 10, 15 quid on eBay. It's not cheap, but if I think I bought one for the double storm and it probably maybe cost me like 8 quid, just because I was like, this is the only one I want. Although now I'm like looking at more because I'm sort of getting more into it.
Well, I bought the whole set, mate, because I'm a lunatic. So,
yes, no, I remember you saying. The other option, I think, and this is something I would strongly encourage, is like kit bash your own, like theme them to your own army and lean into that. And we've talked about it loads when we have talked about AOS, is that, people do like to theme their armies and kit bash them and be kind of almost more wildly creative than you would see in some 40k armies, for example. So a lot of people do go a bit mad, and that's highly encouraged. So you can do that with the endless spells, because then you're making them on the cheap, basically.
And I suppose that's the last thing I will say in terms of some of the core differences as well between Age of Sigmar and 40k, at least from the outset, is that I think with the way Age of Sigmar plays and the way the game is like it's no one is expecting to not see each other in a game of Age of Sigmar, right? Like, yes, there are terrain features that will make it difficult, but the idea of a particular piece of terrain having a specific rule that makes stuff behind it obscuring is just not a reality that exists in Age of Sigmar. Basically, in Age of Sigmar, people just assume, for the most part, that their stuff's going to get seen, which basically massively frees people up in terms of their expressiveness, in terms of building and converting miniatures. Because effectively, the thing in Age of Sigmar that's most important, at least based on what I understand, is the base, right? Like the base size is the thing, and then what you observe is people then just kind of do these mad embellishments. So we were looking at a team when we went to the AOS Devils back in January who had taken like steam tanks and all these other stuff from like Cities of Sigmar, and they had put them on these ridiculous resin bases, which,
and
you know,
giant acrylic rods.
Giant acrylic rods. And then these things were flying basically like 3 foot off the table. I mean, it was just insane, right? Like, it was just absolutely bonkers. But again, the reason for that is they're just going, oh, well, whatever.
So I think there is terrain that is like obscuring that you can't see or shoot through, you don't necessarily go line of sight to the model. I think it's much more done from like base to base.
Yes, correct. Everything's base to base.
So yes, you can be a bit more expressive in terms of the model, which is interesting because that was the opposite of how AOS 1 was. AOS 1 was you measured like everything. It didn't matter what base you were on, and this is why it was obviously the big switch from square to round bases. They basically said, yes, you can still have stuff on square bases because you measure to the model itself, which was interesting because if you had a model on a dragon, like a guy on a dragon, you would measure his attacks from the dragon itself. So he might have a long range lance that could hit things on the ground, but someone on the ground might not be able to hit him up on the dragon, but could hit the dragon. And so there was lots of weird nuances around range, and flying stand stems and stuff all in AOS 1, which they've probably for the best got rid of.
Totally.
How the rules work now.
Base sizes are very rigid in Age of Sigmar.
Yes, they actually give you the base sizes specifically for every single model, which isn't something they do in 40k. So if you do want to kit bash something or convert something based on a different model, you can either go on the website and there's a PDF, or on the 40k app. And I think it's something called like the War Scroll. Something. It doesn't say base sizes. It's got a very odd name to it. And that's where it lists pretty much every single base size for your models. And you know, because sometimes, and I had it quite recently actually. I bought something that came with one of the magazines, like the Conquest magazine. And the base I had in there was actually different to the actual normal standard base size that you get in the box. So I had to check on the app and work out which was the correct one for me to be using. Pitched Battle Profiles, I think it's called, if I recall correctly.
There you go. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, that's the stuff that you got to get started with, right? And then let's just quickly talk really briefly, because I don't want to sort of go crazy in depth on this, because I don't think that's what this segment was ever intended to be. How it plays and where those kind of points of differences are, and also where those similarities are, right? Because fundamentally, one of the things that's really interesting is that I've made this statement a lot when talking about 40k. 40k at its core, at least 8th and 9th edition, have just been Age of Sigmar with 40k rules layered on top, right? So the core of the engine that made up Age of Sigmar has essentially been, or had been, ported over to 8th and 9th edition 40k. And again, a lot of people sometimes wonder about what I mean when I talk about the kind of engine and the kind of core principles, but essentially a lot of what makes Age of Sigmar was in 40k, but the way that 40k maintained its 40k-ness was that a bunch of core 40k rules were essentially layered on top of Age of Sigmar. So effectively, there was a lot of stuff in terms of how Age of Sigmar operated at its core that was then kind of nuanced with 40k. So when you get into Age of Sigmar, at least if you are playing Age of Sigmar from the perspective that you are very comfortable with playing, say, 9th edition, lots of similar concepts in terms of the movement phase, the charge phase, and things all come into effect in the similar kind of way. So, if it was that in the movement phase you were needing to fly over something and you had the fly keyword or the fly special rule, or you just said you had the ability to fly or ignore terrain in some way, that would work much like it did in 9th edition 40k, i.e. you just draw a line and go over anything, and as long as you can land on the other side and be placed, it's fair game, basically. That is obviously not the 10th edition way, but we're not here to talk about 10th edition 40k. I'm just basically talking about some of the sort of similarities. Equally, if it was that you were having something arrive from reserves, you still have to observe the 9-inch spacing between you and your enemies. The only real kind of standout difference between Age of Sigmar and 40k when it comes to the movement phase is the 3-inch area denial. So basically everything in Age of Sigmar has a engagement range of 3 inches. That doesn't necessarily mean that they can fight when they're within engagement range, because one of the other things that's really interesting about Age of Sigmar is that all melee weapons have ranges, but we can talk about that momentarily. Yeah. But fundamentally, one of the things that you really have to adjust to early doors with Age of Sigmar is that you can't just put a miniature within 1.1 inches of an opposing miniature. You have to constantly respect their 3-inch engagement.
Yeah, and I do like it because basically it means a double 1 on the charge always fails, as opposed to in 40k that you can just effectively auto charge if you're within 2 inches.
Yeah. And again, obviously the odds of you rolling a double 1 are very low. But it does happen more often than you would like to admit. And I think that's a really nice, subtle but effective mechanic that still adds a little bit of risk to something that would otherwise be kind of like a certainty.
While we're talking about charges, I'll say it now. You don't get to, I mean, this is a bit nitty-gritty detail, but it just shows you the difference of changes and how nice it is. It's like when you're charging, you just roll your charge roll, and then once you've seen what the result is, you can then pick your target of the charge afterwards. You don't have to declare it up front. So in a way, when you get that kind of analysis paralysis of having to decide who you're charging, it's like just roll the dice and then see. And if you don't want to charge, you don't have to.
Yeah, exactly. That's it, right? And it's a really nice quality of life thing. So yeah, in terms of how movement functions in the game, it's massively important. The other thing as well, actually worth stating, is coherency. Coherency in Age of Sigmar is 1 inch. So all models have to be within an inch of each other. So not 2 like it is in 40k.
Yeah, but it is similar in terms of the, if it's 6 models or over, then you need 2 models within it rather than just 1, much like in 10th edition 40k.
Yeah, so it shares a lot of similarities in that regard, but ultimately, those core differences is the 1 inch consolidation, or rather unit coherency, the ways that things like fly and stuff work is much more old school, so much more akin to what you will have experienced in 8th and 9th edition. And then lastly, it's that 3-inch kind of area denial thing, right? So that's kind of core differences there. I suppose as well, actually, even though we kind of got ahead of ourselves, there is actually the most weirdly weird part of Age of Sigmar, which is the hero phase. That's actually probably the phase that needs a little bit more description. So probably should have started with that, given that that's the sequence it comes, but I'm doing it now anyway. So the hero phase is actually quite complicated. Me and Phil have had this conversation before, and we actually feel like the hero phase, it would really benefit the game for new players if they broke it down into 3 phases, because although it basically is 3 phases all under the banner of hero phase, I think having, a specific phase for the specific parts of it would be really valuable in terms of just communicating to new players. I don't think it's wholly necessary, because obviously once you get used to it, you understand how it works. But there is a part of me that does still get a bit confused about the sequencing, as it were. So Phil, the parts, what are they?
So in effect, you at the very beginning of it, you gain command points, much like you would in 40k. There's a slight nuance to this where if it's your turn and you are going first in the turn, and we do need to talk about the priority role, which we can talk about afterwards. But if you're going first in that battle round and it changes, you get 1 command point. If you're going second, you get 2 command points. And if your warlord is alive, you gain a command point as well. So there's an extra incentive for killing your opponent's warlord. With those command points, you can then do command abilities, which is a bit like orders is the best way to describe it for guard players. But before you do any of that, you get to do a heroic action. So it doesn't matter how many heroes you got on the table. You can pick one of those heroes and you can do one of 4 generic actions on them. A simple one is you go, I want this guy and I want to gain an extra command point on a roll of a 4-up. There's a few others where you can buff them up to be super good for combat, and they are sometimes like a one-off ability that you can only do once per game. And then there's like another one where if you're not in combat, you can go, I want to try and heal some wounds on that person, and you've got to like beat your leadership test to be able to heal yourself. So there's a few different ones you can do, situational, depending on what your models are doing at what point in the game, for example. And then once you've done that, your wizards, if it's your turn, can cast spells. And then your opponent has a chance to unbind those spells.
Yeah, and that is actually, again, the other nuance in this current GHB as well, is you also have the arcane dice mechanic, which is a whole other thing as well. So basically, yeah, the sequence of the hero phase is gain your command points. If you went first, you get 1. If you go in second, you go 2. And then there's another load of stipulations that essentially leads to you gaining more.
It's normally between alive, 1 or 3 on average.
That's the normal. Yeah. Unless, of course, you play Bone Reapers, in which case you get like 100. That's something they do. Anyway, and then you will roll for your primal dice or whatever it is, the new arcane dice system that's in this current GHB.
Only if you're playing with the current General's Handbook, though. Yeah,
which is what it will be to the end of the year. So I suppose it's relatively relevant to say it. So you'll gain those dice if you meet the criteria. Then you'll do your heroic action, which is, as Phil has stated, a thing that is, beneficial to you. Then you will do your magic, then you do your commands, or is it commands then magic? No, it's magic then commands, isn't
magic, then commands, although most commands are done in other phases of the game, with the exception of, I think, Rally. So Rally is a bit like healing, but you can bring back models, and you can only do it on a unit that isn't in combat.
But loads of different armies have loads of different extra stuff that they layer onto this thing. It is, again, I suppose similar in the way 40k works now, in so much as in 40k, you basically go command point, battle shock, objective, secured stuff to earn points for the primary, although that's actually more mission specific than command phase specific. The point is that you basically do a bunch of stuff in a sequence. And that is effectively true of SIGMAR. It's just that in SIGMAR, it feels a little bit more substantial at the moment than maybe it does in 40k. But it's a big part of it.
Yeah, and I think the key difference is heroic actions and heroic commands sound similar, but do completely different things. Heroic actions is the thing where one hero, and both of you get to do this, regardless of whose turn it is, get to do one heroic action on one model. And then heroic commands is effectively like an order that you can issue to a unit. Different types of units have different ranges, so your commander can issue a heroic command further away than some other units can. And then elite units, considered to, have their own sergeant, for example, is the best way to describe it in 40k terms, can issue the order to themselves, so they don't need a character to issue it to them. So that's also something to bear in mind when you start getting into the weeds of that mechanic, basically.
But it's also really a worthwhile point as well, though, isn't it? Because, and that's one of the things that really creates an emphasis on making sure that you have ample characters. It's almost like basically every single army in Age of Sigmar sort of operates like Tyranids, in so much as you need your synaptic creature in order to issue orders to certain units. Now a lot of units will have the ability to issue orders to themselves, but certainly there are plenty that don't. So, again, you want to make sure that you've got a good sort of assortment of characters in there.
So, and it's worth saying that I think there's a bunch of core actions that they're in the core rulebook that everyone can do depending on different phases of the game. So, for example, effectively, Overwatch, when you get charged, is a generic order that you can issue. It's not like a stratagem. Stratagems don't really exist in this game, but I think stratagem is the closest example, 40k equivalents of what these are. And then obviously, characters have their own individual actions, so individual, commands that they can issue. And then the units that are elite often have their own specific one that they can issue to themselves as well, sometimes, or they're just issuing the generic core rule ones, which is, the most common examples is all out attack and all out defense, which gives you, one of them's +1 to hits and the other one's +1 to your save, which obviously, and then you spend your command points to do that. And you can't, specifically for those two, because they're the close combat ones, they don't stack. So you can't issue both of them to one unit. So there are little nuances here and there when it comes to getting around that, which does get a little bit fiddly when you're first starting out. But you get the hang of it eventually.
Yeah, absolutely. As always with these things, a lot of tabletop wargaming is just about reps, and just making sure you keep putting in the effort to learn those mechanics. And it's fair to say myself and Phil are still far from being experts at this stuff. But
for sure. And I think even when we were getting it wrong in our first couple of games, we were still having a lot of fun, and it still felt balanced, even though we were kind of both forgetting to do it, or maybe we were doing it incorrectly. But we were both doing it incorrectly, so it was fine. So it's all balanced out, if that makes sense.
That's it. We're both cheating as hard as each other at that point, so it's fine.
Or cheating as incompetently as each other.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. So anyway, so that's a big thing. Movement phase is broadly, it's a movement phase, right? Shooting phase, whatever. Like, there's very little shooting in most people's armies, but for those that have lots of shooting, obviously it becomes really meaningful. I mean, Cadron Overlords are a great example of a shooting army. Yes. They do a lot of crazy stuff in the shooting phase. Most of the time, the way it operates is that, your individual weapon profiles have their own individual ranges and their own individual to hit rolls and to wound rolls. And that's actually, I suppose, one of the big differences in Age of Sigmar is there is no strength and toughness. Basically, a gun hits on a 4, wounds on a 4, because that's what it says on the profile. It could just as easily hit on a 3, wound on a 5, hit on a 2, wound on a 6, whatever the combination. And, on the surface of it, I think a lot of people initially, especially coming from 40k, go, well, that's a bit odd. But actually what's really clever about it is that the team creating Age of Sigmar, coming up with these rules, have actually done quite a good job of creating a very kind of fair system within how they build these stats out. And actually, because they're defining a hit roll and a wound roll and a damage and a rend, which is the minus AP basically in this system, the weapons actually feel a lot less oppressive in some regards, because sometimes in like 40k, there are certain, at least certainly in like 9th edition, there were certain strength characteristics that were universally very useful. Whereas in this game, strength characteristics aren't necessarily relevant because they don't really exist. Basically, you hit on a 2 and wound on a 4 because essentially it's really easy to shoot this gun, but it doesn't do a lot of damage. Or you hit on a 4 and wound on a 2 because it's, it does a lot of damage, but it's not very easy to aim.
Yes, I would say most things either hit or wound on 3s or 4s on average. Very few things hit on or wound on 2s, although it's not to say that stuff doesn't or that it can't be buffed to go up to a 2. But it feels like it's a lot fewer and far between in comparison to 40k. Obviously, Dan, you mentioned that there's Rend, which is AP modifier, same as in 40k. You've then got damage, and the difference here is damage acts like mortal wounds, so it always spills over to another model in that unit. just like mortal wounds do. And then you have ward saves. So ward saves are a bit like an invulnerable save, but they're really a feel no pain save. So once damage comes through, you roll your ward save, and ward save tends to be unmodified. And very few things have them. Like Nighthorn do have a 6-up ward save army-wide, but that's quite rare. I think there's 1 or 2 other armies that can have it. Normally there's the universal spell called Mystic Shield, which can give a unit temporarily a ward save. Well, no, that's just +1 to save, actually. I lie. There are some abilities or, either magic spells or enhancements, relics, for example. They can give you ward saves as well.
Yeah. So, I mean, again, similar yet different in so many ways. I think the thing that's super interesting about shooting is that, and one of the things that will kind of get people is that shooting can be done regardless of whether you're in engagement range or not. So you can just keep shooting even if you're in combat. And you can shoot things that aren't the things that you're in combat with, which is, again...
Yeah, I think you can still do that. Yeah, I can.
I'm pretty sure you can.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you can. I've not played a shooting unit.
No, neither have I, which is why I'm a bit rusty on the rule. I think you can shoot out of combat. I think one of the editions you couldn't, and you had to shoot the thing in the combat.
Or maybe that's what they've done in this one. But regardless, the point is that shooting,
is very different. Ranges are a lot shorter than they are in 40k, which is
big time. An
18-inch shooting is maybe the max you'd normally get. I think there are some that can go up to like 36 that are like elite units and cost like 500 points, for example. Shooting heavy armies are just generally considered quite strong because the game fundamentally isn't really built around shooting. It's built around combat and magic. And even magic is often like a 12-inch range for a lot of stuff, or, maybe an 18-inch range. That's not very strong. And when it comes to dispelling magic, I think is like a 30? Is it 24 inches or 36?
30.
30. Okay, so it was neither of the two, I guess. So yeah, you're always much more likely to have a chance at being able to unbind a spell because the range of that is normally greater than the range of the actual spells themselves.
Yeah. But anyway, look, I mean, long story short, shooting operates much the way that you would think it would. You shoot weapons at different things. It's not like Horus Heresy, where you basically go, this unit is shooting all of its guns at this thing, and it has to resolve everything into one thing. Shoot all over the place with different weapons, admittedly, if you can kind of concentrate specific profiles, etc. But anyway, yeah, that's all that works. Melee is super interesting in this. I mean, charging is charging. It works like the movement phase, you charge in. But melee is kind of like the bread and butter of this game. This game is predominantly a melee-focused system. So core things about this one is they still have the fight first, fight, and fight last steps. So they have those 3 contingencies within the fight phase. Essentially, the way it works is that you do your pile-in move. So the player who activates will initiate the pile-in move. Essentially, the activation sequence goes like this. Fight first, starting with the opposing player, I want to say. Or is it actually... No, it's starting with... No, it always starts with the player whose turn it is.
I believe so, yeah. Because and it alternates. So if you... and here's the thing, I think when you charging in doesn't actually give you...
Yeah, it gives you no benefit.
Doesn't give you fight first, but you get to pick a unit. I think that charged first, and you do... So basically, in theory, I think you actually do fight first.
But charging doesn't give you fight first, Phil.
No, but then you do stuff that has charged, and then you do stuff that hasn't charged. No.
Oh, is it? Are you sure? I'm not sure you do.
No, I'm not sure you do.
It's rare that you would initiate a combat and charge something in and then not start with one of the things that charge. But I think if you were still in a combat, you could still, because it's just basically you get as the active player, as the player whose turn it is, you choose first. However,
but you alternate after that.
Correct, except for obviously, say for example, if 2 units are in combat with fight first and neither of those units belong to you,
Yeah.
they go first.
Yes.
That doesn't alternate. That's just fight first because you don't have anything.
Anything with fight first would go first, basically.
Yeah, exactly. And then you alternate. And again, that's actually, quite a good system in and of itself, because basically fight first becomes incredibly strong. Fight last becomes incredibly strong. If you've got fight first and they've got fight last, you meet in the middle and it just goes to normal alternating profiles. But yeah, the nuance of it is basically once you are activated, regardless of all that other stuff, you pile in, you fight. You can only fight with the things that you have range to fight with. So if you've got a spear that's range 2 and you are 3 inches away, you can't fight with that model. But, typically with all the pile-ins and other stuff, a range 2 spear is quite useful. But certainly it's very difficult with like a range 1 weapon to get loads of stuff in fighting.
Yeah, this is the thing to make note of is, yes, weapons have range, but obviously base sizes are also a factor. So if you've got like a whole unit that's only range 1 inch, but it's on a 32mm base, you can't really get 2 ranks into combat. Whereas if it was a 23mm base, you could, for example. But base sizes kind of dictate how many people can often pile into combat. So sometimes you'll have a very huge unit or a unit with a really big base size, but only a couple of models will be able to fight in that combat.
Yeah, totally. And then once that combat is concluded, unless of course there are any special rules that would change this, essentially you are where you are. You just stand there. You don't consolidate. There's no further movement that you do. You just stand still. And that's it. That's the end of your activation, right? So you pile in, you fight, you stand still. And then your opponent, if they still have units within 3 inches, and then they activate, will pile in, fight, stand still. And that will alternate until all combats are concluded. And what that means is, and what's actually quite interesting about that is that it essentially means that spacing is everything, essentially. So if you're positioning stuff, you have to be really clever about it. And it's why screening units really work well in this game. And again, I'll just talk about the very last part of the phases before we get into the sort of fun of why this game is so interesting and actually why it's quite fun to play. But basically, after that, you got the morale step of it, the battle shock step. So you resolve battle shock, and battle shock is the same as it was in 8th edition, essentially, which is you roll D6 plus the models that you have lost. If you roll over your leadership characteristic, you lose miniatures up into the value that, is that differential. So if I roll a 6 and I lost 3 models, my overarching result would be a 9. My leadership characteristic is 7. Therefore, I take off, or rather my bravery characteristic is 7. Therefore, I take off 2 miniatures. That's basically how morale works in that system, which I very much in favor of. I think that's a good-ish system. Not the best, but it's fine. It's good. And that's basically the kind of turn broken down. But basically, in terms of how this game works and where it becomes super interesting is it is really all about your army composition in terms of obviously the units you take, but also positioning. Positioning is everything, effectively, in this game. The movement phase is so massive. The games are won and lost by essentially your ability to prioritize unit placement, managing distances between units. Effectively, good Age of Sigmar players, as far as I can tell, are doing their utmost to optimize their output in terms of maximizing the efficiency of their auras, while also enabling themselves to receive the least amount of damage in return through, accurate and sensible spacing of units. So ultimately, most armies will come with units that are designed purely to get in the way. And then obviously a lot like the heavy hitting stuff will move around and work around that as well. And the game really does become very movement heavy, but also that is sort of really where the fun of the game is as well, though, because it's much more about, positioning yourself in ways to be able to kind of capitalize on moments, but also, having the discipline as a player not to overextend yourself or ultimately to place traps. There's a lot of really cool tactical nuance to it. in a way, with the way that this game works from a movement perspective, at least, at a higher level, Age of Sigmar does have probably more in common with a game like a chess than maybe 40k does, because in 40k, terrain and the way movement works in that game, kind of creates a sort of layer of nuance on towards itself. Whereas in Age of Sigmar, it's much more about the pieces on the board, where they are positioned, and how those things then kind of work off the back of those. An example of this that I will give is me and Phil were playing in the doubles together. In our final game, we won because we used the mobility of our army and the layout of the board with the deployment of the objectives to essentially use my speed and my kind of general durability to pen in our opponents for what ended up being nearly 3 turns. And then because of the otherwise mobility of our army, we were able to score objectives and create a situation where our opponents were just unable to win because basically they couldn't claw back enough points because we had basically 3 turns of success. And I suppose that actually is the last thing I want to talk about with Age of Sigmar in terms of why it works really well from a game system. Age of Sigmar, I'm going to use an MMA analogy because I like my MMA. But championship fights in mixed martial arts in the UFC are 5 rounds. Now, there are always, happenings that occur when in MMA fights where those fights don't go 5 rounds. People get knocked out, submitted, whatever, But overall, you're looking at 5 rounds. And if they go the distance, the judges work out who won the most rounds, right? So by the end of it, they go, cool, that one guy won 3, the other guy won 2, therefore he's the winner. Doesn't matter that at the end of round 5, the guy who, it doesn't matter, say, at the end of round 5, if the guy who actually wins the fight overall is getting battered in round 5 because they had won rounds 1, 2, and 3, right? So again, if they can go the distance, they will get the overall win. So it's always a really interesting thing that people have with watching like high-level mixed martial arts when it goes to like 5 rounds. There have definitely been examples where by the end of the fight, you're looking at it by the end of round 5 going, well, that guy's clearly winning now because the conditioning, whatever. But it's a moot point because the guy who may appear that they're losing in round 5 managed to win the first 3 rounds. Therefore, the points differential always means that they're going to win overall. And the same is true of Age of Sigmar, right? Age of Sigmar is not about a cumulative score. Yes, it is, but it's much more about rounds, right? So it's like basically if I win round 1 and I get my full 5 and Phil gets 3, for example. So if I get that round, that's going to be massively helpful. In the next round, if I get 5 again and then the next 5, at that point, basically, if you get, 3 solid rounds under your belt in Age of Sigmar, it's way more difficult for your opponent to come back from that. In fact, nearly impossible, basically.
Yeah, so it's probably worth talking about how you score in a game of Age of Sigmar. You've got your objectives. You get points for normally scoring, say 1, 2, or 3, or, maybe more than your opponent in terms of the actual objectives. And then every round, at the start of every round, you pick a battle tactic that you want to complete. There are generic battle tactics in the General's Handbook. There's faction-specific ones as well that you can also do. And basically, you're going to pick 5 over the course of the game. So you've probably got, I can't remember how many's in your General's Handbook, probably 5 there, and you've probably got 3 or 4 in your faction-specific book as well. They score you slightly less points than the objectives, I believe, so it's effectively like secondaries. But you go, I'm going to do this thing this turn, and I have to complete it by the end of the either my turn or the battle round in total. It might be like, I'm going to kill your warlord, or you've killed one of my models, so I'm going to kill that unit in retaliation, or I'm going to capture an objective that you're holding. Stuff like that, basically. You also, at the beginning of the game, pick a grand strategy. These are faction-specific ones. I think you get about 6 to pick from in general, although some have had some extras from the battle scroll updates. And that's like a thing you say you're going to complete by the end of the game. I think there are some core rulebook ones as well. So there's like takes what's theirs, which is basically saying I'm going to have more units in their deployment zone than they've got in their deployment zone, or I'm going to make sure that I've got more models in my deployment zone than they're going to have in my deployment zone. So they're sort of generic sort of ones there, and then there's faction specific ones as well. So yeah, the game over 5 rounds is objectives, battle tactics, and then at the very end I think it's 15 points for your grand strategy as well, and then that's the composition of how you would score. It's also worth noting, so there's the priority role at the beginning of each battle round, and this is a big thing that is apparent, bit Marmite. Basically, either people love it or hate it. So you both roll off at the beginning of every single battle round. The person that wins it goes first that turn. If it's a draw, it defaults to the person that went first last turn. So there's more odds that you will stay consistent with the previous round. But what it can mean is that you went last in the previous turn and now you're going first this turn, so you effectively get to go twice before your opponent does, which can be very swingy because they're potentially getting 2 turns of movement, 2 turns of shooting or combat against you. But then always remember that combat's alternating, but you got 2 turns of maybe getting your buffs off and doing some extra stuff. So I think that's the thing that a lot of people either don't get behind and don't like Age of Sigmar for that reason. Although all of us that have been getting into it this year, we've not had a problem with it. I think it's fair to say.
No, absolutely not. I think from my perspective, I think the double turn isn't quite the boogeyman people make it out to be. Have I lost games because of it? Yeah. Have I won games because of it? Yeah. Have I played games where it's made no difference whatsoever? Yeah. It's just the nature of it. I actually think it creates a really interesting dynamic within the gameplay, and you can strategize around it. There is a prevailing sentiment within the community that going second is the more tactically sound option because of the potential.
To try and get the second turn a couple of turns in, but obviously your opponent potentially gets the advantage of going first and doing like a big hit of damage on turn one. I tend to find, I think you basically either, if you're winning and you get a double turn, you're just going to win more. So it ends a game that was probably already on the cards to go in your favor, just sort of ends it a bit quicker. Or if you get it when you're losing, it can actually help keep you back, keep you in the game. So it's a bit of a win more, lose more situation, I think. So sometimes it can be really good, keeps you in the game, and then other times it's just like, oh yeah, game over. But in a way, it's like, that's good because it means the game's over a bit quicker and you don't feel as maybe jaded as you would if it was drawn out for a couple more turns. Yeah, because that's the thing, I suppose, when you're going second, though, like that's the thing, right? Is like if you keep losing those roll-offs, the stipulation by which you're operating within never changes, right? So if I keep losing the roll-offs priority, I'm never going to necessarily, it's not like in a game of 40k, if I'm going second, I'm going second all the way through. Whereas in Age of Sigmar, if I'm going second, there's always a chance that I will then flip the script and go first, which in the grand scheme of things means that there's a high probability that I'm going to get that double turn. Well, basically going second guarantees that in a game you're going to get a double turn. You might not, but most likely. But it greatly increases the odds that you're going to do it. Yeah. Whereas if you go first, there is, demonstrably less chance you're going to get a double turn. Because in order to get the double turn, you have to have basically had a double turn done upon you. Yeah. So that's the thing. I think, I understand it. But look, here's the thing. Sincerely, I actually think it's a perfectly reasonable mechanic overall. I think they've done actually quite a good job of managing it. And actually the game benefits more from having it. It's a core kind of identifying mechanic of the game. I do understand there are a lot of people who kind of get hung up on it. My sincere recommendation to you is that if you are the sort of person who doesn't enjoy that kind of random element and you can't get over the fact that there's a double turn in this game, I don't think us saying that it's
broadly fine is going to change your opinion, but it is broadly fine. So you should definitely...
I think it's, in a way, it's like you need to play the game knowing that it could happen to you. So I think even if you're going first, the idea is that you're encouraged to play a bit more defensively. So you're not just committing everything turn one and then your opponent gets a double turn and completely smashes you. It's also in response to that to stop you from just chucking everything in turn one, smashing your opponent, because you might give a double turn. And they can, hit you back. So yeah, you just need to be aware of it. And then if you know it could happen at any point, one, it's like a nice, like little tense bit at the beginning of every battle round that it could happen. And does end up leading to some like interesting sort of narrative elements as well, I think. And yeah, as long as you're aware of it, it's sort of fine. Like you can't begrudge it if you're aware it could happen.
Agreed. But yeah, I think that pretty much covers all the main talking points of Age of Sigmar. I want to just finish up by saying, me and Phil, I believe, are having a really good fun time with Age of Sigmar, but I think a lot of that is because of how we're engaging with Age of Sigmar. So, for complete transparency, finishing off this segment, at least from my perspective, I'm not taking Age of Sigmar seriously, right? I've played a few games down the local club against people who really do take it a lot more seriously. The game is very different when I'm playing against those guys, and I've got to be honest with you, I'm not really looking for that within the game, and I think, within our friend group, I'm enjoying it hugely. When I play it against other Age of Sigmar players, I enjoy it fine, but I am frustrated because as a competent 40k player with a lot of years and a lot of experience, I'm much more comfortable playing against a new random person at 40k than I am Age of Sigmar. It's almost like, to me now, like, having kind of experienced Age of Sigmar against random opponents, I'm almost now of the opinion that I kind of almost want to get to a stage where I'm like, I will meet you and play 40k with you, and then after we've played multiple games of 40k and I've worked out that you're the sort of person that I actually like and would like to play other games with, I will invite you to join me in the Age of Sigmar world and exchange in the fun of it. And I'm not suggesting for a second everyone I've played at Age of Sigmar that isn't one of my mates originally is, a sweaty neckbeard. That isn't the case. I just think my frustration with it is that my competency with the game is much lower, and I much more enjoy the kind of casual attitude that we have towards it. So here's the thing, right? Everything that we are saying, everything we're talking about is spoken about through the lens of individuals who are playing a fun game with their friends. And I think we're having a great time with Age of Sigmar because we're just kind of excited about engaging with a system that is new and interesting and just adding a little bit more, flavor to things. And I think everyone's doing such a great job with their armies, and people are just coming up with some amazing stuff. So I think my overarching statement with Age of Sigmar is I love it, but I often ask myself why I love it. And I think the reason I love it most is because it's a great game that I enjoy playing with my friends. But equally, overall, when I've played people in a casual setting, other than my frustration with my inability to be completely competent with the rules, I have always observed that the game often feels fairer. Like whenever I lose Age of Sigmar, I'm not looking at it going, well, that's ridiculous, or this is just stupid, or this is crazy unbalanced. There are those things at play, but majoritively, I just think it's just because I didn't strategize well enough. I don't know the rules well enough. I wasn't as competent in the matchup knowledge. And I think that's the great thing about it is I just love the fact that I've got a game that I just don't take that seriously. And I love painting big pigs and slamming them into people and hoping for the best. It's a total... Like, Age of Sigmar to me is just a complete switch off my brain, hurl angry cabbage dragon at people and hope for the best.
I think we're in a fortunate position, I think, via random chance that all the armies that we've picked, for the most part, are relatively low-tier armies in the MetaWatch rankings. Obviously, a few of us are not... I've not actually... Actually, I played against Sean one time. Soulblight Graveyards in the new edition are very good. Previously, they were also good. But I had a good time against Sean when I played him. Now, some of the armies that are perceived to be oppressive were Soulblight Graveyard. They still might be. Seraphon, Caradron Overlords. I've only played against those armies in the doubles events at Warhammer World. I've not played against them in a one-on-one setting. None of us have them. Obviously, we know a couple of people with Soulblight Graveyards, so that might change soon enough. But because we're all relatively lower towards the table, it feels relatively balanced, I think, because the power discrepancy between the armies that we're playing is actually, I think, quite minimal. However, every army has janky rules. Every time I play against Richard or you, I'm a bit like, does what? Oh my God, this is mad. Richard will be throwing his toys out of the pram because my army has like 5 different army-wide special rules and they're all completely nuts. As Dan mentioned earlier, like I've got a 6-up ward save across the whole army. My whole army can fly. It can fall back and still charge. Every 6 to hit auto wounds. And every time I charge in, depending on what I charged, I do a particular buff or debuff, either on me or against my opponent. So that's a bunch of crazy rules, right? But then every other army has a bunch of crazy rules. Like Tim plays Magotkin, Nurgle, and they've got this weird, like, sort of plague mechanic that every time you're within engagement range of his units, you have little tokens added on. I can't remember what they're called. And then at the end of every turn, they do mortal wounds to you. And the first time you experience it, in fact, even 3 or 4th time I've experienced it against him, it just feels really oppressive because his army rules are wildly different to my army, different special rules. So yeah. But at the same time, that is kind of the fun of it, that every army is very flavorful via these army-wide special rules. But they are mad and sometimes a bit janky and sometimes they feel a bit much. But actually, overall, it's not too bad, I think. And it's, sort of still a fun game. And as you say, we're taking it from a very like casual attitude. We're not necessarily trying too hard. Most of us built an army to like a particular theme. Like I started off with mine being all cavalry based for my first 1,000 points, which is wildly uncompetitive, but it does give me loads of cool like movement options. But to go up to 2,000 points, I think I need to diversify my army and have some other stuff in there just to make them a bit more playable.
I think that's true as well. And I think, again, we're highly likely to go back to Warhammer World in January for the Age of Sigmar doubles again. I think that's a high probability that we're going to do that. So, yeah, I think that's the thing, isn't it? It's like, I think Age of Sigmar, I'm happy for it to remain a relatively casual game for me. I love it as a system. But again, I think it is an innately fairer game than 40K in some regards. But you do have to accept that everyone is mad. Like when I run in with my Iron Jaws and I get it just right, my Maw Crusher kills a unit and then I turn around and go, so now my big unit of pigs will fight next. And the people are like, what? Why is that happening? It's like, because it's an Iron Jaws rule. And then if an Iron Jaws unit kills a unit in combat, another Iron Jaws unit fights straight away. And it's like...
Yes, and you get your pre-game move and...
not pre-game move, command or hero phase move.
Yeah. Every army's got some really strong like kind of combos or abilities that they can do, and the first time you see them, it's a bit much, but understand that you've got that as well, but they're just different. And it works out overall pretty balanced, I think. And I think the missions are sort of a lot more diverse and interesting than some of the 40k ones as well, and I just personally prefer how the battle tactics work. It's not, I think 10th edition's trying to address that with the deck of cards. But before, where you had to like pick 3 secondaries and that lasts for the whole game, I just didn't like how that worked. Whereas I think picking one every turn just is a lot simpler and easier. No,
I agreed. I think that's the thing, right? In terms of the things I love about Age of Sigmar that I'd love to see in 40k, I think the number one pick for me is the missions. I think all the missions in Age of Sigmar seem really fun. So I think the mission structure is a win. And then the last thing is, I think as well, is the other thing I'd love them to sort of prioritize is actual kind of sensible like unit data sheets and the sort of balance that sort of resides between them. It feels like in Age of Sigmar, things are pointed more appropriately and units have things that they do, but they don't feel as oppressive. Like in 40k at the moment, there are units that feel really strong that are pointed relatively low, and units that feel pretty terrible that are pointed quite high. And it's like, it feels like in Sigmar, a lot of the stuff makes sense a lot of the time. Like when you look at it and go, God, that thing's amazing. You go, yeah, because it's 600 points. You go, oh, well, all right then.
Yes, yeah. I do feel like when they do the meta watches, is it Matt, isn't it?
Matt, yeah.
Yeah, always quite often talks about internal balance of the codex rather than just external balance, which is battle tome. God, I'll get there one day.
I mean, I was being nice and not pointing out the fact you were saying Soulblight Gravelords wrong the whole time.
Why? What was I saying?
You were saying Soulblight Graveyards.
Oh, was I? Oh, God.
Yeah, I was
Forgive
being nice.
me, everyone. They're just making us both look stupid, Dan. Yeah, so he was talking a lot about internal balance as well as external balance, whereas it feels like when they do the 40k meta watch, they just look at the external balance and less about the internal balance of their codexes in comparison to the battle tomes of Age of Sigmar. So yeah, and to be fair, I think if you really get into it, if you really get into the weeds of AOS or you want to take it really competitive, yeah, there's stuff to gripe about. If you watch people like Rob from Honest Wargaming, he's probably like the leading AOS YouTuber, I would say. He often does like breakdowns of the meta watch and stuff. He's always got stuff to complain about how stuff's not quite right in terms of balance. But I feel like overall, and in comparison to 40k, it's in a lot more healthier place. Admittedly, it's, with the tail end of the edition rather than the start. But overall, I think that the win ratios and stuff in AOS has always consistently been a bit better than they have been in 40k.
Yeah, I think that's one of the most wonderful parts of Age of Sigmar is definitely the way they tackle balance concerns and how they actually kind of address armies in the game. Like, I really enjoy the way that Matt talks about the problems, identifies the issues, and actually gives solutions. I think, it just feels like Age of Sigmar has a team of people working on it that are really passionate about it and really get it. And I know for a fact that the Age of Sigmar team regularly engage with and play Age of Sigmar. And also as well, the other thing that I've often said, and I'll say it again for the sake of saying it, is that the game of Age of Sigmar that the tournament players play is exactly the same as the game of Age of Sigmar the developers play, which is to essentially say that the game of Age of Sigmar, because of its less intense rhetoric around terrain, is more comparable between the two versions. So basically, when the people at the Warhammer studio are testing something in Age of Sigmar, the conditions they're testing within are not dramatically different from what people are playing, whereas 40k, because of the emphasis on very specific terrain layouts, has a very different kind of experience. Again, I was really shocked with 10th edition that they didn't introduce a actual competitive terrain layout for their missions. It feels like with the way that 40k has such a huge emphasis on terrain that we need to move to a system where terrain is essentially prescribed to a mission. Like, I don't understand if you're going to make something as important as terrain within the game of 40k that you don't do that. But again,
they did do a tournament pack though, which had a layout and stuff, a bunch of different layouts, but not specific to. I think it was every mission has a couple of different layouts that you can use. I think
so. What they've done is they've done a tournament pack that works for tournament organizers. What they haven't done is put it in the rules. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
for regular matched play people to try out and stuff. Yeah. No, fair enough.
Because terrain in 40k is such a massive part of it now. You may as well just bite the bullet and accept that that's basically part. You may as well sort of come up with.
Yes. So yeah, your mission with the deployment zones and objective markers in should also have terrain laid out. On it as well. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Anyway, but that's another conversation for another time. Age of Sigmar, everybody, you should all try it. It's a wonderful game. Try not to take it too seriously, but if you do, amazing. Because I actually will say this as a closing statement. I think if you are going to take a game seriously, I think Age of Sigmar is a better game to take seriously. I think the creators of it respect you more, and I think the community support it better. I think competitive Age of Sigmar actually makes more sense than competitive 40k. I myself am heavily invested in 40k. I love it. I want to continue to engage with it and play it. I feel most comfortable with 40k, but I can definitely identify that Age of Sigmar just is better as a competitive system. It feels like it's designed with it much more in mind than 40k is at the moment anyway. But that's my closing statement on it. Love it. Don't take it too seriously, but if you do, I think you'll get a lot of fun out of it. But whatever the case, we just hope that, this has enlightened you and given you a reason to get excited about it, much like we have. And hopefully you jump on and give it a try sometime. Or not. Your choice. Closing thoughts, Phil?
Yeah, overall good system, great, gorgeous minis and armies. Some complexity in terms of the army rules, probably akin to Night-fed 40k to an extent. So some bits are complicated, but overall it's a lot more straightforward to get your head around, I think, in terms of the core mechanics, core rules, things like that. Every game that we've had has been pretty good fun, I would say. Yeah, we've been really enjoying it, and yeah, that's sort of why we did this, to hopefully let other people also really enjoy it as well.
Yeah. As is typical for us, though, we probably went all over the place and did a terrible job of consolidating what it is that we like about it, which is essentially, it's fun. We don't take it that seriously, but it is cool. And the models, we didn't really talk about those much, but they're fantastic. Beautiful, beautiful things. So there you go, everyone. Thank you for listening to us waffling about it. Hopefully you found it useful. Transitional noise. And that's it, everyone. The end of episode 164, although you know better than that. At least we hope you do. It's where me and Phil now talk about general stuff. Phil, have you seen the rules for Trug, Phil?
I haven't, actually. I know it's... Oh, actually, no, I have briefly had a look at it, yeah.
Are you, actually, before I talk about the rules for Trug, are you disappointed in Games Workshop that they're releasing Orc War Clans Iron Jaws on Saturday, the 23rd of September? Are you disappointed with them?
Oh, what, not Orctober?
Mate, why do they keep doing this? How do they keep missing it?
They're not orcs, they're orcs. It's not Orctober.
That's fair. That's fair. I suppose that could be August, maybe? They could have done it in August. Maybe. Well, they feel quite orky, Phil. It feels like it could have been Orctober related. Do you feel like they might be retiring Orctober now?
It was a one-off thing that they did for the release of the buggies, I believe. And then that was it, and they've never done it ever since.
That's not true. They tried to do it again with some of the other Orc releases. I swear to you. I feel like Beast Snaggers might have had Orctober.
No, because the original box set came like in June or something, but it might have been the individual codex or something was in Orcs. I think sometimes it's like a community thing, a bit like March from a Crag, but it's not something they're going to be religiously sticking to every year, because they can't, right? They can't do Orcs every year.
That's it. Although they do consistently release Orc stuff and seemingly fail to align on a month of the year in which to release it.
Yes. No, that is true.
I mean, had they only delayed that release by like a week or so, would have been close enough. But here we are.
Yes, because it's pre-order this week.
Well, now,
so
yeah. I put my pre-order in, Phil, obviously.
Did you get one of everything?
No, I am too poor to get one of everything.
It's basically a whole army's worth of stuff they've released.
Especially
since I didn't realise the Big Pig, not only does it come with, is it more grunters? It comes with 3 different builds, but you can run them in like effectively as like an army of them. It's not just the character. There's like a sort of standard battle line version of it as well, which is pretty mad.
I don't think there's a battle line version of it, unless I've been...
yes, if you take the Morgrunter General, it makes the regular Morgrunter's battle line.
Really?
Have you not read the supplement rules, Dan?
I haven't read them in thorough detail at this point.
See, I might not have looked
I read
at
all the scrolls.
but I looked at the War Scroll and I clocked that, basically.
Hang on, let me look.
Because what's really impressive, I assume the supplement might be just taken from the Dawnbringer book and that they're all in there as well, but it's like a proper supplement, like there's lore in it as well. It's not like they've just given you the War Scrolls for free. I feel like you could take the PDF to like printers and get it all nicely printed up as a little book, or they could have sold you it as a book for like a tenner and people would have bought it, I think, because it's a nice little like tome that they've done.
They've done a great job of it. I think this is definitely something that under different circumstances they may have released as a book, but I guess they just decided, this edition's coming to an end. Let's just, when are we going to chuck this out? We can't, and also, again, I think it goes against their philosophy in terms of, it wouldn't surprise me because I have pre-ordered the latest Dawnbringer supplement, so it wouldn't surprise me if within that there's just this Iron Jaw segment.
Yes, I that's what I'd be leaning towards. A bit like what they've done to a lesser extent with the Be'lakor and Lion. It's like they were all in the Ox of Omen books, but they just gave you literally just a War Scroll, not War Scroll, Data Slate. Whereas it feels like with this, they've given you all the lore section as well.
Yeah, I think, for me, I'm really happy with the Iron Jaws release. Obviously, we went through the whole process of kind of rating them last time. There were definitely some stuff that I was less thrilled with, but overall, I think it's pretty great. I was just looking up the Dawnbringer, so Reign of the Brute. I was just looking at its contents listing. So you get 96-page hardback book, rules, 4 new narrative battle plans, Path to Glory rules, War Scrolls background pitch, high stakes. Okay, one use code. And so there's no indication that it contains the cards. That was the really cool thing.
Well, I don't think they told you about that in the first one.
So if I got cards for all of the Iron Jaws, I'd be very happy with that.
That'd be a lot. That would be almost too much, I think.
That would be probably too much, yeah.
So
what is
maybe
that's what the Tusk. What rule is it that gives the battle line the Tusk boss? Is it the Tusk boss?
Yes. Normally, it's under the pitch. Is it pitch battle profiles? There's a bit where they tell you how many you can take, and I'm sure that it would normally say this one is like a behemoth, but it'll be battle line if your war boss is this character. I can't quite remember where I saw it now.
Okay. Because I thought I'd relatively comprehensively read the battle tome, although I haven't listened to any commentary on it yet, so I may have missed some of those nuances because I'm obviously not as well versed as some of the others, as it were. But if that does exist, I will gladly expand into into that side of things. Oh, here we go. It's right next to it. More Grunter Gorgas are behemoths, but their battle line if the general is if general is more Grunter.
Yes, that's it. Is that on the more Grunter Gorgas War Scroll?
No, it's specifically listed in its points. I missed that.
The points bit. Yeah, that's where it is. Yeah. Bottom. Yeah.
That's interesting. I've no idea which version of this pig I'm going to build first. I do think I'm probably going to go for the Tusk boss, just because I like the one that's covered in armor.
Personally, I don't like the two guys riding on the side.
I'm annoyed that you can't do like the Tusk boss variant without the crew. Like every other one seems like it's with or without crew, whereas this one is you're all in on the crew, basically. Yeah,
I mean, what would be cooler is if you could convert it so they're just like hanging onto the side rather than not on the platforms. They're just like clinging on for dear life. That might be more interesting. Or just take them off and just play it as if they're there.
I suppose the cool thing about them, though, is you're getting yourself 2 extra Brutes
boys.
minis that you can add to your collection. So you just get some.
Yeah, if you didn't
and,
use them, yeah.
So that's kind of cool. But no, I genuinely, I mean, obviously the Moor Grunter is super cool. The standard Ard Boys are looking really great. I really like the Ard Boys Big Boss. I think that's a pretty cool mini. Zogrot, I'm not super into. The Brute Ragers, I'm kind of coming around to. Still don't understand what the heck is the point of the weird Brute Wreckers. Not for me, but I do understand that.
Yeah, 5-up ward. That's pretty good.
Yeah, 5-up ward when they are, in engagement range. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, that's mostly when you're going to take damage, I would have thought.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, it depends. It gets like range stuff, right? It's going to
magic. Yeah.
The thing I can't get my head around with, I mean, I understand they can advance and charge, or rather, run and charge, but the thing is, man, movement 4 is so slow. It's like, oh, dude, like it's going to take some work to get these guys across the table. I'll probably pick up a unit of Brute Ragers at first, but yeah, out of the gate, I've just bought the pig. I'm just like, get one of them going. Ard Boys, I'm like, I already own like 20 Ard Boys in the old kit, and I'm like, you know what, for now I'm just going to use those minis. I own them, and then eventually I will upgrade to these new ones, but not yet. I'll probably buy the boss as well at some point, the Ard Boys boss.
Yeah, he's cool.
Because he's cool. Yeah, the Ard Boys Big Boss. But yeah, at the moment I'm a little bit too poor, so I've prioritized the book, the big pig, and as well the Gloom Spike dice. I had to buy those.
Oh, they look gorgeous.
Yeah, I had to get those on pre-order. I was like, they're just too cool. Because again, even if I'm using them for my Iron Jaws, I'm still like, they're very orky, sort of goblin.
Same yellow colour, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, no, I need those for my destruction collection.
Nice.
But yeah, so no, anyway, like I'm very excited for this. I think it's really cool. I need to kind of see if I can get my pig done in time for when we are gathering to play games together, because I'd love to bring the pig.
Nice.
Because I like the idea of having the pig instead of the Maw Crusher. It feels like the Maw Crusher's become a bit of a regular addition in my games.
Yes, he's also. I mean, he's a bit of a beat stick, and the Maw Crusher's Maw Grunter, sorry, is the lesser of the two evils, I guess, because it is a cheaper and not quite as powerful. But I also think visually fits in more with your army because you've got the other pig riders as well.
Yep.
So having the giant pig makes perfect sense to add that in.
Exactly. I was very tempted actually to buy Trug, but Trug comes with 6 trolls, and I already own 6 trolls. And I was looking at it going, do I need 12 trolls?
I think if you just hold out, surely he'll have a separate release. Because they've just done the Rabble Rouser on his own. So by the time the third Dawn Bringer's book will be out, they'll do an individual release of Trug, I reckon.
Yeah. So at the moment, I'm kind of like, you know what? I'll just wait for Trug to be a standalone mini, and I'll pick him up. And I love it. I think it's a great miniature. It's just at this moment in time, I've kind of resigned myself now for the rest of this edition of Age of Sigmar that I'm just all in on Iron Jaws. Just going to get the rest of this Iron Jaws stuff done. I've already obviously painted a lot of them, so I can just be like, there you go, get my Iron Jaws done. I'd like to finish this edition with a fully painted, solid kind of collection of Iron Jaws. So like a good 2K Iron Jaw army that's all done. And then I can either choose to build on that, or I can shift focus to the Gloom Spikes next year, or I can expand into my Crawl Boys as well. I've built a lot of Crawl Boys this year, but I've not painted them yet. So maybe it'd be fun to kind of maybe lean into Crawl Boys. Maybe I'll just flog off all of my Gloom Spike stuff and accept that I won't get around to doing it anytime soon. Or I'll just keep it in a cupboard and
for another day.
Exactly. That's why I have all these cupboards, Phil.
Exactly
for all my past shame. But yeah, Trug. Can I tell you about Trug? I've not actually read these rules myself yet, so I'm excited to discover them with you.
Okay, for them.
So Trug is a leader behemoth. and he is a single and unique miniature fill with a 100mm base.
Big.
Because that's he's a big boy. He has a move of 6, which is pretty good for a troll. But obviously he is a big troll, so big gate, big steps. 4+ save, which is pretty reasonable. 16 wounds, which is very good overall. And bravery 8, which I'm surprised about. That's a good bravery for destruction. He comes with an iron shell club and a mighty antler, or mighty antlers, plural. The range of both these weapons is 3 inches. The iron shell club is essentially given as many attacks, or given an attack characteristic based on the number of wounds that Trug has. So if Trug is unwounded, he has 4 attacks, and if he is severely wounded, he only has 1 attack, with obviously being 4 increments in between. So he goes from 4 free to 1. He hits on a 3, wounds on a 3, has a -2 rend, and this iron shell club field does D6 damage.
Yeah, that's pretty big.
Very swingy, but very, very potent. And his mighty antlers have 2 attacks. The to hit roll is affected by how wounded he is, so he can hit on as good as a 2+ or as poorly as a 5+ with the increments in between. To wound roll is 2+, which is the best it can be. -2 rend and D3+3 damage. That's very strong.
Yeah.
This guy is going to run into some battle line units and wreck face, it's fair to say. He can chew through some bodies. It's definitely fair to say.
True. Yeah, I was going to say it doesn't feel like not many because of his low attacks, but obviously all the damage spills over. So he only need, and probably statistically he'd maybe get 1 attack from each through. But even if he does that, on average, he's getting like 8 damage, which is like 8 single wound guys dead. So that's quite a lot.
It's not unreasonable. Plus, obviously, he has his monstrous rampage that he does on the way in as well, because he is a behemoth, so he does have some of those elements added to it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that wasn't something we particularly covered in the rule section, but big monsters like dragons, giants, this troll guy, Trog, can do monstrous rampages. Or was it monstrous actions? One of them is a rampage. So they can do some specific things like, pick up a terrain piece and chuck it at someone. Try and do a mighty battle between another behemoth, which gives you a buff to your attack and stuff like that. Yeah. So it makes big creatures feel a bit more epic because they've got their own special ability, which is cool.
He is a War Master, Phil, like Horus.
Oh, yeah. Soon turning against the Golden Throne.
That's it. So if this unit is included in a Gloomspite Gitz army, it is treated as a general, even if it's not the model picked to be the army's general. So there you go. It is always a general, even if it doesn't want to be, or rather you don't want it to be. It's got the malfunctioning laystone, so this is basically a big part of Trug's story, as he is a creature that is essentially able to traverse the realms via these ley lines that through this laystone thing. So a big part of him is he's essentially able to do all sorts of mad, powerful magic stuff quite randomly. So this is depicted with a rule that essentially has you roll a d6 and then look at the results within. So at the start of your hero phase, if this unit is on the battlefield, you can say that it will clobber its malfunctioning laystone. So the idea is Trug will hit himself on the back to trigger the effects of his malfunctioning laystone. If you do so, roll a number of dice equal to the malfunctioning laystone's value shown on this unit's damage table. So that's as many as 4 and as little as 1. Each roll corresponding to one of the results below. You must pick one of the results you rolled and apply its effect. Results 2 to 6 last until the next clubbers until this unit next clobbers it's malfunctioning laystone. So basically, if you roll a 1, this unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. So obviously, if you're rolling 4 dice and you roll 1-1, it's highly improbable that you're picking 2 D3 mortal wounds to yourself. And then everything else is presumably a positive effect. So Glyph of Gur, add 1 to the attack characteristics of this unit's melee weapons. So yeah, it goes from having 4/2 attacks to 5/3 attacks. Glyph of Akush improved the rend characteristics by 1. So you go from being rend -2 to rend -3. Glyph of Hish, roll a dice each time this unit receives a command. On a 2+, you receive 1 command point. Very good. Very good. Glyph of Ulg, whatever that realm is. Ulgul.
I think.
Ulgul. Old girl, that's what we say. Only unmodified hit rolls of 6 for attacks made with missile weapons that targets this unit score a hit. That's huge. That's really good. And the Glyph of Chamon, this unit has a ward of 5+. I mean, these are all very helpful abilities. I mean, again, obviously, depending on matchup, I think the one where missile weapons only hit you on 6s is pretty mad, but a 5-up ward save is nothing to sniff at either.
No, true.
You got Crushing Grip. At the end of the combat phase, pick 1 enemy model within 1 of this unit and roll a dice. If the roll is equal to or greater than the model's wound characteristic, it is slain. So that's quite nice. Just pick up something and squish it in your hands. Regeneration at the start of your hero phase, you can heal up to D3 wounds allocated to this unit. Massive. And imbued with life, when you roll the dice that determines the number of wounds you can heal with this unit's regeneration ability, add 3 to the number of wounds you can heal. So there you go, D3 plus 3. Good lord.
Okay, it's really weird that they're 2 separate rules and not just. Why doesn't it just say D3 plus 3?
I guess because the regeneration rule has been established as being that, so they didn't want to be in a situation where. But why didn't they just call the rule imbued with life?
Yeah,
unless
because if it was the regeneration, as in because there is a regeneration-esque ability as part of the hero phase. If it's referencing that would be one thing, and the extra fee would make sense, but it doesn't seem like it is.
Yeah, because you can still do heroic recovery off the back of this as well.
Yeah, because that's separate. Yeah, weird that it's.
I mean, this sounds like a hard guy to put down, though. 16 wounds with the ability to regen D3 plus 3, plus high percentage chance, at least at the start, that you're going to have a 5-up ward save on him. He seems like a very, very tanky boy.
Yes.
I mean, the 4-up armor save isn't much to get excited about, but otherwise, I mean, between the 5-up wards, the 16 wounds, the regeneration of it, I mean, you are basically going to want to put this guy away relatively quickly if you can, because he sounds like if you don't get him dead, he's going to soak up a lot of damage over a lot of turns. He seems like he has the potential to be a right old nuisance.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And all of that for 320 points, Phil. Not too shabby.
No, not too bad at all.
So there you go. I wish he was a little bit more damagey in some regards. I think he's relatively underwhelming in terms of his output, but obviously having something that durable is always massively helpful.
Yeah, I mean, but if you can get the +1 to your attack characteristics, then
that's true.
That's effectively an extra 6 wounds on average, probably that you're getting off. So yeah, seems good.
Yeah, strong. Have you heard about all of the leaks from the Space Marines yet? You seen all those?
No, I think I saw someone mention it on YouTube, and I haven't bothered to look at it. So I can wait.
Yeah, likewise. I don't really want to talk about it, more that I just want to acknowledge the fact that they're out there.
Okay.
It wasn't like I was going to start talking about some of the changes that they are saying is out there via the leaks and all the bits and pieces.
It'll be interesting to see what they are when they come out properly.
I think the only one I wanted to say is that it seems like, at least in terms of some of the leaks that I've seen, that they are saying that there are yet more units to be removed, and that's the only reason why I wanted to kind of talk about it, because I think it's interesting to think that there is yet more Space Marine announcements about stuff getting taken away.
The going to Legends that they've not announced yet. Is that going to be more field bads? Probably. Should they have forewarned people and told people when they did their last lot? Probably. Because what was weird is the last lot they did, and some of those, like Scouts, for example, are still in the game because there's now Primaris versions of it. So it's a bit like they almost didn't even need to announce that some of these units are going to Legends, just because it's like there's Primaris versions of those units. So, yeah. Odd.
Yeah, but again, they're going to sort of, well, seemingly, there's going to be some changes in the way that those units have worked historically versus what they're going to become now. Again, it's really difficult because I don't really want to get into it because I don't really know what to trust at this point. It's like rumors are rumors, so I don't really want to go too far down that garden path. But if it is that they are likely to be removing some units more than what they've already talked about, I think that's going to be super interesting in terms of how that's going to yet again kind of impact Space Marine players and their general vibe about the army, because again, there's nothing worse than, collecting something and finding out that, it's no longer viable. The one that I'm most concerned about is the Contemptor, mostly for you, Phil. Mostly for you.
Oh, God, really?
I don't know for sure, Phil. I'm just saying that.
Okay, well, here's the interesting thing is that was a unit that was in the index, and what was funny about that, and I said it at the time, is, it's odd that they haven't given us the Horus Heresy version, because that is the one that's in production that has a kit. What they've given us is the old plastic easy build Contemptor rules that isn't in production anymore. Why have they done that? So I can see the logic that wouldn't be in the Codex. That is, obviously, I've got the Legends rules, and I'll say it once more, it's not on the app. Yeah, actually, the last time I did a game, I was introducing my friend Will, who's a local friend in Oxford. It was his first game of 40k. I actually built 2 army lists using Battle Scribe for the first time for 10th edition, partly because I wanted to test it out and print off the rules as an easy, quick reference guide, which you can't actually do in the 40k app. But also I wanted to use my relic Contemptors rather than the standard Contemptor. If I want to build an army using an army building app, I've got to use Battlescribe for that, because the 40k app stupidly doesn't support Legends units, which again is always a real shame. Games Workshop, please sort it out. So yeah, that's a real kick in the teeth. I've had my Contemptor.
Could be a real kick in the teeth. It may not be true.
Well, yes, that makes perfect sense, to be honest. It's not an in-production model, so why would it have rules in the Codex? I was quite surprised that it was even in the index to begin with. It's a bit odd that the index is a bit of a lie, though, because what was in the index versus what will be in the Codex seems like it's now going to be wildly different based on. But that's probably like let's say conservatively or overestimatingly, like 6-month difference. So some models were available at that time and they're not now, so it does make sense. Having only built those models and painted them, I think last year I think I did it. So for them to not be playable at all, effectively, events, let's say, at least, because there is Legends rules, that's a bit of a shame.
Yeah. I mean, I guess here's the thing, though. If they do get rid of those Contemptors, theoretically, I suppose the question becomes, what are they doing with Dreadnoughts in the general sense? Because we have seen that they have... I can't remember, did they say they discontinued Dreadnoughts and only now... Oh,
the old style Dreadnoughts have been discontinued, yeah. So there's just the Redemptors.
Ironclads.
I think, the Ironclads still exist, yeah.
Ironclads and the Venerable ones, or...
just trying to think if the Venerable one's still about. I think
because if there is like a dreadnought profile still, even if it's like a venerable dreadnought. I feel like you could still probably field your Contemptor and just say, oh, it's a Vendread or whatever.
True, yeah, because it just makes me go, why did I even bother building them? I should have just gone for the Redemptor at the time, but annoyingly I like
you
the
wanted
look
them because
of
they were
the
cool.
Contemptors. Yeah, no, exactly. I was like, oh, they look cool. I'll get them. And so in Games Workshop says no.
No. I mean, again, we don't. I mean, again, this is a conversation based on rumors, and it's purely speculative. But as I say, it's interesting because I think it's just it's a remarkable time within 40k at the minute, because obviously NIDs have come out and they've done a lot of interesting stuff, and obviously we've talked about those already in the show. And broadly speaking, I'm actually quite happy with what they've brought to the table with NIDs. I think there is some stuff with them that I'm a little bit concerned about, but I think overall, with the general state of the game, I think the NID book is kind of okay in terms of like a step in the right direction. And I think it's definitely a more positive vibe for 40k at the moment. But I mean, yeah, who cares about NIDs at the end of the day? Like, I understand that they've got a hardcore dedicated fan base, and there's a lot of people who are buying them now because some of the miniatures they've added to the range are gorgeous. My mate Simon was, again, yesterday showing us a picture of his third Lictor, and he was like, I just want to buy more Lictors. These things are just the coolest miniatures in the world. And to be fair, they are gorgeous, so I can't, argue with him on that point. But what I'm saying is like, who cares about NIDs really compared to Space Marines? And if, you start to make dramatic changes to Space Marines as a range, I do think that's going to have potentially more implications in terms of what people see. And again, really interested to see what happens yet again with the Firstborn situation. I'm hearing from, again, rumors, etc., that there are changes in that sense as well. But there will still be Firstborn in this book. But again, how that actually kind of comes to life, we'll wait and see. But it's interesting, mate. Marines are only around the corner, so it's going to be interesting to see what they bring to the table when they finally kind of bring them back, as it were. I mean, it's going to be interesting. I think, the changes that are potentially happening to Marines represent probably a bigger shift for most people than what is happening with other ranges, and also what the implications are for them for other armies. Like, because they've already stated outright that like bike squads are out entirely. As a Dark Angels player, I have a lot of Ravenwing bikers that are the old school bike units. What's the future of that look like? You've got things like the Ravenwing Black Knights, which are based off of the old school Firstborn bike kits. Are we going to start to see new specialist units added to those ranges in Primaris scale?
Yeah, maybe.
How it's going to take for those things to start coming through? Yeah, it's interesting, mate. It's just it's an interesting time for Marines. I think, I'm really excited to see what they do with this book. But I'm also a little bit anxious because the rumors seem to suggest that there are yet more things getting taken out before we kind of settle on the new normal.
Yeah, I feel like it's a problematic time for Games Workshop and players in general. Like, they've been discontinuing a lot or legending a lot of the Forge World stuff, even not letting you run Horus Heresy units in 40k. And if they had kept that would probably ease a lot of the pain that with the Firstborn range, because it's like, they've gotten rid of that easy build Contemptor, but it's like, cool, but there's the Horus Heresy Contemptor, so you can still run your Relic Contemptor, which would cover that would cover possibly a couple of the other units maybe, but I know a lot of the Firstborn is just Firstborn, right? So there's always going to be a few units that will just go by the wayside regardless, because they don't have Horus Heresy equivalents. But allowing people to take Horus Heresy maybe would make it, it would take the sting off of the bite, basically, because you can still take some of your special Forge World Horus Heresy toys to an extent.
Indeed. Did you see, Phil, the made-to-order terrain? Have you seen they're doing that?
No? What's this?
So going on pre-order as of Saturday the 23rd, you can make to order or have made to order the Aegis defense line, the Imperial Bastion.
Oh, the old ones?
Yeah. The Aegis defense line, the Imperial Bastion, the Wall Martis trench network, complete with Imperial bunker and Sky Shield landing pad. All now available once again in made-to-order form.
Where's that on the website?
If you were to go to Warhammer Community and look at the Sunday preview.
Oh, sorry. So it's not on the website. Because I was like, I looked at the pre-orders for this week.
No. The Sunday preview.
So it's coming soon. Oh.
There you go.
Exciting. Well, do you know what? Oh, wow. The Castigator.
There's also the other two Knight variants.
How rich? Oh man, I'm sorely tempted to buy Bastion, because that is an iconic bit of terrain. The fact they even got rid of it is just stupid.
Yeah,
I think. Oh god, that Bastion.
Yeah, the
I bet
Bastion
be crazy prices though.
I own 2 Bastions, so I'm kind of okay with it. I also already own loads of the trench network.
Oh, and they're doing the basing bits as well. Interesting.
I'll be honest. I'm sort of tempted by the idea of expanding my kind of trenches a bit more. I think I might get a couple more of those. Just to, again, price dependent. I think some of those extras of those would be cool. Not much use in a game of 40k because, in terms of the way the game of 40k works, it's like, ooh, +1 cover save, woo. But
true. I mean, the Sky Shield landing pads are a really thematic piece of kit as well. That's worth getting. I'm surprised they're not doing the Fortress of Redemption. I feel like that's the one that's missing from that.
That was. And they're not doing up until recently, though. They haven't got rid of it that recently. The Fortress
that went years ago.
What, you're talking about the Dark Angel terrain piece? No, that was available for a while.
No, I remember chatting to a friend a couple of years ago who was after it and it was gone. I mean, it might have appeared briefly, but they've all been gone for a while. I think the Bastion was last year.
It's
that
fair
one
to say
probably
right now,
the most recent one.
It's fair to say right now, when it comes to 40k terrain, the range that they support from Games Workshop is pitiful.
Oh, it's almost non-existent.
It's terrible. It's like now all you've got is those new wall. They call it Frontierist Neckmand in the Battle Zone kit. But Battle Zone
with
Frontierist.
Admittedly, that's got the the radar dish. That's very cool, and the weird landing pad bunker.
Yes,
The
it's got
walls
some
are
cool
awful,
element.
but those bits are cool.
But yeah, literally, you got that, and that, and you can buy a really, really expensive, Mechanicus kit that doesn't even include much of the stuff you need to build the more diverse Mechanicus terrain. So if you want to, some of the other Mechanicus stuff is all gone. Literally, you can only now essentially get. There's 2 Mechanicus kits, and they're insanely priced. Literally £52.50 for Battle Zone Mechanicus. The Galvanic Magnavent, and then you've also got Battle Zone Mechanicus, Transtritinic, some mad word. But then in terms of Sector Imperialis ruins, there's literally just one little box of little offcuts, as it were. It's Sector Imperialis was an incredible range of terrain.
Yeah, part of me is should they be supporting it, but they're just out of stock because of the Leviathan backlog that they had in terms of all the other stock was really short. But you would have thought by now they would have got it back online. But it might be that there's such limited space for manufacturing stuff. They're constantly prioritizing new stock over restocking old stuff. Although, again, I will say all the terrain was made in China, so that shouldn't be a problem with the UK stuff. So it might just be manufacturing issues or supply costs to the stuff in China. Although I don't know why that was all done in China and not done in the UK, other than maybe it's cost.
It's wild though, man. Like 40k terrain wise, in terms of what's supported on the website now, is pretty dismal.
Which is a shame, because it's like people want to get into it, and people should be able to do it via Games Workshop and not have to resort to third party like MGF terrain or something, even though they're often a lot cheaper. But credit to where credit's due. Games Workshop terrain's phenomenal. Like, it looks really cool. It's just wildly expensive, and as you say, none of it's kind of ever in stock.
It's actually quite depressing to think about how expensive the terrain is, especially when I consider how much of it I own. I just sort of think about all that money.
Yeah, but to be fair, most people, and I assume you'd be part of it as well, get it via the boxes of terrain. Like, they're normally in like a bundle deal or something. So there were historically ways of getting terrain somewhat cheaper than the core prices are now. But yeah, individually, it's crazy expensive.
It's wild though, man, because when you go back and you look at some of the stuff people were doing with, like, I mean, like, if you Google, Phil, just for the sake of it, if you Google Sector Mechanicus board and you actually look at some of these boards that people made using Sector Mechanicus terrain. But yeah, don't consider how insanely expensive all of this would be to actually do. But I mean, imagine having that board. I mean, like, that's the thing. I mean, I don't own that much Sector Mechanicus terrain, but I sort of wish I did now. I look at it and I just flip it heck. That would be a cool board.
They remind me of the kind of greenish mining table at Warhammer World, which was just laced with the cool Sector Mechanicus terrain. Yeah, this is all very like Necromunda vibes. Very difficult actually to play a game of 40k like that, although there was a Warzone which had a great theme around using lots of Sector Mechanicus terrain, because the idea it was like a water world, and the Sector Mechanicus terrain was like the oil rig or water platforms, or water rig. I can't remember what they were doing. They were mining something, and the idea is that the water was coming up slowly, so you couldn't always be on the base table, but you actually had to be on the Mechanicus terrain. And I was like, oh, that's a great like theme and style. And do you remember they did that amazing sort of diorama Warhammer World exhibition where it's like the vertical oil rig?
Oh yeah,
it's got the stunning, like, cultists and the Inquisitors on it and stuff. That's amazing. Yeah.
I suppose this is the thing though about the Mechanicus terrain, truth be told, is that within the physical game of 40k as it is played today, I don't think the Mechanicus terrain works very well because it doesn't really block line of sight sufficiently. Equally, the other problem is with it is actually using it for gaming on is a real pain in the bottom because it's really easy to knock. I think if you're going to essentially build Sector Mechanicus terrain now, you probably either need to invest in an elaborate sequence of magnets, or you need to
well, you just base it like you got in Warhammer World, like do like a block of it, and you connect the, if as long as it's on a sturdy base, and then potentially they can still be modular, so they can all join together. Yeah, I do wonder if, because Necromunda's switched over to Zone Mortalis, that basically they've stopped prioritizing the Sector Mechanicum stuff, because ultimately it was being used for Necromunda quite a lot rather than 40k. Although, yeah, it was a great 40k terrain as well.
I think the thing is with Mechanicus, though, is it's a really, really good terrain type for Horus Heresy, for Kill Team, for old versions of 40k. Like, I think if you're going to play old games of 40k or Kill Team or Heresy, I think this terrain is absolutely stupendous.
Yeah, and it just feels really thematic. Like, it feels like... Because I think the problem is, at the moment, everything's a city fight, unfortunately. Everything is ruins, and there's not much storytelling going on beyond... It's like a cluster of buildings, whereas that sort of took it out of the city and more into the plains, so to speak, or like a mining facility. Or I don't know, I felt like you could do a lot more to it. Or it's a city with a manufactorum sector, Like one of the ones, it's a shame they don't sell it anymore. I really wanted it because it's weird that I cover loads of terrain, even though very rarely have much space to play on anything other than like the 1,000-point mini tables. But basically the mining rig that was released alongside Gene Stealer Cults for the Sector Mechanicum, it's like a big drill that you would mount vertically going down into the ground. I thought it was a beautiful bit of kit.
It was really cool, to be fair.
It's kind of crazy that they've done so many cool terrain kits and they just don't sell them. And it's like people would probably buy them, give them the chance. And now maybe they go, oh, but they don't sell. And it's like, they don't sell because they're too expensive. But, and I do think just terrain overall, like I can see that logic for models in general, but terrain's just wildly expensive. Because it encourages you to buy like 1 or 2 bits and that's it, because that's all you can afford. Whereas the Kit Basher's dream is to buy like 10 of them and then smush them all together.
Well, that was the thing though, right? Like it felt like once upon a time we were getting a lot better support with that stuff, because when they introduced Sector Imperialis, they did a really comprehensive, massive box set, which was a Kill Team box set, admittedly, but they were like, there you go. The draw of this box set is you get loads of Sector Mechanicus terrain, Imperialis terrain.
Yeah,
same
that's
thing
the
with
one I've got. Yeah, that's pretty much the terrain I use is from that Kill Team box set. Yeah. I've got some Mechanicus that I've yet to build, but I do want to do that one day. Do
you remember the Shadow War Armageddon release as well?
Yeah, well, that's the one. Well, that's the one I've got. That's called the Mechanicus.
Oh, that's the Mechanicus one.
That's the one I got.
Plus I would love to play.
You got a couple with the Knights. Was it Renegade? Is it called Renegades or Knight Renegades?
Oh yeah, Knight Renegades. Yeah,
you got 2 Knights plus I think a small amount of terrain in there as well.
I tell you what, though, man, I would actually really love to try another game of Shadow War Armageddon. I thought that was a laugh.
I wasn't a huge fan personally. I'd much prefer the Kill Team. Was it 2016?
That was good.
By saying that, I've still not played current Kill Team, but I did like
current Kill Team is actually really good.
Yeah, weirdly still not played it, but I do want to.
You should. It's very good.
But I liked the old style Kill Team because it was it was very much 40k with a few added rules on, like how morale worked and stuff like that. But ultimately, it was a game of 40k. So it was Whereas I feel like Kill Team now is just such a different game system that there's a difficulty in terms of getting into it because it's another system with different rules to learn.
I tell you, the probably the most purchased magazine I got from the Conquest or whatever it was range.
Oh yeah.
I was down in the Forbidden Planet, and they had loads of the issue of Conquest or whatever it was with the pipes. I was like, can't get enough of them pipes.
Oh yeah, pipes.
Give me them pipes, baby.
Yeah, the current pipes with the little sort of furnace in it, I think is quite cool. They've done so many different pipes. They've done, I think, legit 3 different versions of pipes.
Yeah, and yet right now you can't buy any.
Because they did standard pipes, then they did Promethean pipes, and then they did plasma pipes, and then maybe they've done another set since then, which is the current one. So maybe I've done 4. They've done at least 3, if not 4 different types of pipes. And it's like, they're all pipes. Just why do they need so many? But yeah,
there are no pipes for sale no more. Though the only pipe that you can get is the only pipes you get is again in the Imperial Knight terrain feature or what you get the pipes in there, but otherwise they're unobtainable, which is wild, right? Like again, it just I feel like Games Workshop, for the love of God, like these Christmas boxes that they're rumored to be doing.
Just do some terrain.
Do some Christmas terrain boxes. Just give us those. Like imagine because that is the Christmas gift, right? Like that is the thing that feels good for Christmas time. It's like, sure, new army, all the rest of it. But imagine getting like enough terrain that you could like build an incredible like board based around a specific theme, such as
because here's the thing: everyone's already got an army, but most people probably don't have enough terrain, and or they think everyone's got terrain, and doesn't need any more. Once you've got your allocation, do you really need more? But yeah, it's nice to branch out. Because what I did like, they did, Sector Mechanicus, and then they did Sector Imperialis, and then they did all the pipes, and they were literally all compatible with each other. And even the Rise of Ruins, and later the Frontieris stuff they've even just done now, like that's all kind of compatible with each other via various different means. Like all the pipe bits join onto the walls and stuff like that. The heights of stuff are all the same, so you can like stack stuff up. It just feels a bit of a shame that stuff's not supported anymore for whatever reason.
Who knows? We can only speculate, but really cool though that they're bringing back some of the other terrains.
Yeah, shame it's not all of them, but because there was some cool gun turrets.
Oh, those were resin though. That's the problem.
No, the plasma obliterator was resin, but the battle cannon and the Gatling cannon one were just plastic. They were cool.
God, why haven't you given us those, Games Workshop? Good Lord, it's what we want. We want the weapons. I mean, that would have been so nice.
I mean, if they were going to do made to order anything, I would love it if Forge World did it, and they did made to order. Firstly, the Krieg trench network, which I've got, so I don't need. But the Imperial Palace was one, and what's it called? The Amphibian Base, which I keep hoping will appear one day on eBay for not a kidney's price. But unfortunately, that is crazy expensive. The one time I have seen a legit one appear, I think it was something like £2,000 for a full set.
Are we spelling the Amphibian Base?
ANPHILION, something like that.
Oh my goodness, is this it? Oh, I see it.
It was a massive building with little buttresses on the side, like a radar dish, some gun platforms, some corridors, some smaller rooms. You could take off the lids to the rooms and you could see inside, and there was medical tables and like species tubes, because basically it was the research facility where they were researching Tyranids. I think the Inquisition was doing this, and then the that got overrun by the Tyranids, and the Elysian D99s came in to like rescue them, I think, and then all the D99s got wiped out, I think, in the ensuing battle.
I mean, it seems like there's a lot of people out there with 3D print versions of it.
Oh, yes, yeah. 3D print. No, I don't want that. I want the original. Give me the good resin stuff.
I want someone else to have 3D printed it, not, I want it to have been...
no, because I think even if you look at the 3D printed stuff, it's all got terrible FDM lines on it as well, so it's not like it's even a good print.
I would love if they did made to order for the old Realm of Battle boards, though, the actual Forge World ones. I mean, I know you've actually secured those anyway.
Oh,
you
yes.
just need to get those over to my house.
Yes, I need to get them sprayed. Actually, that was originally going to be a summer project this year, and my summer's just disappeared. But yeah, I'd love to get those done.
Let's just get it done. Let's just smash them out. They need to be. They need to be done. We need to. Do we need to? Are they pretty warped, or are they actually quite good?
No, I think they're mostly okay. One got cracked in the post quite badly, which was one of the the optional extra ones. So it wasn't the Gen X City ones. It was like the big building one, I think. But it's fixable for the most part. But it's just a lot of work, basically. I think. They weren't too badly warped, I don't think. But there is one that's like just a giant square that you can put a big building in. I think that needs a bit of support in the middle, because I imagine that could warp over time, or if you put something heavy on it. So I need to look at that, basically.
Fair. Well, anyway, there you go. That's another episode of Lookouts Warhammer 40,000 done and dusted. Thank you very much for listening. Anything else that you wanted to talk about, Phil, or should we just say goodbye?
No, let's say goodbye, and we can chat more next time.
Indeed. Toodaloo, everybody. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
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 The sea is never calm, it always blows and knows it too. But I'm alone in the sector said it all seems kind of strange. I said happiness. This is happiness and a fall. Said you feel so alone. You said you feel so alone. What makes you feel so alone? So don't feel alone. The seas never come. It always blows and knows it too. But I'm alone in the sights of all I write. Yes! I said it always seems kind of strange. And the drink is getting deranged. I said it always seems kind of strange. Now you said happiness. This is happiness and a fall. You said you feel so alone. You said you feel so alone. What makes you feel so alone? So don't feel alone. I said it all seems kind of strange. And the drink has gotten deranged. I said it all seems kind of strange. Now you said happiness. This is happiness and a fall. You said you feel so alone. You said you feel so alone.